Lord of Mysteries, Prisoner Path. Chapter 1. In the dim room, the blond boy covered his abdomen and curled up continuously, his expression distorted by pain. He sniffed lightly, and the unpleasant smell forced him to open his eyes. What caught his eye was the sticky red liquid in his hand. The smell of rust made Zhang Feng stand there in a daze. He didn't even care about the surrounding environment and tremblingly lifted up his blood-stained work clothes. However, the expected horrific wound on the abdomen did not appear, only some coal dust and mud. When the worst situation did not happen, the feeling of relief seemed to temporarily dilute the disgust. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, dragged his weak body to stand up and looked around. Where is this? The walls were covered with stains, the wooden bed was barely clean, and the cabinet next to it had all sorts of debris scattered on the floor. A sharp pain swept over his brain, as if something was about to pierce his skull. Zhang Feng covered his head and let unknown memories surge like a tide. Philip Howard was born in Backland, the head of Wandu in the Lone Kingdom in the northern continent. Both his parents were members of the restrained faction of the secret organization Rose School, including himself. Because both his parents are Beyonders, he has been half Beyonder since he was a child. He drank the prisoner potion 3 years ago. However, a few days later, the moderate faction was hunted down by the mainstream indulgence faction. Philip's parents sacrificed their lives to give him a chance to live, and the latter did his best and hid in White Whale Street in the East District of Backland. In this almost slum-like place, Philip wore tattered work clothes, did more than 10 hours of dirty and tiring work every day, and did not do anything suspicious. But even so, the indulgent faction still came up and killed him easily. Thinking of this, the memory comes back again. A thin and strong man stood in this room, approaching the begging him in a playful manner, his black nails as long as daggers scratched across his belly, blood splattered and flowed, and then he fell silent. Werewolf, tear. Zhang Feng subconsciously clenched his fists. Invisible anger lingered in his heart. The experience of his predecessor Philip made him feel as if he had experienced it himself. The blood flowing from his body under his feet further fueled this emotion. But why am I alive? After reluctantly accepting that he had traveled to a different world similar to the Victorian era, Zhang Feng had this question in his mind. The blood that had not yet completely dried up and the severe pain caused by the fatal injury in the memory all proved that the original owner of this body, Philip Howard, was completely dead. Could it be that he is resurrecting from the dead? Since there are such things as extraordinary people in this world, events like reincarnation should not be considered superstition. It can barely explain why Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, digesting this information to reassure himself. To be fair, compared to this dirty and shabby place, he suddenly wanted to wake up in his small but familiar and satisfying rental house. The environment there could be called heaven. But that's the reality. Zhang Feng, no. Philip closed his eyes and sighed, touched his whole body, and found nothing except cold bloodstains, so he could only check in this room. Several holes were roughly opened in the cupboard, and the pile of miscellaneous items that were originally neatly arranged were inevitably kicked over. It seemed that the damn werewolf had taken away everything here that was of a little value. It's to be expected, but damn it. Philip walked to the cupboard and took out a black coat and brown shoulder bag that barely had any unpleasant smell, and couldn't wait to change out of his work clothes. The bag was empty, not even a penny. Of course, even if there really was one, it would be a simple matter for the werewolf to reach out and take it. Aside from those middle-class or upper-class people who valued the appearance of being seen, no one would be unwilling to bend down and pick up a coin. If this situation continued, even if there was no danger, starvation was inevitable. However, Philip did not panic. Instead, he turned the bag over and shook it vigorously with the opening facing down, trying to make the inside cleaner, even though the effectiveness of this was questionable. After all, hiding private money is the instinct of many people. The assets that only one knows about are the ones that make people feel at ease and most desired. The boy's eyes passed over the sundries and turned to the wooden bed in the corner, or to be precise, under the bed. He walked to the bed, put his bag away, then held his breath, lay down, put his head under the bed, and stretched out his right hand based on the scene in his memory and began to grope in the darkness. As his fingertips touched something hard, Philip was invigorated. He grasped it and pulled it out. A black square box covered with tiny scratches and dust appeared in his hand. The heavy texture made him involuntarily open the box. The gold coins that were still conspicuous in the dim light caught his eye. These were the real gold pounds of the Kingdom of Lone, a total of 22 coins. In addition, there are 5 silver soles and 10 copper pennies for small purchases. After all, sometimes it is inconvenient to only have $100 bills on you. Philip carried it to the window and looked at it in the faint crimson moonlight. Crimson moonlight? In the dark night sky, the crimson moon shone on the earth. It was bright and peaceful, yet it inexplicably made Philip feel terrified. Even with nearly 20 years of experience in his memory as a foundation, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the red moon. Clang, clang. The slight sound of coins colliding brought him back to his senses. He stared at them. The image of the current king of Loan, George III, was printed on them. His mustache and serious and old-fashioned appearance were so unfamiliar. After a few seconds, he shook his head and was about to throw the money into the bag, but then a question occurred to him. Wait, isn't it safe to have gold coins jingling in there in the middle of the night? He didn't have high expectations for public security, so he took out several white shirts from the cupboard, wrapped a few gold coins in each shirt, and stuffed them into his bag after making sure there would be no noise. As for the sola and pennies, they were placed in the 2 pockets of his coat respectively. That way there won't be any problem. As all the gold coins were taken out, a lot of banknotes were neatly placed inside the box. These were the banknotes given to Philip by his parents. Although there were only £300, it was a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Philip picked up a tattered bowler hat and put it on his head. He piled the banknotes into a pile and put them into his trouser pocket, which was protected by his shoulder bag and coat. Then he opened the door, ready to welcome the cool and fresh air as if taking a walk on a blue star at night, to relieve his depressed mood. However, times are different. The moment he pushed open the door, a smell even stronger than that in the room rushed in, causing him to open his eyes wide as he breathed subconsciously. He quickly closed the door and bent down to cover his mouth. It was the middle of the night, and Philip was a man who was supposed to be dead, so he didn't dare to make any noise to attract attention, but the smell was really. The lingering smell of sweat, the pungent smell of inferior coal, the urine smell and rotting water smell from the public restroom made him somewhat nostalgic for the room he had once disliked. As expected, good and bad are revealed through comparison. Hold on, just for a moment. Philip clenched his fists, holding the copper coin he used to play with to ease his mood, took a deep breath, and then walked out again, closing the door quickly and restrainedly. Chapter 2. Shelter. On the silent street, a pungent yellowish mist lingered all around. Occasionally, one could see a gas lamp on the street, but none of them was lit. Only the crimson moonlight was pouring down from above. Philip walked on the road, his body trembling uncontrollably due to the cold, but he did not stop. After all, at this time, there were few carriages in a shabby place like the East District, let alone at this time. If he didn't leave quickly, he might run into someone familiar. Now his goal was very clear, which was to go to the steam train station and find a safe small city to hide from the limelight. Extraordinary people are those who make potions from various extraordinary materials and gain special powers by taking them. The member of the Rose School who killed him before was one of them. They mastered the potion of the prisoner pathway. Philip was once a madman of sequence 8 in this pathway. However, after being killed by the werewolf tier of sequence 7, the beyonder characteristics that Philip took into his body were exploded as equipment. Therefore, he could only be considered a half-sequence 9 prisoner now, and his beyonder characteristic was naturally sold for money or transferred to the indulgence faction. That thing is much more valuable than the £300 I have on me. I will take revenge sooner or later. While his thoughts were wandering, Philip estimated the distance he had walked and shook his head. He didn't know how long it would take him to walk through this big city with a population of 5 million. Or, find a hotel? He was so busy running that he didn't notice it before, but now in this dimly lit and foggy place, he felt that something was staring at him in the dark, preparing for a fatal blow. Hiss! Let's find a place to hide first. He couldn't guarantee that those indulgent guys had really gone far away. It was possible that they had other targets, or that they lived nearby. If he really ran into them by accident, it's so chaotic during the day, maybe there's a chance to survive, but at night there's really nothing you can do except disturb the people before you die. At this moment, a shelter for homeless people appeared in the distance. There were 2 policemen holding short sticks standing at the door, standing there seriously. They seemed to notice Philip not far away, glanced at him silently, and did not react. Shelter. Philip touched his chin and muttered these 3 words. He had never lived there before, so he didn't know the general situation. But since there were policemen, it meant that there was at least no danger to life or serious security problems. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He stepped forward, but before he could say anything, the sturdier, older policeman on his left said coldly, "We won't lower the fee just because you came in the early hours of the morning." "Ah, this." Philip lowered his head, changed his tone slightly, and said fluently and nervously, "Okay, sir, I understand, but I want to know how to charge here. I have never been here before." The policeman didn't bother to look at him, and just said to the person beside him, "Cole, take him in." The young policeman standing on the right lowered his hat brim, nodded, then looked at the boy in front of him expressionlessly, waved the short stick in his hand inside, and signaled the other party to follow. Inside the spacious shelter, many people were sitting scattered on more than a dozen rows of wooden benches. Most of them were wearing dirty work clothes, leaning back in their chairs, with visible fatigue on their faces, but they were completely unable to sleep. Whenever someone closed their eyes for more than half a minute, the policeman roaming nearby would shake them awake with short sticks and add, "No sleeping allowed." What? The moment he heard this, Philip even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. However, the policeman named Cole turned to him calmly and said, "Can you afford 1 penny, 2 pence, or 4 pence? "Excuse me, what exactly is it?" Philip asked curiously as he took a copper penny from his pocket. After hearing the slight sound of coins clinking, Cole explained, "If it's only 1 penny, you can only sit here and can't sleep, or sleep on the rope over there." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the area on the right. Philip looked in the direction he was looking and saw many people hanging from ropes side by side, trying hard to fall asleep. Philip blinked and froze in his place. However, this was not the end. Cole pointed to the left and said, "If it's 2 pence, you can sit on the chair over there and sleep with your body leaning on the rope hanging in front of you." 4 pence, thank you." Philip took out 4 copper pennies and handed them to the policeman. He didn't dare to listen any further. His mind was filled with the complaint he had been unable to suppress for a long time, "Whoever designed this lousy place must be a bitch." During this process, the policeman wandering in the hall just turned his head to look at the situation here, but after discovering the 4 pennies in Cole's hand, he naturally withdrew his gaze. "Very good, come here." Cole put away the 4 pennies, waved at him, and then walked into the shelter. Philip stayed where he was, looked around for 2 seconds, then shook his head and said to himself, "I may never understand this kind of performance art in my lifetime. It's outrageous. A penny is about $3 or $4 on Earth, but the shelter here can only be exchanged for a miserable night's sleep hanging on a rope." He wouldn't even dare to think about it before. Under Cole's guidance, Philip came to the interior of the shelter. The smell lingering in the room made him touch his nose, and he had a new understanding of the air quality in Backland. "I suddenly feel a little regretful. I feel that every second I stay in a place like this is harmful to my body. I hope the air in small cities will be better." Just as he was thinking this, Cole stopped and pointed to the bed next to him and said, "You sleep here. Keep an eye on your belongings." After saying that, without caring whether Philip responded or not, he walked back to the outside, leaving the dazed boy there, stroking his chin and thinking. Looking at the narrow bed in front of me, which is only separated from the coffin by the coffin lid. No, it can no longer be described as a bed. Apart from a thin blanket, it is just a small coffin without a coffin lid. Philip's eyelids twitched, but thinking that he had already paid and there was still a long time before dawn, he had to lie down resignedly. After curling up in the coffin, perhaps because of his easygoing nature or something else, he didn't feel like he was dying. Instead, he was somewhat thankful that the people nearby didn't snore much and the smell wasn't that bad. Of course, it is also possible that the nose has completely stopped working, so there is no reaction. Philip closed his eyes and turned over, pressing the bag underneath, ready to use this position that he was least used to for the next few hours. As his brain gradually became blurry, he soon fell into a deep sleep, but his consciousness sank strangely, like a fluid, into the abyss of shadows. Chapter 3. Shadow World. The warm firelight shone on Philip's face, reflecting a light in his sapphire eyes. He had already stood up and looked around with some confusion and worry, his brows gradually furrowed. Strange. Where is this? Beyond the flame that was burning in the pitch-black scorched area, which was half the height of an adult, was an endless shadow where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Looking upward, the sky, which seemed to be flowing like a black abyss, tempted the hidden throbbing in his heart. Philip lay on the ground, and the crimson full moon emerged from the depths of his memory, as well as the madness that was difficult to suppress due to the curse during the madman stage. However, as his mind trembled, the flame suddenly burned fiercely, and the darkness that had quietly invaded the surroundings retreated again. Philip was surprised to find that he no longer felt strange. He stood up, without hesitation, and moved closer to the flame according to his almost subconscious instinct. He sat next to it, stretched out his hand a few centimeters away, and gently stroked it from a distance. As the burning light continued to shine in his eyes, Philip's whole body suddenly relaxed, his eyelids closed, and he fell forward and disappeared into the flames. In the last moment of consciousness, mad whispers filled with resentment, malice, and intense desire seemed to come from the end of the endless darkness, and two words were clearly audible: shadow, world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still lying in the coffin. The thin blanket on the bed, which had no effect on keeping warm, was normal, except that the bowler hat was gone. This is stealing, right? Philip pulled the corner of his mouth and recovered immediately from his previous state. He was speechless and relieved about this. After all, the money he had was enough to buy countless hats. Fortunately, the other party did not dare to go any further. The scattered people around had already stood up, covering their foreheads to relieve their sleepiness, then looked at each other, not daring to stay, and stepped out of the coffin and started rushing outside. There are almost no stable jobs in the East District. If you want to work every day, you have to run faster and earlier than others. If you go too late and there is no work, let alone a shelter, it is hard to say whether you can have food to eat all day and all night. Of course, there were still many people lying curled up in their coffins. Some were trembling and coughing from time to time. Some sat up listlessly, as if they would lie in the coffin forever in the next moment. Okay, I should be on my way. Philip, who had been feeling a little relaxed, was frightened by this. Without stopping, he threw off the blanket on himself and walked out quickly. At the same time, he complained helplessly, "What the hell, I remember I was there for less than 2 minutes, and when I woke up it was already daytime, it was like I hadn't slept at all." The rows of benches in the hall were now empty. In the rope rooms on the left and right, there was a policeman respectively. They used scissors to cut the ropes very skillfully and neatly. Those who were still asleep fell to the ground one after another quickly, being woken up in a very painful way, but they dared not complain. They wiped their faces with their hands, stood up, and prepared to look for work. Philip's gaze lingered on both sides for a few seconds, then retracted. However, he didn't even know what words to say to express the unknown emotion in his heart, so he could only walk out of the shelter in silence. The morning sun was obscured by fog, and workers and poor people were running around in the grey sky. They lowered their heads and couldn't even see the detailed facial features of the people around them, but they numbly knew how to walk. A two-wheeled hired carriage was moving slowly along the street, seemingly heading for somewhere else from the East District. Philip noticed it and immediately trotted forward, saying, "Wait, wait." Hearing this, the driver turned around and looked at the blonde, blue-eyed boy walking towards him and said, "Sir, do you want a ride?" Philip breathed a sigh of relief, then got on it directly. "Yes, go to the nearest steam train station." "Sir, you're lucky." After hearing that there was a job available, the originally relaxed groom straightened up and smiled. "I'm not like some of my colleagues who charge random prices, but this place is quite close to the train station. You can pay 2 sols for this carriage for an hour and trust my speed." He didn't ask why the other party didn't take a cheaper option like going to the nearest subway station, taking the subway, and then walking half a kilometer. Not only would that be nosy, it would also likely affect the 2 sols bill. 2 sols was 2 pence, or 24 to 72 yuan. A carriage ride was a real luxury, while a bus was only 2 yuan. Philip pulled 2 silver sols from his coat pocket, handed them to the other party, and then leaned his head against the carriage. The scenery outside the window kept passing by, and his body leaned back slightly, successfully blocking his visual contact with the outside world with the help of the compartment. Then he closed his eyes and began to sort out the information. He believed that he had a good psychological endurance, but now faced with such a shocking fact, he couldn't help but ponder whether he had done something unscrupulous in the past. Time travel, the death of both parents, the endless pursuit of the internal temperance faction by the Rose School, the shadow world he dreamed of last night, and where he would go next. Philip rubbed his brows and finally made a decision after a moment. Stop thinking and refuse to waste your energy. Whatever happens, the original body is hiding in this big city with a population of 5 million, living like an animal every day, but can still be inexplicably found by the indulgent faction, as if a full map cheat has been activated. Philip was not usually interested in detective novels and spy films. Even if he did read them, he didn't think what the authors and screenwriters wrote would be of any use to him. It was better to leave it to fate. Then the boy closed his eyes, relaxed his whole body, and waited quietly for time to pass. I opened my eyes several times along the way, just to make sure the driver had no bad intentions and was not driving the car on the wrong road. The carriage was moving along the street, and the irregular bumps kept Philip awake. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the coachman say, "Sir, we've arrived." "Well, thank you." Philip pressed his forehead with his wrist, thanked the other party, and naturally tightened his hand on the bag, then got off the carriage. The sky was still not bright at this moment, but the gas lamps hanging in the steam train platform in front were still on, dispelling the gloom and darkness for people. After watching the driver gradually disappear into the distance, Philip turned and walked towards the steam train platform ahead. He spent a penny to buy a copy of the Backland Daily. After unfolding it, he learned today's date, Thursday, June 1349, 6. He patted his stomach, resisting the urge to walk back to the restaurant. He went to the ticket office and politely asked the staff, "Hello, I'd like to buy a ticket for the earliest train to a remote small city." The ticket seller was a blonde girl. She looked up at Philip and said, "From Backland to Tingen City, first class is 15 soldi, second class is 10 soldi, and third class is 5 soldi." "Second class, then." "Thank you." Because of his experience in the shelter last night, Philip almost wanted to buy the best first-class seat directly, but he changed his mind after realizing it and took out a gold coin from his bag that was not covered by the white shirt. "Tear." The girl tore up a second-class ticket, then found 2 5-sol notes and handed them all to him. Philip took it, walked into the waiting room and found a seat in the back corner. He leaned over, supported his knees with his elbows, and held his chin with his fists, waiting for the time to pass in a somewhat agonizing manner. Woo! The sound of the whistle echoed in every corner of the platform. A huge black monster stretching for 100 meters rushed into the platform with great momentum and slowly stopped with a roar. Chapter 4, Being Spotted by the Evil God. Kingdom of Lone, Ahawa County, Tingen City. As the sun neared noon, it shone brightly on the ground. Philip lifted his bag and walked out of the steam train platform. He breathed in the air, which was incomparably cleaner than Backland's. He finally relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There were no accidents along the way. According to his memory of the Rose School, the other party would not have their own power in such a remote small city. If that were the case, the Church of the Orthodox God would have been out of business long ago. After all, the Rose School's reputation has never been good since the Indulgence School became the mainstream. It is even worse than the witch sect next door that instigates assassinations and even teaches men to become women for seduction. But that didn't matter. Philip was only a half-sequence 9 prisoner now, and strictly speaking, he wasn't a beyonder at all. Even if the church knew about it, they wouldn't do anything to him. The next step was to find a good place to settle down in this small city with beautiful scenery, peace and tranquility, fresh air, and no danger at all. He bought a map and a newspaper with information on houses for rent, and then found a horse-drawn carriage parked nearby and sat down. "Sir, where are you going?" the driver asked, but Philip's eyes froze for a moment on the newspaper he had just unfolded in his hand. "No. 1 Devon Street North District, a detached house can be rented for 1, 2, or 3 years, with a weekly rent of £6. If you are interested, please go to No. 16 Champagne Street and find Mr. Gushef. No. 17 Daffodil Street, Townhouse. Can be rented for 2 or 3 years, rent is 13 soldi per week. If interested, please go to No. Zudaland Street and look for Mr. Colmar. The houses in the newspapers were a bit pricey, but that was understandable, since they were for families. But right now, he only had a little over £300 on him, and he didn't even have any income. With all the expenses, he didn't know how long it would last. So, he decided to just share the house. There might be some cheaper places, but either the environment is worrying or they require third-party companies to provide identification to handle various procedures, which he cannot provide now. As a member of the foodie nation, Philip believed that if his income couldn't exceed his expenses, it would be a major crisis in his life. He closed the newspaper and decided to postpone the idea of renting a place for himself, hotel. After he handed over a silver soldi in exchange for a copper penny with a face value of 5 and 2 copper pennies with a face value of 1, the horse, under the guidance of the coachman, began to move towards the bridge across the Tussock River in the distance. Finally, at noon, Philip arrived at the hotel, putting an end to this short trip. He carried his bag, spent 1 soldi to book a room, bought a fried fish with aromatic essence, beef with black pepper sauce and 2 glasses of ginger beer, and walked into his room. After the waiter put the food on the table, closed the door and left, he sat on the edge of the bed, put down his bag, and leaned back gently until he was completely pressed on the flat mattress. It went more smoothly than expected. Philip blinked his glasses and stared blankly at the ceiling. None of the accidents he imagined on the road happened, such as being discovered carrying a large sum of money and being robbed, or being suddenly shot from the window while riding in a carriage, or the steam train overturning due to an accident. Well, it's better if it doesn't happen. It turns out that you can't watch too many virtual works. How could such an outrageous thing happen? The boy entered the bathroom in the hotel room, picked up the towel hanging on the side, wet it with tap water, and began to carefully wipe his arms, cheeks, and other convenient places on his body. After finishing all this, Philip wanted to wash his hair, but then he realized that he probably wouldn't be able to resist showering that evening, so he left the bathroom and returned to the table to eat lunch. Because he was once a big foodie, the food from this other world didn't taste very good to him. However, after all, the years of temperance and suffering experienced by his original self, Philip, made it seem very precious to him. Well, the next step is to find a way to make money before tomorrow night to ensure that I can rent a house and live a daily life, otherwise I will have to spend another soldi. Philip ate the last bite of beef, then stood up and walked to the bed. But before that, get some sleep. Anyway, there is no rush for this matter. However, the moment Philip took off his clothes, lay down on the bed, and covered himself with the quilt, his vision was suddenly obscured by the grey-white mist and he could not see anything clearly. What happened again? Is it illegal for me to take a nap? This strange thing made the young man sit up calmly and speechlessly, turning his head around to find the reason, but the next moment, a deep red light lit up on his body and swallowed him whole. Above the grey-white fog, Philip looked around calmly, comparing it with the shadow world. After feeling a little relieved, he found that there were 3 people standing nearby besides himself. A tall blonde girl, dark blue hair as messy as seaweed, a middle-aged man who was not very strong, and a mysterious man in the distance whose whole body was completely obscured by fog, clearly different from the others. The difference in position and appearance allowed Philip to instantly distinguish the host from the guest. He immediately moved his feet calmly and hid behind a man and a woman. The man seemed to notice him at this moment, turned his eyes and glanced over, but did not speak. Instead, the girl noticed the mysterious man and asked cautiously but politely, "Sir, where is this place? What is your purpose in bringing us here?" Fortunately, someone stepped forward. Philip silently gave the other party a thumbs up in his heart. Even though he felt that this mysterious man had no connection with the Rose sect, he did not dare to take the risk. The mysterious man, shrouded in grey mist, was silent for a few seconds. He then gently raised his hand and said calmly and gently, yet with style an attempt. "Try?" The 3 of them silently repeated this phrase in their minds. The girl frowned slightly, but quickly calmed down. She said nervously, "Now that the experiment is complete, can we go back? I mean, without any negative effects." "Oh, of course no problem." The mysterious man chuckled, and then he seemed to think of something, and the fingertips he had just retracted pointed in the air, causing the grey fog around him to begin to surge. 2 rows of towering stone pillars emerged, connecting with the dome above. The magnificent building enveloped everyone. There was also a long bronze table where they were standing. On the 20 seats on the left and right sides, as well as on the backs of the seats above and below, there were strange star maps that did not completely correspond to reality. Chapter 5 Sales Failure. As the mysterious man sat in the first seat, the dark blue-haired man and the girl sat on the 2 sides closest to the top, while Philip sat on the right side of the blue-haired man because he had just stepped back. This is truly amazing. I've always imagined myself being able to access something beyond nature. My question is, sir, how do I become a beyonder? Extraordinary, Philip couldn't help but look at the somewhat excited girl opposite him. Judging from his own experience, she was probably the eldest daughter of a wealthy family who didn't have to worry about food and clothing, so she longed for extraordinary powers and adventure experiences. It seems that it can be marketed. He also had 2 non-prisoner potion formulas in his mind, which the original Philip had accidentally memorized while spending time with his parents. Philip touched the bronze table in front of him, but found that a few wisps of light grey mist emerged from his fingertips and moved with his movements. His heartbeat suddenly slowed down, and he subconsciously glanced at the mysterious existence on the first seat with his peripheral vision. The other party sat there quietly. After listening to Audrey's description, he tapped the table lightly. After 5 or 6 seconds, he turned around with a smile and looked at the 2 men on the other side. Extraordinary, what is an extraordinary? I want to know too, help. Zhou Mingrui complained silently in his heart, but his face remained as calm as an old dog, trying to take a gamble at the last moment. Just bet the other 2 no. For a young lady like this to want to enter the extraordinary realm, it must be an entry-level question. It is reasonable that she, as a mysterious and unknown being, is too lazy to answer. Anyone can do it, you must understand it. Philip, upon sensing the mysterious man's gaze, was nearly frightened to the point of cardiac arrest. However, he then glanced at the girl opposite him, seemingly understanding the man's true intentions, and tentatively spoke. Miss, if this is the only issue, I don't think there's any need to bother this great being. I have 2 recipes for sequence 9 potions. Really? The girl's calmness returned to a state of agitation. Could you please tell me which 2 paths they are? Philip didn't rush to answer. He turned his head slightly and confirmed that the mysterious man didn't react. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. A sequence 9 singer, and a sequence 9 warrior. Well, can you tell me more about the singer? As expected, no warriors were needed. Philip wasn't surprised at all. He began to explain in detail, once you've prepared the chanter potion and taken it, you'll possess the ability to praise the Sunday. You'll be able to sing praises to the sun, which will bring you courage and strength, piety and obedience, and will also strengthen yourself and others. Well, that sounds really good. Audrey put her finger to her lips, looking a little moved, but then she declined politely, sorry, sir, it may not be suitable for me. If her father and brother found out that she suddenly started to like singing songs praising the sun, they would definitely show surprise or even fear, and then start investigating how she came into contact with the Church of the Eternal Sunday. And she doesn't like this kind of ostentatious feeling. At this moment, Alger, the blue-haired man who had remained silent, finally spoke. I also have 2 sequence 9 potion formulas here, one for sailors and one for spectators. What is sequence 9? What exactly is the potion? Zhou Mingrui felt as if he was in an advanced mathematics class where he had been absent for 10 minutes. In order to maintain his image, he could only listen as if nothing had happened. I hope you don't have any questions for me. He prayed in his heart. Meanwhile, Alger's introduction had concluded. The 2 potion recipes were for a sailor with exceptional balance, one for excellence, and one for a sailor with phantom scales who could easily dive for over 10 minutes. They were also for viewers with powerful observation skills who could discern others' true thoughts through their expressions. Audrey was surprisingly enthusiastic about the audience and immediately asked about the terms of the exchange. The latter seemed to be well prepared and answered directly, at least 100 ml of ghost shark blood. What? Philip was filled with questions. He wasn't sure what the ghost shark's blood was used for, but judging by the price, it was definitely a sequence 7 main ingredient, around 400 or 500 pounds. However, the formula of sequence 9 is basically around 220 pounds, a difference of twice as much. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhou Mingrui who was sitting in the first seat. Seeing that the other party still had no reaction, the question mark in his mind became even bigger. Perhaps, this is the fee that should be charged for introducing the path of extraordinary people. It is an invisible price, so this great existence did not say anything. Well, this makes much more sense. It really makes sense to think more. Audrey and Alger had already discussed the transaction. They half turned to Zhou Mingrui and said sincerely, Sir, please be a witness to our transaction. At this moment, after satisfying her wish, Audrey suddenly discovered the key problem, that is, after chatting for so long, she still hadn't asked the other person's name, which was too rude, she warned herself, then asked, Sir, what should we call you? After hearing this, Philip and Alger quickly followed up to inquire. It would be extremely unwise not to express an opinion on such a matter, as it might make the great being in front of them unhappy or even feel blasphemed. Zhou Mingrui stuffed the information into his mind in a daze. Just as he was thinking about how to digest it later, he found that the problem was still thrown on him. He had to pretend to be calm, cross his fingers and put them on his chin, and began to think quickly. Hey! After another chuckle, he looked up the answer in his mind and said calmly. You can call me, fool. It seems to be a code name. Philip subconsciously felt this way, and the other two people obviously also knew that the tarot card number 0 symbolized all possible beginnings. After all, apart from this, there was nothing else that corresponded to it. Maybe there's some deeper meaning. Philip thought so, but didn't dare to speak. He quietly watched the unfathomable fool witness the transaction between the other two. Slowly, he recovered from the worry in the grey mist and began to feel regret. Why didn't it sell? It was worth more than £200, or even a 10% or 20% discount could be negotiated. He felt bitter, because now he had to go out and look for a job in the afternoon. Mr. Fool, do you suggest trying this a few more times? Audrey's voice rang out, causing Philip to blink and cheer up again. Yes, as long as this kind of transaction related to the extraordinary field continues, let alone making money, he might be able to set foot in the extraordinary field again, and go further, and take revenge on those guys in the Rose School who are obsessed with indulgence. Just as Philip was about to speak, Alger, who had already fully entered the state, chimed in first. Mr. Fool, your power is beyond our imagination, but the world is vast and ever-changing. There will always be trivial matters that are inconvenient for you, things you shouldn't waste your energy on, and these can be completely left to us. You've finished speaking, what should I say? Philip's eyelids twitched. He weighed the pros and cons several times in his mind, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said, yes, Mr. Fool. I hold the same opinion. Chapter 6. Mr. Fool must have some deeper meaning. Da-da-da. In the uneasy silence, the fool stopped tapping on the table, raised his head, and smiled at the anxious gazes of the three people. I prefer equal exchange. Every Monday at 3 p.m. Try to stay alone. I need to try a few more times, and then you might be able to take time off to avoid special circumstances. This is a disguised agreement to the request. The three of them were clearly delighted. Audrey even let go of her reservedness and said excitedly, I think we should also come up with a nickname. After all, we should have names for each other, but they can't be our real names. Good idea. The fool, also known as Zhou Mingrui, said briefly and easily. Well, Mr. Fool, your name comes from a tarot card, and... After getting the answer, Audrey touched her chin, looked around at the 22 seats, and suddenly clapped her hands happily as if she had solved a mystery. I've decided. I'll use the tarot cards to choose. My title is, Justice. Come to think of it, Emperor Roselle only used that as a reference for the development of tarot cards after he created the 22 cards with mysterious powers. Am I right? Philip nodded, recalling his parents' casual conversation, and said, indeed, it is said that the deck of cards created by Emperor Roselle, who viewed the blasphemous slate, records the 22 divine paths. Mr. Fool is unexpectedly kind, actually allowing such a casual attitude. Well, much better than my previous homeroom teacher. He continued, then, I'll choose moderation. Alger frowned slightly, glanced obscurely at the fool above him, then immediately relaxed and said in a deep voice, the hanged man. He was afraid that Mr. Fool would be unhappy. Because of his previous record, combined with Miss Justice's actions just now, Philip quickly guessed what was going on. I wonder what Mr. Hanged man's expression would be like if he knew I had just tried to play with the grey fog in Mr. Fool's domain. I guess it would be hard for him to hold it in. He thought so, but it was hard for him to smile. As he recalled the incident, he keenly realized that something was wrong. With just a few gestures, he could manipulate the grey fog to create the palace. His actions just now were like playing with his hair. How could he not notice? So he noticed it, but accepted it. Yes, there must be some deeper meaning. Okay, let's end today's gathering here. The fool knocked lightly on the long bronze table, announcing the end of this tarot club. Audrey, who still had a lot to say, felt a little depressed. However, she didn't dare to disobey. She could only follow Alger and Philip, bowing her head and saying respectfully, "I will obey your will." The crimson light shone again, and a voice tinged with laughter rang out at the final moment, like a dream, making it impossible to distinguish direction and reality. See you next time. In the hotel in Tingen City, Philip covered his forehead with his hands, and the deep red in his eyes gradually faded, but he could still vaguely see the strange grey-white mist through the reality in front of him. Is anyone else like me? Philip lowered his eyes slightly and shook his head. No, I just touched the long table lightly, and a few wisps of the grey mist that created the long table were controlled by me. It's like, just like the permissions used in group chats or various games. Yes, permissions that cannot be any smaller. Philip's thoughts exploded in his mind. He understood, he had gotten rid of the misconceptions in his thinking, he understood everything. Mr. Fool's grey fog space and my own shadow world are probably special areas like the kingdom of God. I guess he noticed my shadow world, so he did this. Because Mr. the Hanged Man and Miss Justice were present, he did not say it explicitly, nor did he intentionally keep me here. Instead, he implicitly granted me some small permissions, with the intention of I could also try it myself in that shadow world, even if it wasn't, the general direction should be correct. Philip patted his forehead, almost crying because of his stupidity just now. He even subconsciously imagined the possibility that the other party was unaware. Now that I think about it, it was probably just a small reminder from the other party on a whim. Of course, it is also possible that this opportunity is essentially a cover to plot against the shadow world in him or something else, but there is no point thinking about it now. He made a prayer gesture, thanked Mr. Fool in his heart, then closed his eyes and gathered his thoughts, preparing to enter the previous shadow world to verify his idea. However, after a few seconds, Philip opened his eyes confusedly, blinked twice and muttered to himself in confusion, "But how do I get into that place? And that place doesn't look safe at all." Tingen City, Lower Iron Cross Street, second floor of the most cost-effective apartment in Tingen City. Zhou Mingrui slowly sat down on the bed, watching the 4 black dots forming a square on the back of his hand slowly fade away and disappear into his body. So, from now on, I don't need to prepare staple food, I can just focus on the steps and spells. Unfortunately, the luck-changing ritual couldn't improve my luck, nor could it allow me to return home. Zhou Mingrui's inner pain, frustration, and sorrow were brewing. To relieve it, he could only think of the following. Yet, but it can be considered as opening a group chat for Beyonders. Even though I, who knows nothing, was the group leader, I was lucky enough to fool them, but he thought of the strange situation of Mr. Temperance above the grey fog just now. It seemed that he also had some connection with the grey fog, at least different from Justice and the Hanged Man. Maybe he knows something, but I can't take the risk. If I'm exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhou Mingrui covered his exhausted head, insisting on not collapsing. At least, I have to wait until I study this grey foggy space and find a way to become a Beyonder. Next Monday, after Miss Justice sends the ghost shark blood to the Hanged Man, I might be able to hear the recipe for the audience potion at the party. After that, I'll try to find a way to slowly explore the relationship between Mr. Temperance and the grey fog. Perhaps, he murmured softly, with a hint of anticipation, hoping that the result would be as he expected. The grey fog space caused by the luck-changing ritual, the unidentified members, and the unknown mysterious world that was almost endless darkness all made Zhou Mingrui want to retreat. But this is the only hope. He wants to go home. Zhou Mingrui shouldn't stay here. The place he wants to go is Earth, where he has family, friends, the internet, delicious food, and a sense of belonging that truly belongs to him. Unfortunately, Zhou Mingrui can't go back now, so I can only be Klein Moretti for the time being. Klein shook his head and prepared to stand up and walk to his desk to write down the words he had just heard at the party and study them. However, last night's sleeplessness and the recent exhaustion impacted his mind, causing his eyelids to droop and close uncontrollably. Even if he gripped the edge of the bed tightly with his fingers and exerted force, it only caused his body to protest more and more. Finally, with his last bit of consciousness, he dropped his head onto the pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 7, Dragon Bar. Forget it, let's talk about it tonight. After tossing and turning in bed for a few minutes, Philip still couldn't recall the feeling and didn't feel like sleeping. So he went out with his empty bag and the hotel key. He had hidden several shirts containing 21 gold coins under the bed in the room. Even though he was not very reassured, it would be troublesome to carry those things with him for the future. After all, the storage space was limited. Philip, recalling his experience attending a Beyonder gathering in Backland with his parents, swiped his fingers across the map of Tingen, eventually stopping somewhere in the dock area. Dragon Bar. In the afternoon, a young man in a coat and carrying a shoulder bag stepped off a public carriage. His sapphire eyes swept across this shabby area that was obviously prone to conflict, and stopped at a bar in the distance. Even through the heavy door, Philip could still hear the shouts coming from inside, which were as noisy and enthusiastic as the audience seats at various sporting events. Even more than that. Well, this should be the most likely place for Beyonders to gather. If not, you can also look for someone like a gossip monger. He didn't believe that the number of extraordinary people or mysticism enthusiasts in Tingen couldn't even support a trading platform. So, let alone a city, it would be better to call it a town. When he reached the door of the bar, a burly man who was guarding the bar seemed to notice the unfamiliar face of Philip, but he did not say anything and let the other party push the door open and walk in. Meryl, that's it, maintain the advantage. Luke. Can you even fight? Your legs are as weak as if you've been having sex with a streetwalker all night. Fight back. Make that guy bleed from the nose. The stuffy heat like a sauna, the strong and pungent smell of alcohol, the duel between two shirtless men in the boxing ring, and the shouts of dozens of drinkers around them all give people a strong sense of impact. However, for Philip, who had experienced traveling across time, lying in a shelter, being bound to an unknown space, being dragged to a party by the evil god, and so on in less than 24 hours, this was just a matter of raising his eyebrows slightly and calmly exclaiming "Oh!" After sighing, he came to the bar, knocked lightly on the table, placed a silver solé on it, and said to the bartender in front of him, "Well, I've always been interested in things related to the occult, and a friend told me that I can satisfy my curiosity here." The bartender didn't say anything, but looked at Philip with scrutiny for several seconds, then slowly withdrew his gaze, silently picked up the silver soul and held it in his palm. "Sir, this lie is full of holes. You didn't express any restraint or doubt. Your calmness contradicts your words. But your sincerity has touched me. Just say that Pawat let you into billiard room too." Philip nodded, then politely declined the other party's idea of making a drink for him. He followed the instructions, walked around the boxing ring, and walked into the billiard room at the back alone. There were two people inside holding golf clubs, laughing and talking about various things. When they saw him push the door open, they suddenly became quiet. "Pavat, let me in." Philip closed the door and then asked, "Then, if I want to sell some small occult items here in the future, are there any requirements that are made public or tacitly understood?" After hearing this, they retracted their gaze, took 2 steps to the side, and pointed to the secret door behind them. "If you are selling mystical things here, then 1/20 of the profits must go to the boss, Swain. Believe me, you don't want to know what it would be like to let him suffer losses." "Thanks for your answer." Philip waved his hand, said goodbye to the two of them, walked into the secret door, and after passing through several rooms that were used to conceal their identities, he finally entered a relatively large space. It's all street vendors. Compared to the Beyonder gathering in Backland, this place is really worse. It's like a flea market. He walked among the crowd and saw a lot of extraordinary materials through the bottles and jars. He then breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the audience here really included extraordinary people and not those leaks who had money but nowhere to spend it. "I only have a little over £300 right now. This price can only barely buy all the materials for the prisoner route, and it will also affect my future life, in a double sense. Unfortunately, I guess they don't sell the formula here." Philip's eyes swept over the rows of merchandise, using his actions to dissipate the reluctance within him, thus solidifying his goal. Become a Beyonder again, become a prisoner. After being pulled above the grey fog by the fool at the inn and hearing the news that a party would be held soon, he had already made up his mind. This is an opportunity. Even though the prisoner path is prone to madness and cursed characteristics, once discovered by official Beyonders, they will be excluded and arrested. Even if they sincerely surrender and join, they will lose their freedom. But Philip had to make this choice. The unclear reasons behind the inexplicable formation of the Tarot Club, the foggy shadow world, the original Philip hidden in his heart, the lingering hatred for the indulgence department of the Rose School, and the selfish pursuit of extraordinary power. None of these allowed him to live a quiet and peaceful life as an ordinary person. Suddenly, Philip's gaze stopped at one point. He walked forward and squatted down. Without any tricks, he asked directly, "How much do you need for this heart-binding grass and the bitter fruit?" While asking, he glanced at the other items on the stall and couldn't help but be surprised. This was completely different from other places. There were 3 items that he was sure were the main ingredients for Sequence 9 potions. There were also the tail feathers of the red firebird. Philip's sapphire eyes lingered on the slightly dull red-yellow feather. It was a pity that he didn't have the money to buy it now. Otherwise, when he arrived in Backland, the main ingredients and the formula would be easier to sell together. The stall owner was completely hidden under a dark occult cloak. He didn't look up, but his cloak moved slightly twice. He responded in a hoarse voice, "1 cuckoo fruit is 4 soli. But the heart-binding grass can only be exchanged, not sold." "What?" Philip frowned, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then asked, "Okay, tell me, what do you need to exchange this for?" "Hee hee." A cold laugh emanated from beneath the cloak, making one's hair stand on end. "Since you know about the heart-binding grass, you should know its value. Unless you exchange it for crystallized crown jellyfish venom or dried black-spotted frog." Chapter 8. Nightmare. Crown jellyfish, black-spotted frog. Philip resisted the urge to rub his brow and prepared to leave, but the black-robed man spoke again. "However, it is said that there are black-spotted frogs 5 kilometers away on the other side of the Hoy River northeast of Tingen. How many people have you said this to?" Philip stood up and asked, his sapphire eyes lowered, looking at the other person with a little vigilance and speechlessness. "Not much." The black-robed man spread out his hands and handed over a silver plate engraved with an unknown black symbol. "You don't have to overthink it. This is just a reminder. No good thing comes without risk, right?" In response to him, the young man turned around and left in a graceful and neat manner. This made the black-robed man, who was standing there in a daze, stunned for 2 seconds before he slowly clenched his fists and put his hands back into the spacious and cool robe. "Tisk, it's only half a Sequence 9. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Never mind." He put all the precious extraordinary materials on the stall into the various tools he carried with him, and prepared to end today's fishing trip, but his mind suddenly began to feel dizzy. He covered his mouth with his hands involuntarily, then widened his eyes, as if he had discovered something, and ran away in a panic. But then, a sleep-like song echoed in this grand space. "Please, fishing like this isn't popular these days." After leaving the Dragon Bar, Philip complained helplessly in his heart, then raised his hand to block out the sunlight that inexplicably made him feel dizzy. The quality of the goods in this underground mall is of no problem, but they are of no use to him now. Although he saw a main material, he thought it was a trap. "Are you going to buy the heart-binding grass?" Just as he was reviewing his harvest, a middle-aged man with deep grey eyes came to his side and asked as naturally as if they were chatting with old friends. "Why is there another one?" Philip raised his eyebrows speechlessly, then nodded and said, "Sorry, sir, if you are accepting money, we can talk. If you are like the one just now, I have no interest in putting myself in danger. Of course, it only costs £100, but there's a prerequisite, you have to tell me what you're going to do with it." "Uncle, you're not much different from that cultist dressed up just now." Philip paused in his frantic act of taking out the money. He looked at the expressionless man, tapping his teeth twice in frustration, and finally said, "Sorry, no comment on that." "Is that so?" The grey-eyed man raised his hand, touched his chin, and nodded slightly. "Indeed, after all, mixing potions is something you can't let anyone know about." Philip originally wanted to continue talking, but after hearing what the other party said, he was completely stunned. Then, in a flash, he pretended to be puzzled and said, "Potion, what is a potion?" "Sir, please introduce yourself." The grey-eyed man stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and a black top hat appeared in his hand and was slowly put on. "Night Watchman, Dunn Smith. I was just preparing to focus on developing myself because I didn't have to worry about the Rose School's pursuit, and then you official beyonders showed up, right? Where's mine? Where's my map?" Philip complained in his heart and began to think frantically, trying to find a way out, but the oppressive feeling caused by the other party's previous method made him not even have any thoughts of resistance. "Okay, I surrender." He raised his hands, resigned. "There's no need for this. In fact, if it weren't for your special identity as half Sequence 9, I wouldn't even have come to you. Dun's tone was calm, soothing him. But please tell me your background. Half sequence 9. Philip blinked, realizing what was happening. He then smiled bitterly, that's not something I can decide. As for my origins, I'm from Backland. My parents were both members of the Rose School's temperance faction, but they died. I luckily escaped and came to Tingen today. I swear, I haven't done anything wrong. Then why did you look for ingredients to mix the prisoner pathway potion to avenge your parents? Dun stared at Philip with his grey eyes. Hearing this, the latter was silent for several seconds. He then raised his hands, twitching his fingers helplessly, and said in a low voice, I just don't want my life to be taken away without a doubt when an accident happens. Also, live a peaceful life. Dun said nothing. He simply raised his hand to hold the brim of his hat, stroking it gently with his fingers. All his actions finally turned into a gentle voice, Sir, thank you for your cooperation. What? Philip subconsciously looked up and asked the other party, but the next moment, the world spun around him, and he sat up directly from the ground. He looked around and found that he was still in the underground mall. What's going on here? Just when he was confused, he was suddenly patted on the back. A handsome young man with black hair and green eyes, who looked like a romantic poet, walked up to him and squatted down. He raised his hand and touched his chin, smiling and said hello, my name is Leonard Mitchell, also a night watchman, midnight poet. Philip Howard. Philip nodded in confusion, stood up, and looked at all the guests who were sleeping peacefully around him. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide, are they all hypnotized? Yes, you were the first to wake up. Leonard clapped his hands and sighed, this is terrible. I should be living a peaceful life. After finishing things here, I have to go to the lower street of Iron Cross Street to pretend. Leonard. Dun Smith, the man from the dream, came over and interrupted the conversation. He then looked at Philip and straightened the collar of his black windbreaker. Old Neil will be here soon. He and Fry will take care of the aftermath here. Let's go first. Okay. Leonard spread his hands and smiled. Anyway, the expenses this time should be reimbursed. There's no problem with old Neil's reimbursement application. Philip twitched his lips, and when he saw the young man named Leonard smiling and gesturing for him to follow, he realized that his matter would not be left unresolved, so he had no choice but to step forward. The few of them returned to the original secret door and went out into the outside world amid the constipated and stiff expressions of everyone in the bar. They got on a four-wheeled carriage with the police system logo crossed swords, surrounded by a crown painted on the side of the carriage. The carriage began to move, and amidst the slight bumps, Dunn looked at Philip, who had just taken his seat, and said, Mr. Howard, I think you might have some questions at this time. What else can I ask? Philip was conflicted and glanced at Leonard next to him, hoping that this enthusiastic young man could give some hints or assists at this moment. However, the young man with black hair and blue eyes smiled without saying a word. He just turned his head very naturally to look out the window, holding up half of his face with his hand, and calmly admired the scenery that was passing by so quickly. Chapter 9. Nighthawks. Philip had no choice but to smell the calming aroma in the car and relax. What will happen to me next? He didn't think he would be executed or tried, nor did he think he would be imprisoned in darkness. After all, although he was a member of the Rose School, he was only half beyond, and strictly speaking, he still belonged to the category of ordinary people. Well, that's a very direct question. Dunn looked into Philip's eyes, his tone gradually becoming serious. Your situation is very special, but since you're not yet a Beyonder, you currently have two options. First, hide your identity and live in Tingen from now on, or travel to another city with the help of the church. Give up the idea of becoming a Beyonder. We will take special care of you to prevent you from being involved in similar Beyonder incidents again. Wait. Philip was confused. Extraordinary event, me. That's right. Leonard turned around at some point, leaning back in his chair leisurely, and began to explain, to be precise, it's a supernormal case. The black-robed individual you just encountered is a Sequence 8 Beyonder named Broken Winged Angel, from the Blood Worship cult. He's in a very bad state. Oh, let's put it another way. We've been targeting him for a long time, and we only found an opportunity today when he came here. By the way, this guy's goal is to hunt others, and extraordinary people are given priority. Hunting extraordinary people. If I really go there, I will probably be hunted. Even if I give up, they will definitely follow me and look for an opportunity to kill me. Philip felt a chill down his spine and nodded. Okay, what about the other option? The second option is to join the Nighthawks. Dunsmith took out his pipe, but didn't light the tobacco. He just held it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently, his tone softening slightly. You are not truly an ordinary person. You possess extraordinary abilities and are involved in extraordinary cases. Inviting you does not violate the confidentiality clause. In addition, since you want to become an extraordinary person through the prisoner path and have the conditions, we cannot allow you to do so. Indeed, the prisoner Philip sighed silently in his heart, I understand. It seems that I can only join first. At least life safety can be guaranteed. He thought so in his heart, but he did not feel any worry or dissatisfaction. He just pursed his lips and asked a little embarrassedly, may I ask how much control will be given to me after becoming a Nighthawk? By the way, if the salary is okay. Dunn was stunned for 2 seconds, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he slowly said if you're a civil servant, the weekly rate is £2.10 solely, plus a confidentiality and risk allowance of £3. Once you mix and consume the potion to become a Beyonder, the rate will increase to £6. But before that, I hope you'll consider it carefully. As for freedom, well, you'll have your own life in Tingen on weekdays, and we won't interfere too much. However, this job doesn't have any Sundays off, only rotating days off. Well, at least for now. Philip ruffled his short golden hair and stretched. Does this mean that after I become a Beyonder, I'll face some special treatment? That's right. After all, I'm a prisoner. Freedom is an inevitable sacrifice. I'm in. Pop, pop, pop. A dull and subtle clapping sounded, and Leonard Mitchell had an unreal smile on his face. Wow, it looks like we'll have new teammates soon. Welcome to join us. Colleague, he's not a Beyonder yet, Dunn corrected him, then continued with the same expression. We don't have a corresponding potion recipe for the prisoner route, but based on your performance, that doesn't seem to be a problem. You can ask me for the ingredient list later and apply for it yourself through the merit application process. Surprisingly, this is quite humane. Philip nodded, then seemed to think of something. Well, if I provide the sequence 9 potion formula through normal channels, will that count as a merit? I promise, it won't be a prisoner or anything like that. Dunn looked at him deeply, his already weathered eyes now even more unreadable. Of course there's no problem, but it will take time to prove its effectiveness. Until then, get ready for the job. As the sunset's afterglow fell, a 4-wheeled police carriage stopped at 36 Zolant Street. 3 men slowly stepped out of it and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. They arrived in front of a vertical sign that read, Blackthorn Security Company. Is this a disguise for the Nighthawks? Well, if there's a security company in this remote place that should be openly operating, wouldn't it be discovered by someone with ulterior motives? Philip complained inwardly, but he remained silent and followed Dunn, who opened the door. Next to the wooden coffee table in the middle of the room, a brown-haired girl was half lying on a soft armchair, her hands holding a newspaper to cover her face hung limply. Dunn rubbed his brow at this. Leonard, on the other hand, smiled heartlessly, but still reminded, Roseanne, take charge of welcoming the new colleagues. Wow! There was only a cry of surprise, and the girl named Luo Shan sat up, looked at the 3 people who walked in, covered her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Captain, listen to my explanation. Go get an employment contract. Dunn seemed to have long been accustomed to it. He just made a simple request and then said to Philip, you can sit here and wait for a while. Leonard and I need to go change our clothes. Change your clothes? Are they dirty now? Philip's eyes swept over Dunn's black windbreaker and Leonard's untucked white shirt. Although he felt a little strange, he nodded and sat down obediently on the classic sofa used to receive guests. Then the 2 of them followed the anxious Luo Shan's lead and pushed the door open from the next room, entering the inner room and stopping. Philip, who was sitting alone, looked around and then looked at the empty coffee table with a speechless expression. By the way, you didn't even pour a glass of water. With this level of reception, we can only say that there is much room for improvement. A few minutes passed in a flash, and Luo Shan rushed out again, placing 2 copies of the contract, a dark red pen, and ink on the coffee table. This is your employment contract, hey. Well, thank you. Philip suppressed his inner complaints, took the 2 contracts in his hands, and examined them roughly. Not long after, Dunn and Leonard, who had already changed their clothes, walked out from behind the door. They were wearing black and white checkered uniforms and police badge hats, and their epaulets also had 2 or 3 silver 6-pointed stars on them, symbolizing their status as police inspectors. Well, Dunn is the one with 3. Chapter 10. The captain needs a wife. How's it going? Not bad, right? Leonard swept his eyes across the court, struck a few poses, and asked with a smile, looking like a gorgeous peacock. But not everyone paid any attention to him. Philip was afraid that he would be too embarrassed, so he could only nod slowly and respond softly, well, but I'm afraid this has nothing to do with clothes. Leonard's eyes lit up at the subtle and sincere compliment, and he immediately took off his hat and saluted in thanks. I believe it will be a pleasure to spend time with you from now on. Dunn also sat on the sofa at this time, his deep grey eyes also showing a smile. I hope you have understood it enough and have truly made up your mind to join. Yes. Philip nodded, picked up the pen, and was about to sign when Dunn kindly reminded him, but before that, you'd better come up with a new name while only Leonard and I know your real name. As for identification, don't worry about it. Okay, yes, I was so focused on my salary and my plans to become a Beyonder that I actually overlooked this matter. Philip's hand froze in midair, his eyes glazed over for a moment, and then he nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. He had no reason to refuse this offer. After all, the official ID card was free, which was much better than those expensive channels outside. Lawrence Slytherin. Philip lowered his head and pondered for more than 10 seconds. Finally, he broke free from his Chinese inertia and reluctantly came up with a Western name that he could accept. Mr. Smith, do you think this name is okay? Dunn nodded slightly, a glint flickering in his grey eyes, as if he had truly considered it. Well, no problem. I think you can go back and rest. Then come back tomorrow to get your ID, sign the contract, and start work. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to the door, pushed open the outer door and walked out. Leonard followed closely behind him, and soon only Roxanne and Philip were left in the room. Should I call you Lawrence or Mr. Slytherin now? Roselle asked uncertainly, then assured, please rest assured, I won't tell anyone about this. It will definitely have bad consequences. Well, Lawrence is fine. I'm very young. Philip nodded with a smile. When he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly stopped and listened to the steady footsteps outside. The door was pushed open, and Dunn Smith leaned half of his body in. After seeing Philip, he said, I'm glad you didn't leave. I just forgot something. As our civilian staff, it's best to wear formal attire. I hope you have enough savings as your name suggests. Formal attire, indeed. Philip looked down and felt that the clothes he was wearing did not match the classical sofa he was sitting on. The latter looked like it had been ruined and he would probably have to clean it up later. But before that, I have to at least take a shower, otherwise it won't matter what I wear. He nodded and responded, thank you for your advice. I'll go to the hat shop later. After receiving the reply, Dunn said nothing, closed the door silently and left. Luo Shan glanced toward the gate, then leaned over and whispered, as if whispering to someone at school, Lawrence, the captain has a bad memory. You'll just have to get used to it. But next time he asks you to do something important, don't forget it. Boom, the door was suddenly opened again. Dunn Smith's expression remained the same as before. He said calmly, one more thing. Mr. Slytherin, please avoid going to the basement area of the Dragon Bar for the time being. If you really need help, please ask old Neil or go with him. You can meet him tomorrow, or wait for him to come back now. He then turned to look at Luo Shan and said with a humorous smile, Luo Shan, remember to control your expression from now on. An overly exaggerated expression will not only reveal your inner thoughts, but also affect your charm. The door closed again, but silence remained in the room for more than 10 seconds. Philip turned around, suppressed the inexplicable impulse in his heart, and asked carefully, Mr. Smith, how old are you this year? I'm not sure either. Luo Shan's expression didn't look good. She looked towards the door from time to time. After confirming that there was no more movement, she felt relieved. I only know that the captain is in his 30s this year. At least in the 5 years since I joined the company, his memory has not been very good. Oh, maybe he needs a virtuous and sensible wife. Philip said half-jokingly. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but Luo Shan suddenly got excited. Really? I didn't expect you to feel the same way. Let me tell you in secret, I've been thinking this way for a long time. Ms. Daily, I think it's great. Philip's eyelids twitched, and he quickly interrupted, wait, let's not talk about anything else first, tell me who Ms. Daily is. Luo Shan frowned and thought for a while, then said with certainty, Daily is my ideal extraordinary person. She is a psychic, young and promising, a true genius. The confidence and boldness in her words and actions are always fascinating. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with longing. Seeing the other person like this, Philip held his forehead and roughly knew what she was talking about. Then he asked. She does sound like a nice lady, but she seems to be the dominant type. If they're as compatible as you're excited about, they'll end up together sooner or later, right? Well. Hearing this, Luo Shan lowered her head and fell silent. She looked around and then said, actually, I suspect the captain is somewhat interested in Ms. Daily, but because she is so dazzling, he feels reserved and inferior. And Ms. Daily seems to treat the captain differently from the others. Although she lives in Inmat Port, she often finds reasons to submit applications to come to Tingen. Hey? What a melodramatic plot. No, sometimes this is true. No, the reality on Earth is mostly unrequited love. Philip complained inwardly, then asked, so, you didn't do anything to help the relationship between the two? Hearing this, Luo Shan sighed. I can't be sure. What if I'm wrong? The captain is as kind as a father, but he scares me. Ms. Daily is also someone I admire and respect. I see, you really have this idea, are you a matchmaker or a geek? Philip shook his head secretly, stood up, and said, well, I think I understand. I'll observe later. If they're truly a perfect match, and it would be a shame to miss out, I'll try to help out a little. After all, Mr. Smith is a really nice guy. Of course, I might need your help. He waved his hand, pushed open the door of the Blackthorn Security Company, and left. Chapter 11 No. 6 Daffodil Street. On the main street of Zuidaland Street. Philip was about to take a public carriage or a hired carriage back to the hotel to take a shower, but suddenly he remembered the rental information recorded in the newspaper that morning, Mr. Colmar at 13 Zuidaland Street. The other party had a townhouse that needed to be rented out. For him, who was about to earn £3 a week, a little waste was not a big deal. After all, after experiencing Backland's brief but profound baptism, he was no longer picky about material conditions. But Philip glanced at his clothes, shook his head and laughed, if I go out wearing this, I might be kicked out as a homeless person. He gave up the idea for the time being, and followed his memory of the map to find the nearest station. He boarded the public horse-drawn carriage that arrived here shortly afterwards. There happened to be a station here, so he didn't have to take the luxurious trackless carriage that wandered around at random, and it could also save him from the habit of extravagance. The nature of the tram public carriage was equivalent to a combination of buses and taxis on Earth, 1 penny per kilometre, but as long as it was within the city, the fare was limited to 4 pence and there was no further increase in the fare. After getting on the carriage, as the door closed, Philip, who had been relaxed, became distracted. He propped his chin up with his hand, stared out the window blankly, and muttered to himself silently, forget it, this is the only way. No matter how unlucky it is, there will always be a way to get freedom later. Anyway, there is no longer any danger of death, and we can develop slowly. It is impossible for this small city with only a few 100,000 people to have any major problems in the future. He was certain that even if there were evil forces in this broken place, the number of Beyonders would not exceed the double-digit limit. The vast majority of them were probably sequence 9, and it was basically impossible for a mid-sequence to appear. As for the cultists holding rituals and plotting the arrival of a certain evil god? Oh, the world will not develop like some novels and Western fantasy stories. Reality is different from fantasy. There must always be logic. On the already dimly lit street, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked into Wilker's hat shop. A waiter in a white shirt and red vest approached and politely asked, "Sir, what would you like to buy?" Philip couldn't help but raised his hand, thinking carefully in his mind for several times, trying to organize his words, but in the end he just smiled and said all a gentleman should, "Thank you." "Okay," the clerk nodded and asked, "Would you like to see formal suits, shirts, hats, or something else first? Except for the white shirt, why are all the others black?" Philip didn't understand what he was thinking in his heart. After hearing the clerk's question, he thought for a moment and slowly said, "Then let's dress formally first." "Okay." The clerk pointed to the formal suits on the far side of the row, led him there, and began to explain carefully, "Sir, this one is. The matching vest and trousers are both made by a famous master in Tingen. The total price is £7.15 solely. As for this one..." After listening to just a dozen or so words, Philip couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Deep down, he realized something was wrong and felt that his money was trying to escape uncontrollably. Consumerism, no, maybe it's the norm here. He seemed to be listening silently, nodding slightly in response from time to time, but his mind was entirely on the price, ready to choose the cheaper one if he heard it. Although he felt that most of the clothes here looked about the same when he wore them, when he chose a full set of formal wear, he ended up getting the cheapest prices for everything. He felt a little embarrassed to say that he didn't dare to bargain even for a small amount when buying things in his previous life. Not long after, Philip walked out of the fitting room. When he heard the clerk's quote of £8.10 solely, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He walked to the mirror and admired his new face. Only then did he feel better. After getting the change for £1.10 solely and exchanging the two £10 notes for change and checking them carefully, he took the white bull and heartwood cane he had just bought and walked out of the hat shop. He counted the house numbers and began to look for Mr. Colmar's residence. As for the clothes he had taken off, Philip was originally planning to find a place to throw them away, but thinking of the bloody experiences of the past few days, in order to prevent someone from picking them up and using the aura on them to divine his information, he temporarily put them in the Blackthorn security company and handed them over to Roselle for disposal. As his thoughts raced, he had already rung the doorbell of No. 13 Zuideland Street. Soon, a maid in a black and white dress opened the door, lowered her head, and glanced at Philip out of the corner of her eye. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Well, I saw Mr. Wood's house for rent in the newspaper." "Oh, it was in the newspaper from the day before yesterday. I hope I came at the right time." "Of course, you came at the right time." Before the maid could reply, a voice rang out from inside the house. The man, Colmar Wood, appeared to be in his 30s, with a somewhat prim and serious expression. However, upon seeing Philip, who was also dressed in formal attire, his expression relaxed. He extended his hand and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Colmar Wood. If you were my next tenant, I'd be more assured than most other people in Tingen. You're going to rent the property at 6 Daffodil Street, right?" Lawrence Slytherin. Philip shook hands with the other party and replied, "I do want to rent it, but before that, I want to take a look." "Well, that's a very reasonable request." Corma nodded, his lips curled up slightly. "In fact, I was originally planning to go there right now and reflect on what's wrong with my house. That's why no one has contacted me these past 2 days. Don't worry about that now." Philip also smiled and responded humorously, while politely turning sideways to make room for Colmar, and then followed him into a taxi. Arriving at Daffodil Street, Mr. Wood took him to unlock the house with his key and walked in. Philip's eyes were instantly attracted by the neat furniture and environment. "Mr. Wood, this. As you can see, most of the furniture here is refurbished." Corma spread his arms and said with a bit of pride. "And every weekend, I have my maid, Jasmine, come here to clean. Of course, the same will be true from now on. I can guarantee that there won't be a more cost-effective house on all of Daffodil Street. No wonder it's a townhouse, but it's more expensive." Philip sighed inwardly, but he couldn't help but be tempted. After all, he was responsible for cleaning on weekends, so rounding it up saved the cost of a maid. "It's very good. I think I don't need to look at it anymore." He tentatively mentioned the price, but unexpectedly the other party gave in so readily. The rent was 15 solely and 4 pence, and the furniture fee was 8 pence, which together came to 16 solely per week. However, as a price, he had to pay half a year's rent first. The two parties then signed a 2-year contract. Philip counted out £23 in cash from his newly bought wallet and gave it to Colmar, which impressed the other party. He took out the standard contract he carried with him with great satisfaction and signed his name on it. Seeing his name Lawrence Slytherin written on the contract, Philip suddenly felt awkward, but since he had already taken it, he could only suppress it and watch Mr. Wood leave. It went surprisingly smoothly. Philip sat on the sofa, holding a bunch of copper keys in his hand, and couldn't help feeling emotional. After all, he even planned to make up reasons why he came to Tingen in a hurry and didn't bring his identity card. That's right, it's better to say that these are all empty words. Being able to wear formal clothes and have enough cash to prove yourself may be the most important thing. He seemed to have realized something, stood up and began to look around the room to avoid his thoughts continuing to wander on this issue and affecting his mood. A living room that also serves as a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, a basement, 2 guest rooms and 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, a balcony of medium size, and 3 bathrooms on the 2 floors. I am sure this is a bit of a waste, even more wasteful than having 4 bedrooms. Philip's eyelids twitched, and he resisted the urge to cover his face, and directly chose the only bedroom with a bookshelf and walked in. He glanced at the half-filled bookshelf, and after a careful browse, he found that there were no books that were useful to him. He simply took off his clothes, lay down on the cool and comfortable bed, and fell asleep. Chapter 12. Material Application. In the morning, Philip propped himself up, sat on the bed and stretched out in a relaxed manner, feeling that the depression in his heart had eased a lot. He dressed somewhat awkwardly, opened the window, parted the thin lace screen, breathed in a breath of fresh air, and smiled faintly. I originally thought that this kind of peaceful sleep would be a luxury. Maybe we can stop. The pain of fighting the curse during his time as a Beyonder and the experience of witnessing his companions lose control flooded into Philip's mind, causing him to subconsciously clench his hands. Perhaps being a clerk would be much better than this. No, in this extraordinary world, it would be a mistake to stop. When the day comes when his fate is no longer in his control, it would be too late to regret. Even if it is a destined crazy and twisted road of no return, he must see it clearly before he can be willing to accept it. Philip lowered his eyes slightly, sighed in his heart, then went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, then went out directly and took a public carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company. When I pushed the door open, Luo Shan was reading a newspaper with a half-drunk cup of coffee on the table. After hearing the voice and inadvertently turning her head to see Philip, her light brown eyes showed joy. Lawrence, you're here. Do I have such a good relationship with her? Philip was confused, but after completely getting rid of all the distracting thoughts, his mood became relaxed and he smiled lightly. Such a good job, I don't think many people would choose to refuse it. Yes, of course. Well, as long as you don't become a Beyonder, this job will be almost flawless. I've personally concluded this after 5 years. Sorry, I've made up my mind. This kind of advice won't shake me. Philip's smile faltered slightly as he looked at the beautiful girl in the light green lone-style dress before him. He didn't respond directly, but changed the subject. Is Mr. Smith here? Well, the captain is inside. I'll take you in. Luo Shan stood up from the sofa and took Philip into the door next to her and into a corridor that was only more than 10 meters long. There were 3 doors on each side. She walked to the end, turned the handle and pushed the door open. She pointed to the grey-white stone that continued to extend downwards and said, we still have a few more flights of stairs to go down. Well, even though the gas lamps on both sides are bright, you still have to be careful. On Leonard's first day as the Sleepless One, he couldn't control his power and wanted to show off, so he rolled down. As she thought about it, as if she recalled the scene at that time, Roselle couldn't help laughing. Out of politeness, Philip also raised the corners of his mouth slightly, even though he didn't think it was enough to make him laugh. After walking up the spiral staircase, a long corridor paved with stone slabs led to the next path. The symbol of the goddess of night, the holy emblem of darkness on both sides inexplicably made the 2 people feel peaceful. Goddess of Night. Philip stared at one of the badges for a moment, and suddenly had the idea of believing in him from then on. After all, this ability to calm his mood would be very useful for his extraordinary journey in the future. But the original body once believed in the bound god, which was not false. The end of a traitor would basically not be good. He hoped that turning from evil to good would be useful. He sighed leisurely in his heart, and in the blink of an eye he had crossed a crossroads and walked straight to the Chinese gate mentioned by Luo Shan. 7 identical holy emblems of night were engraved on the black iron double doors, but they made Philip feel an indescribable oppression. He held his breath, followed the direction pointed by Roshan, pushed open the door next to him and walked in. Here you are. You look good. Dunn was reading a newspaper at his desk at this moment, with a leisurely and relaxed look in his eyes. He opened the drawer and took out the contract and a piece of thin paper with detailed information about Lawrence Slytherin written on it. Lawrence Slytherin, gender, male, date of birth, July 13, 29, 7. Descendants of fallen aristocrats. Philip then noticed the story Dunn had fabricated for him on the ID. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. It seemed to fit the name he had casually chosen, so he ignored it for the moment and picked up a pen to sign his pseudonym on the two contracts. Sir, Captain Dunn, what is the next task for me? Dunn put a document away from the table and said, before that, I need to know what you are good at. This Philip blinked. He reviewed the memories in his mind, hesitant to speak, Loon, Hermetic, Ancient Hermetic, and Ancient Fisak, as well as some mystical rituals and simple pendulum divination. Is that so? Dunn pulled out the gold watch chain near the chest button of his black windbreaker, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and then asked Philip, who had already picked up the contract, what are your wishes? I want to be extraordinary. Dunn's originally calm expression paused, his grey eyes darkened again. He looked at Philip quietly, then closed his eyes and nodded. What are you going to submit? A potion formula, or information about the Rose School. This will all need to be telegraphed to the sanctuary for review, which will take time. Philip didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the pen again, took the paper from Dunn, and wrote down the formula for the sequence 9 Singer of the Eternal Sun Church's Path. The main materials are the tail feathers of the red firebird and the siren stone. The auxiliary materials are a piece of midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, and a piece of elf dark leaf. The tip of his pen continued to move across the paper. Without stopping, he wrote down the formula for the sequence 9 warrior and the much information he had mastered as a member of the School of Rose. After examining it anxiously, Philip raised his pen slightly and pushed the paper in front of Dunn. He then looked at him and wanted to say something, but after thinking of something, he changed his words and said, "Please give me another piece of paper." "So, you've made up your mind?" Dunn asked, sitting in a chair with 2 pieces of paper he had just put down. He then added, "According to your description, Beyonders of the Prisoner Path will gradually bear the curse until they reach Sequence 8. Yet, you still decided to apply for it together with the Sequence 8 materials." "Yet." Philip resisted the urge to look away, looked directly at the other person, and pretended to be nonchalant, raising the corner of his mouth and nodding. "Yet, I think the merits earned from these things are definitely enough to apply. As for madness and curse, Captain, my parents are temperance people." Dunn tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He remained silent for more than 10 seconds in the suffocating atmosphere before he slowly spoke, "I'll send this to the Holy Hall for review. For the next 2 days, you'll be responsible for coordinating with Luo Shan's work as a way to acclimate to the environment. Don't worry about the rest for now." Chapter 13. Klein Moretti. "Lawrence, I don't think you should be as lazy and boring as Leonard. You won't be popular with women that way." In the reception hall of Blackthorn Security Company, Luo Shan looked at Philip, who seemed to be sinking into the sofa, and complained with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, "I thought you would be an energetic colleague." Hearing this, Philip propped himself up, stretched, and shook his head speechlessly. "I don't want to either, but it's really boring. I have read these newspapers several times. Maybe you can go find old Neil. He has a lot of literature," Luo Shan suggested. "That makes sense. Maybe there's something I haven't seen. At least it's better than just sitting there." Philip nodded and was about to leave when there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Philip and Roxanne exchanged a glance, seeing doubt in each other's eyes. They could only open the door with a little caution. "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" Outside the door was a black-haired young man in a tuxedo and a half-high silk hat. He took off his hat and saluted. He looked at Philip with brown eyes and said sincerely, "Hello, my name is Klein Moretti, and I'm here at the invitation of Dunn Smith. Are you the newcomer?" Philip perked up, but then thought of something more important. He stepped aside and smiled faintly. "I was wondering when you would come. I didn't expect it to be today." "Hey." Klein was a little confused, but he still followed the other party's courtesy and walked into the reception room. "Nice to meet you. My name is Lawrence Slytherin." Philip closed the door and explained, "Actually, I just joined here this morning, just one morning earlier than you. Because I was involved in something. Slytherin, serpents? What Hogwarts? I'm Hufflepuff. The environment there is nice, and there's a kitchen." Overhearing a few words that everyone knew before the time travel, Klein couldn't help but smile. "It seems we look a lot alike. Well, is it so nice to be involved in a mysterious incident? Hey, you're not here just to get a salary, are you? The treatment is really good." Philip glanced at him, feeling a little confused. Then an unrealistic idea popped up in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it in his heart. No, it could also be to touch the extraordinary. Captain Dunn is on duty at Chaunis Gate and can't come out. Mr. Moretti, if you don't mind, I'll take you there. Sorry to bother you. Klein nodded, put his hat back on, and followed Philip into the inner room. Crossing the corridor with 6 offices on each side, he was about to take a closer look when his sight was blocked by a familiar figure. The black-haired, blue-eyed young man, who had once visited his home as a police officer and was as romantic as a poet, was leaning on the door edge of the office on the right side. His untucked white shirt made him look bohemian. Leonard Mitchell. Leonard introduced himself to Klein, then his eyes moved between Klein and Philip. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything else, allowing the two to continue walking forward. 10 seconds after their figures disappeared into the office on the left, Leonard lowered his eyelids slightly and muttered in a voice only he could hear clearly. "Old man, what's going on?" There was silence for a few seconds. Then a chuckle was heard. "Hat, it seems your age has caused your eyesight to deteriorate. You've been blurry after seeing 2 people in a row. Klein, it's just up ahead. That door is the Chaunis Gate. Sorry, you may need to go in on your own." Klein stood in the middle of the underground tunnel's intersection. He looked at Philip, who had taken shelter at the right intersection, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. "Why do you seem so afraid of Mr. Smith?" "Ah." The boy blinked his blue eyes. "No, you misunderstood. The Chinese gate gives me a feeling of oppression. Because of my previous experience, I am not used to it yet, so I should try to avoid this emotion." "That's it, okay, I understand." Klein nodded, accepted the explanation, and walked forward alone. Seeing the other person go away, Philip breathed a sigh of relief, leaned against the wall with a frown on his face, and was stunned for a while. He couldn't understand why he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity when facing this new colleague. An illusion, or did you really see it? He shook his head and walked straight into the half-open iron door at the end of his own road. After pushing it open, the light of gas lamps flickered inside, illuminating the tables and chairs and the white-haired old man in the classic black robe. "Hello, Mr. Neil, my name is Lawrence Slytherin." Philip bowed slightly, then looked up at the other party. His eyes became a little dull, and then he recovered. I want to apply for some documents or books here. They are in the reception room." The wrinkles on old Neil's face moved. He looked at Philip with his somewhat cloudy red eyes, then said with a smile, "It seems that Luo Shan asked you to come. There are indeed some classics here, some of which are very interesting, but Luo Shan said she was tired of reading them." As he said this, he stood up, walked to the bookshelf, pointed his fingers at various places familiarly, and pulled out 2 books. Roselle Gustav. This book records the life of Emperor Roselle, collecting various biographies and deeds of him. However, there are too many people who created, compiled, and edited it, so many things are distorted. "Oh no, wait, you're not old enough to read some of it." Philip asked in confusion. Some adult reasons." Old Neil held the 2 books in his hands, handed the other one to Philip, and opened Roselle Gustav and spread it flat on the table. "If it weren't for the purpose of deciphering the mysterious symbols left by the Emperor, I definitely wouldn't have applied for funding to buy this book." "Oh, adults." Philip nodded, and said nothing obediently. He took the Guide to the Customs and Evaluation of the Northern Continent that old Neil handed over with both hands, walked quietly behind the other party, and leaned over quietly to take a look at the specific content of the so-called 18+. However, the corner of his eye accidentally caught sight of the yellowed pages of the book that old Neil was reading at the desk next to him, and he came to a halt. Philip closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and opened his eyes again, staring at the handwriting in a daze. "Why does this thing look a bit like Chinese?" Senior time traveler, that's quite impressive, he even became the emperor. Mr. Neil, he called out, reaching out his hand and carefully picking up the 3 pages of paper under the old man's gaze. He asked uncertainly, what's written on it? I've never seen this symbol before. Why is it so crooked and ugly? Chapter 14. Roselle's Diary. Hee. Old Neil smiled noncommittally, coughed twice, and shook his head. Emperor Roselle once said something very good: if a leaf blocks your vision, you will only think you see the leaf and ignore the surrounding forest. Isn't this just a case of being blinded by one's own mistakes? Philip nodded with a complicated expression and sighed against his will. Well, this is a very philosophical saying. So we can't be fooled by common sense and appearances. After all, this is a mysterious symbol created by Emperor Roselle, not to mention it's just a copy. Old Neil saw Philip's interest in the diary and spoke. You can also take a look, maybe you can gain something from it. Who can predict what will happen and what won't happen in this world? What the hell is originality? It would be a miracle if anyone in this world could understand it except the time traveler. Philip complained in his heart, but nodded calmly, pretending to carefully ponder the unknown text, but actually taking a quick look. If he were on Earth, he would probably still be scratching his head, tormented as if he were reviewing his hastily written notes in class, but now as a beyonder, it was not difficult for him to force himself to remember the things he could understand. Gradually, his sapphire eyes stayed on one sentence, revealing joy and shock. The key to a potion isn't mastery, it's digestion. It's not discovery, it's acting. And the potion's name isn't just a core symbol, it's a concrete image, and it's the key to digestion. Lawrence. The shouting in his ear made Philip stunned. After a fleeting struggle, he put down the 3 pages of the diary and said casually, I think I have found a clue. Obviously, it's Emperor Roselle's handwriting that's ugly. These words left old Neil at a loss for words. He could only smile and shake his head. What is the basis for your answer? What makes you so sure? Philip picked up the pen on the table, carefully pulled out a piece of white paper, compared it with the first 2 words of the first sentence on a certain page of the diary, and carved it very carefully and meticulously, like a sculptor creating a work that was very important to him. After several tens of seconds, he handed the paper to old Neil. On it were a few words that were shorter, neater, and more pleasing to the eye than the diary September 22nd. This. Old Neil stared at the 6 words in his hand, his slightly cloudy dark red eyes shining brightly. He slapped the paper on the table and exclaimed sincerely, Lawrence, you are a genius. There is no doubt that this is likely a breakthrough. This shows. Well, this shows that. It shows that Emperor Roselle's handwriting is very ugly. Lawrence curled his lips and said frankly, or maybe he just did it on a whim to prevent future generations from deciphering it. Or maybe his private handwriting is just as unruly as his own. Who knows? But there's no doubt that if this discovery is confirmed, it will be useful. After all, you can't just see the leaves, you have to see the forest, right? Old Neil burst into laughter upon hearing this, abandoning the composure that an elder should have displayed. You're right. No discovery can be ignored. Lawrence, could you please copy a note in this handwriting? Well, of course, but it would take a long time, and I would have to make time to come during my normal time. Philip naturally had no reason to refuse, not to mention that he had not yet carefully read the 3 pages of the diary. If there were new diaries here in the future, he could also use this as an excuse to copy and read them at the same time. After the two chatted for a while, Philip stood up and said goodbye, holding the book. When he walked to the intersection outside, he suddenly ran into Klein, who was walking from the reception room. Although it was a coincidence, it would be impolite not to say hello if they met again. He extended his hand and said, You should have signed the contract by now. I hope you can accept this simple and hasty welcome as a new colleague. Thank you. Klein shook hands sincerely, then raised the white strip of paper in his other hand and smiled faintly. However, I need to go to the armory to collect bullets now. I'll excuse myself. Receive bullets, and still get this treatment? I'll ask if I can apply for a gun later. Philip nodded, turned his back to the other party, walked up the stairs again, and came to the reception room of Blackthorn Security Company. In the slightly stuffy environment, a brown-haired girl rested on the sofa, her eyes closed, her hands folded to support her head. The slightly curved corners of her mouth and the gentle sound of her breathing indicated her relaxation. She was just closing her eyes, not asleep. The criminal skills brought by being half a prisoner allowed Philip to keenly understand the other person's physical condition. He walked silently to the soft chair, opened the book and began to read. Da-da-da. Not long after, faint footsteps were heard. The door to the inner room opened, and Klein walked into the reception hall. He met those sapphire eyes. He glanced at Luo Shan beside him, seemed to have made a decision, and quietly walked away. Lawrence, do you know the name of the complete sequence that the church possesses? Listening to the low, somewhat hoarse voice, Philip closed the book and slowly traced the cover with his fingers, outlining the 3 words sleepless without a trace. Then he added in a low voice, actually, this kind of question can be asked directly. Then why don't you just say it? I was staring at you so intently just now. Klein choked, not knowing what expression to put on. He could only continue, then, do you know anything about Beyonders? Let's talk about it next time. When Philip said this, he didn't stop talking. Luo Shan quickly raised her head, blinked her light brown eyes, and looked at the 2 people who were huddled together in confusion. What are you talking about? Nothing. Klein wanted to know the details of the Beyonder. I declined and decided to let him really think it over. Philip lied without a trace of self-awareness. He placed his right hand on Klein's shoulder, signaling him. Klein nodded, yes. When Luo Shan heard the first half of the sentence, she was so excited that she almost expressed it in words, but then she calmed down, nodded in agreement, and said with a sad look in her eyes, yes, every year, some Beyonders sacrifice themselves or lose control. I'm not against others becoming Beyonders, but I just can't help but want to warn everyone. It's too dangerous. To save others caught up in extraordinary events, to fight against the evil extraordinary, to the point where there's the risk of death and loss of control at any time, even the next moment. Their families were left with no choice but to receive the news of their loved ones' deaths and their pensions being cut short while they were living peaceful and happy lives. Rojan's parents were once Beyonders, but they died, so she became like this. Klein lowered his hat and nodded, I understand, but I've made my decision. Is that so? Then let's do it tomorrow. Hey! Klein didn't react for a moment. Philip looked at the setting sun and said calmly, I'll write down the common sense of Beyonders tonight and give it to you tomorrow. While I can't guarantee it will be as objective and comprehensive as Captain Dunn's official Beyonder knowledge, it will definitely be correct. Is there such a good thing? Klein blinked. Really? These 2 words earned Philip a slightly speechless expression. We'll be seeing each other almost every day from now on. How could I possibly lie to you? However, judging by Lawrence's tone, it seemed his identity as a member of the Nighthawks was more than just an ordinary person. Klein pondered this in his heart, but nodded and said, thank you. Chapter 15. Trying to sell again. Philip did not speak, but just stared at the ordinary black-haired boy in front of him, and finally closed his eyes and nodded, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Klein's expression was slightly complicated, but there was no doubt in his eyes, as if he had expected the gaze just now. He turned around and walked towards the street, his fingers unconsciously reaching into his pockets. That was his salary advance. Seeing Klein leave, Philip stroked his forehead and sighed, ah. It seems that this sense of familiarity is not an illusion, and the other party also feels it, but it is probably because of reasons that cannot be said casually, which leads to neither of them daring to be the first to break the window paper. For example, a time traveler, or something else. Forget it, the days are long. What's going on with Klein is true, but what's going on with Mr. Neil? Philip touched his chin, recalling the disgusting feeling just now with some confusion. If you really have a question, asking directly would be dangerous. It would be better to wait until you become a Beyonder and avoid being killed by a sudden attack before asking. He gathered his thoughts and walked into the Blackthorn security company behind him, ready to spend the last moments before the end of this first day of work with the Northern Continent Customs Assessment Guide in his hand. At night, when everything was quiet, the dull sound of a key turning the door lock was heard. As the heavy door was pushed open, Philip walked into the empty and quiet house in a trance and confusion. He sat on the sofa and started to daydream. In the bag he had just put down was the lamb, peas, and potatoes he bought at the market. He spent only 10¼ pennies in total. Of course, this was based on the fact that the quality of the food was not that good. Because of his old habit, Philip just ate dry black bread in the morning and didn't even remember to go to the market early to buy fresh vegetables. It was not until I was halfway in the carriage after get-off work that I remembered that there was no advanced preservation technology in this era. Obviously, it was too late. As night gradually fell, the crimson moonlight shone through the window onto the table, contrasting with the light of the gas lamp and illuminating the simple and unpretentious mutton soup. Peas and chopped potatoes are soaked in the soup together with the lamb. The steaming milky soup is very appetizing. It would be even better if there were chopsticks. Philip looked at the fork and spoon, shook his head and smiled, and finished his dinner without arguing with reality. After doing all this, he turned off the lights in the restaurant, went up the stairs, walked to the room he had chosen, turned on the light at the desk, picked up paper and pen, and began to write. The basic common sense of Beyonders that Klein required was no problem for Philip. He could even expand on it. This wasn't just out of kindness, but also to gain the other party's trust. He accepted the outrageous thing of time travel, but not completely. Philip has adapted to his current life, but that doesn't mean he's willing to be ignorant of the truth behind time travel. If Klein is really a time traveler, then the two of them might be able to discover something by exchanging information with each other. Even if it isn't, figuring out where that inexplicable sense of familiarity comes from is also a gain. The light shone warmly and steadily. Philip stopped writing after writing the last words, looked through it himself, and after finding that there was nothing missing, he prepared to read. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes fell on the last few blank lines of the paper, and some ideas emerged in his mind. It would be a waste if I didn't write it. Philip whispered something, then lightly stroked the pen, adding some strength to the last few lines, and wrote a few lines that would not be ignored. If you are interested in becoming a Beyonder but haven't had the opportunity to accumulate merit, I can provide you with 2 sequence 9 formulas. One is £198, the other is £176. Klein, trust me, compared to all other channels, there's no cheaper than this. After writing this, Philip picked up the paper, turned it back, and looked at the blank space. Forget it, I've already written it, so I'll write some more. The next day. Good morning, Lawrence. Well, good morning. In front of the Blackthorn Security Company, Philip looked at Klein, who greeted him and asked with some confusion, "Why are you standing here? Why don't you go in first?" "Well, my job is a little special." Klein seemed a little embarrassed, but there was no need to hide this from his colleagues, so he told them the task Dunn had assigned to him. To put it simply, it was a paid walk. As for the matter regarding Antigonus's notes, since he was only a civil servant, Klein didn't dare to speak casually, lest it cause any negative consequences. "Damn, I wanted to." Philip was a little envious, but he didn't understand the whole picture and didn't comment any further. He took out a piece of white paper from the reading material he brought out from the bookshelf in the room this morning to pass the time and handed it to the other party. Klein took it, folded it twice, and put it in his pocket, then thanked him sincerely. After watching the other party go away, Philip suppressed the entanglement in his heart and entered the security company. "Good morning, Roxanne." The brown-haired girl, who was reading a magazine with a smile on her face, stood up reflexively with her hands on the table. Then she reacted and complained while holding her chest. "Lawrence, why can't I hear you walking or opening the door?" "Because I'm a prisoner." Holding your breath, keeping quiet, and walking silently are simple criminal techniques. They're easy to use against ordinary people. Philip sat on the sofa and waved his hand. "My situation is a little special, you probably don't want to know, trust me." Luo Shan was speechless for a moment. After a long while, she blinked and said suddenly, "Oh, by the way, the captain said that you can go find him today because that matter has come to a conclusion." "The results are out, so soon?" Philip was surprised at first, and then a little worried. This meant that the application he submitted was very likely to have been rejected. If so, then he would have a headache. In order to gain trust, he had explained all the information except the time travel, the shadow world that he himself did not know the details of and could not enter for the time being, an Mr. Fool's Tarot Club. However, Sequence 9 materials should be acceptable, as they don't involve curses. If they are rejected, then it will be really difficult. Philip nodded and, according to Roseanne's words, went to an office in the corridor. "Captain, good morning, that result." Because of the weather and the stuffy heat inside, Dunn didn't take off his windbreaker and hat to the coat rack. At this moment, he was wearing a white shirt and a black vest, sitting on a chair, and his tone was emotionless. Lawrence, you're lucky. No, that's not the right word. The response from the Holy Temple was incredibly fast. The answer is approved. I've already given the materials to old Neil. I'll write you a document now. Chapter 16. Taking the potion. Philip blinked twice, stunned for a moment, and only reacted after Dunn started stamping. It's not what I expected. Why is it so fast? Dunn stamped the seal and moved the white note to the edge of the table. His grey eyes grew deeper. In addition, news has come from the Holy Temple that the Rose School of Thought has been experiencing unusual movements within the Kingdom of Loan, with a large number of them arriving in Ahawa County. Hiss. Upon hearing the news, Philip felt his heart sink. Fortunately, it was not accurate to Tingen, and it probably had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, he would probably fall to the ground and prepare to start over. After all, he was completely unable to fight. So that's how it is. Because of this unusual movement, the Holy Church has attracted their attention. They are paying attention to the information I provided about the Rose School of Thought. The application for materials is just a side issue, but one more thing. Dunn tapped the table with his fingers and said in a serious tone, the Holy Temple says that you are now forbidden to leave Tingen and cannot become a formal member, even if you have enough merits left. And once you've been promoted to Sequence 8 Madman, we'll conduct strict audits and surveillance on you for an unlimited period. It will only be gradually phased out after we confirm that your ideas are indeed so-called moderation and that you are capable of resisting curses and madness. As for the potion, if you have confidence in yourself, you can mix it with old Neil later. As expected, I would be suspected. Philip sighed silently in his heart. He had expected this. After all, although he was a member of the Temperance faction, he had no way to verify his identity. After taking the IOU from Dunn's desk, he did not raise any objections. He bowed to express his gratitude and then left the office. The man sitting on the chair clasped his hands together and rested them on the table. He stared at the door with his deep grey eyes and did not speak for a long time. Good morning, Mr. Neil. In the warehouse of the Nighthawks, Philip had figured out the character of the old man in front of him because of what happened yesterday. So he didn't act reserved and greeted him sincerely and relaxedly. But the unacceptable strangeness that emanated from the other person still lingered in his heart. Oh, Lawrence, good morning. Old Neil was still sitting in his chair. When he saw Philip coming over, a smile appeared on his face. Well, I'm glad to have you two here, little ones. Haha, you should have met Klein too. Yes. As Philip answered, he walked to the other side and placed the IOU given by Dunn on the table. Oh, let me see, those materials are yours. Old Neil took the IOU in his hand and looked at it carefully. Then he stood up with his two somewhat shriveled hands supporting the table, opened the drawer, and took out a key. Wait here for a moment. Of course, you can also take this opportunity to help me write a copy of Emperor Roselle's diary. He smiled and winked at Philip, then walked into the inner room and opened the iron door with the key. Can't ask for it. Philip was quite happy about this, and naturally sat down in the seat where old Neil had just sat, picked up a pen and began to write. Then he complained in his mind about the handwriting of this senior time traveler. Could it be that he is taking advantage of the fact that no one else can understand Chinese and just letting himself go and writing nonsense? I feel like my self-discipline is not very good. With his thoughts swirling, Philip didn't dare to hurry. He rewrote Roselle's handwriting, stroke by stroke, as if carving, with a slightly stiff yet careful hand. Compared to the original, this pleasing version was instantly noticeable to anyone with a sense of beauty and ugliness. Not long after, with two soft sounds, Philip, who had entered the state, returned to reality. He turned his head and saw a small silver box placed at his hand. Hard bind, and grey mud. Oh, I don't know why you need these for your potion, but they are really expensive. Be careful. Old Neil opened the box and showed what was inside. There was a black vine covered with thorns, seemingly surrounding something, and a tightly wrapped brown bottle with a bubbling sound coming from inside. Apart from that, the other three materials are much simpler and more normal, including scattered blade fragments, green oval fruits, and a few drops of golden juice. You can check if there is anything missing. Old Neil reminded. No, no need. Philip raised his hand and touched the brim of his half-top hat with his fingers, trying to hide the complex emotions flashing in his eyes. I think after going through the two procedures of the church and Mr. Neil, there will be no problem. Old Neil smiled and shook his head, then patted him on the shoulder and walked straight outside. Come with me to the alchemy room to mix the potion. Alchemy room, where else could this be? Philip was puzzled, but he closed the box, picked it up, followed the other person, came to the intersection, and entered the last road leading to the church of St. Selena. When he followed old Neil silently to the middle of the road, the other party pressed the wall casually. With a vague sound, a secret door was opened. Beakers, balances, test tubes and other chemical instruments that were a little simpler than those in his previous school, as well as crystal balls, dark holy emblems, large iron pots and other extremely mysterious things, gave Philip a silent visual impact. Just as Philip walked in blankly, old Neil patted him on the shoulder and smiled casually, although I am reluctant to part with these expensive equipment, if you insist, you can leave the mixing of the potion to yourself. Don't be afraid of damaging it. After all, just because I like the old ones doesn't mean I hate asking for money to buy new ones. Hearing these slightly teasing words, Philip's heart, which had been a little nervous because of Dunn's news, relaxed. He smiled silently twice and handed the small silver box to the other party. Concocting potions is actually not difficult. In other words, as long as you know the formula, know how to control the dosage, and know how to safely put the extraordinary ingredients into the big iron pot, there will be no failure cases. Old Neil prepared the potion with his skilled craftsmanship. Not long after, a cup of viscous liquid mixed with blood and grey was handed to Philip. Smelling the nauseating smell, he had to hold his breath and drank the prepared prisoner potion under the moved gaze of the knowledgeable old Neil. In an instant, the dead liquid in the mouth burst into life and heat, like a demon that wanted to corrode the body, flowing straight to all parts of the body. Philip's eyes turned crimson. He leaned forward, holding his heart tightly with his right hand, feeling the stinging pain of the thorns, and using this to keep himself sane and sober. In the gradually blurring vision, the scene of the shadow world emerged. Beyond the solitary burning embers, at the end of the boundless darkness, came an angry, disdainful, and suffocating roar. I see you, thief. Chapter 17. Tracking. Lawrence, Lawrence. The anxious shouts in his ears made Philip's eyelashes tremble. He had to move his body with some effort to convey the news that he was still alive. After more than 10 seconds, the strange feeling in his limbs and lungs eased. Philip opened his eyes and looked at old Neil, who was obviously relieved. At this moment, the old man slowly helped him up and muttered. Oh, thank God, it doesn't look serious. You were unconscious for a good half-minute. Half a minute, Philip's expression became a little strange. Old Neil noticed this and patted his head lightly with his palm. He said unhappily, if you remain unconscious for even a moment longer, who knows what will happen after I report to Dunn. It's really strange. I've seen so many people take sequence 9 potions, but you're the only one who has developed such a serious problem as a coma. Haha. Philip smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I don't know what happened, but nothing seems to have happened now. You see, I'm in great shape. He raised his arm and spun around, signaling old Neil to rest assured. If Dunn learned of this matter, which was likely to get out of control, his already somewhat damaged reputation would easily collapse. Old Neil didn't say anything. He tapped his brows twice, then stared at Philip's body. It's amazing. You solved the spiritual leakage problem so quickly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be sure you were a newly promoted Beyonder. After a long silence, he nodded and continued, well, you're right. Strange things always happen in the mystic world. I was thinking of having you try clairvoyance, but for now, to be safe, you should just learn meditation to stabilize your state. I know both of these things. Philip felt a little helpless, but he didn't dare to show it. He just nodded and said, okay, what should I do? Well, I'm not sure if you did that just now. Imagining an object in your mind and then replacing it with something that doesn't exist in this world is like entering a meditative state. Ah, is that how it is done? Philip, who was originally full of confidence, paused for a moment. His thoughts turned and he came up with a more compromising and problem-free solution. In the invisible darkness, Philip gradually outlined a little man with the same appearance as himself, and then he continued to work hard, trying to replace the little man with the appearance of the earth. With the familiarity in his memory, he successfully reproduced it, a thin boy with black hair and black eyes, wearing glasses and a frugal black and white style of clothing. After completing these, what old Neil said about entering a meditative state was actually successful. He felt his spirituality extending inch by inch, and the only thing left to do next was the final step of conclusion. However, at this moment, a dim black-red light suddenly appeared in Philip's little heart, as if something was about to burst out. This is the inescapable inner madness and desire that the prisoner path cannot escape. But in the next moment, several chains tightly wrapped around the little man's body and continuously exerted pressure inwards, locking all the black and red light inside his body. This is the temperance method of meditation. Philip was relieved that nothing unusual happened this time. When he regained consciousness, he met old Neil's gaze again. Seeing this, the other party waved his hand and said, "Okay, you should go find Dunn." "Oh, what trouble? But finally I have embarked on this road of no return." Philip nodded slightly and left the alchemy room with old Neil. They came to the center of the intersection, only to find Klein and Dunn standing there, seemingly talking about something. "Captain, what happened?" Philip was walking in front, so he quickened his pace and stepped forward to ask. The two men turned around. Klein chuckled twice and turned his head to look at Dunn. After seeing Dunn nod slightly, he said, "I was followed on the road and just came here from the secret passage of the church." "Okay? Are you being hunted too?" Philip held back from saying this, and just frowned and asked, "What are your plans now?" "The captain keeps me in business as usual." Klein didn't hide this. "Well, that shouldn't be a problem." When Philip was about to say goodbye and leave, Dunn, who had been silent just now, stopped him and said calmly, "Mr. Slytherin, you can take a day off today to get used to taking potions." Lawrence became an extraordinary. Hearing this, Klein subconsciously turned his head to look at Philip. The latter nodded slightly after sensing his gaze, as a response. "I still don't know when I can become a Beyonder." Klein sighed silently in his heart and then returned to the road leading to St. Selena's Church. "Captain, is Klein okay?" As Klein gradually walked away, Philip asked out of kindness and concern. Dunn glanced at him sideways, his grey eyes tinged with subtle scrutiny. "Don't worry. No matter what the situation is, at least the people following Klein will definitely not take his life now. After that, we'll deal with it. So, don't worry about it." Philip, who was originally worried about his fellow countryman who was suspected of being a time traveler, stopped worrying about it and prepared to go home and have a good rest as Dunn said. "Stop by to buy some fresh vegetables." However, he hadn't taken a few steps when Dunn, who was also following behind him, said, "I almost forgot one thing. Come with me to Iron Cross Street later." Philip turned his head in surprise. "Why? Is there some extraordinary case near Iron Cross Street? If that's the case, I don't mind sleeping on the sofa in the reception room tonight. Narcissus Street and Iron Cross Street are very close, and his bad luck can't withstand any accidents. It's not that serious." Dunn smiled, a slight but noticeable smile that was a departure from his usual serious demeanor. "It's just that I think, Klein, as your colleague, you should lend a hand during the holidays, right?" "Hey!" Philip blinked, then reacted immediately with a subtle expression. "But it shouldn't be difficult for the nighthawks to handle this kind of thing. It's not necessary. Use your relationships with colleagues and seek opportunities to assist if needed. You know, it's extremely important that these matters remain hidden from the general public." Dunn's smile faded, gradually transforming into his familiar solemn expression. "We'll be following Klein closely to catch the pursuer. We're bringing you along just in case. Your abilities will come in handy at many moments." "This is a holiday?" Philip's eyelids twitched and he nodded slightly stiffly. Or does what the other party meant by adapting to the potion mean using his abilities directly on the field? Then he had nothing to say. Chapter 18. Poor Ghost. Now, I should be able to watch it. Klein had just had a sumptuous dinner with his brother Benson and sister Melissa, under the pretext of finding a new job. Now, he sat in his room, looking at the illuminated tabletop, his fingers reaching into his pockets, feeling a little conflicted. No, there's nothing to hide. This is just common sense for Beyonders. Private investigators wouldn't be able to see so much detail, and they might not even understand it. Klein took the folded white paper out of his pocket, unfolded it with a little excitement, and read the words on it silently. The concise and easy-to-understand text allowed him to quickly digest and absorb all that Philip had written. He even felt unsatisfied and longed for more, but that was not realistic. Lawrence's writing is truly excellent. Perhaps he'd be suited to writing textbooks or becoming a teacher, Klein thought. Then, his gaze gradually shifted downwards, spotting the prominent note: if you are interested in becoming a Beyonder but haven't had the opportunity to accumulate merit, I can provide you with 2 sequence 9 formulas. One is £198, and the other is £176. Hey! Klein tilted his head slightly, caught off guard by the sudden sales pitch. His eyes were fixed on the 2 prices, which he didn't know how long it would take him to earn, and he fell silent. Even if you sell me, you won't get that much money. Klein shook his head slightly, closed his eyes, and exhaled, ready to find an opportunity to explain to the other party the cruel truth that he was just a poor guy. He picked up the paper and flipped through it reluctantly. He unexpectedly discovered the words in the back corner of the white paper. Although obscure, they were visible even with a quick glance. Hello. If you can understand it, you should know what it means. Well, that's it. Klein was stunned on the spot, his eyes sizing up the 2 short and exquisite lines of text. After more than 10 seconds, he supported himself on the table with both hands, his body leaned down, and he trembled involuntarily. A very soft and comfortable laugh came out of his mouth. Short-lived, yet irresistible. The restraint command from his brain conflicted with the joy that was about to fill his chest. Klein took 2 deep breaths before he finally adjusted. Gradually, Klein's voice faded. But the smile on his face still lingered a little, and he had already grasped the white paper in his hands, tightly clenching it. He stood up from the chair, took a few steps back, and fell onto his bed. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Klein's expression calmed down, and the fingers gripping the paper involuntarily increased their strength. He found his own kind. Perhaps this has no practical use, but it is really important to Klein. He doesn't belong here. He is Zhou Minggrui. Whether he is holding a luck-changing ceremony or planning to become an extraordinary person, all of this is for the purpose of returning home, returning to the place that truly belongs to him. Mrs. Slyn from the bakery, the captain, and old Neil of the Blackthorn security company, and even his current family members Melissa and Benson, had no real relationship with him and could not bring him a true sense of belonging. In other words, when facing someone who is also a time traveler, he can take off his thickest mask. Klein was still a little excited. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He kept telling himself that now was not the time to recognize each other. At least wait until this little thing is over and the person spying on me is dealt with. I'm afraid it won't be easy to fall asleep tonight. Klein stood up again, looked at the bed, shook his head and smiled. He turned off the gas lamp, then stood in the darkness with his eyes closed for dozens of seconds before taking a step, quickly taking off his shoes, and diving into the bed. The pure white quilt bulged out into an oval shape at night and moved left and right. It was not until half an hour later that the oval fell silent. The dim afterglow illuminated his drowsy consciousness. Klein opened his eyes hazily and stood up, only to find Dunn Smith, wearing a black windbreaker, standing in the room. He stood there, and after seeing Klein wake up, he spoke calmly, "Someone broke into your room and used your revolver to distract him. Let Lawrence handle the rest." Lawrence? Klein's heart tightened, and his pupils subconsciously constricted, but he immediately feigned indifference and asked with some concern, "Lawrence? Can he do it alone? Is it too much of a stretch? There's no need to worry about this issue." Dunn spoke as his figure began to dissipate in the darkness. "Lawrence's abilities are perfect for this situation. We just did a simple test. In fact, even if there are any setbacks, we can still provide assistance." As the last word entered his mind and was heard by his ears, Klein's consciousness returned to reality. Facing the unfamiliar figure silently rummaging through the desk, he remained surprisingly calm. He reached under his pillow, pulled out his revolver, pointed it at the other person, and chuckled softly. "Sir, burglary is not honorable." The man was so frightened that he straightened up and turned around very carefully. After confirming the situation, he froze in place, not daring to make any more movements. Klein's gaze was fixed on the door, which had been opened at some point. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, his eyes darting around before returning to the intruder, pretending to confirm whether he had any accomplices. Pft, pft, pft. In the silent night, Klein could clearly feel his heartbeat quickening, but his mind told him not to show any sign of abnormality. He spoke as calmly and slowly as possible to further divert the other party's attention. "Sorry, please keep this action. I'm just an innocent person. This gun is just for self-protection. I don't really want to use it to take other people's lives." The intruder raised his hands, but there was no fear in his heart. His blue eyes flashed with ferocity and threat. This action, which should have been futile, made the guy holding the gun open his eyes wide. What does it mean? He is even afraid of this. This thought emerged in the intruder's mind and could not be stopped. He subconsciously wanted to continue testing, but the black cloth strip passed by the bottom of his field of vision. The next moment, his mouth and nose were covered. The thin man opened his eyes wide and struggled hard, but what followed was a hemp rope around his neck. At this moment, Philip was clutching the cloth strips and hemp rope, with his feet on the intruder's back. He roughly judged the intruder's limit based on his strength and size, and involuntarily increased his strength a bit. The weak sobs and struggles were absorbed by the silent night. They echoed in the room and dissipated in the room without disturbing any living creature. Ha! Philip stepped on the invader whose resistance was gradually fading, and yawned very restrainedly. His eyes were slightly red, and crystal liquid was flowing out. Klein, good evening, good evening. Chapter 19. The long dark night continued, but there was now a person sleeping peacefully in the room. After a long time, Dunn Smith, who was already in the room, stood up and said calmly he came from a mysterious organization called the Secret Order, founded in the Fourth Epoch. The Antigonus family's notes originated from them. Due to the negligence of a member, they ended up on the antique market and were acquired by Welch. They went out this time to retrieve this notebook. Isn't this outrageous? After hearing Klein's explanation of the general situation surrounding the notes, Philip blinked and raised this question from the bottom of his heart. A notebook passed down from a secret family in the Fourth Epoch, one so significant that the Secret Order dispatched numerous individuals to desperately search for it, was actually sold on the market due to negligence? If it was a case of negligence on the part of multiple people, then this secret society should be discontinued. The entire organization should be packed up and sent to the night watchman's cell just to improve performance. It would be a disgrace to the Beyonders and the secret organization. If a member of the Secret Order was alone and could carry the notebook outside, he should have had some experience and intelligence, and it would be absolutely inappropriate for him to do such a thing. There is a problem. It is really strange. It's so strange that it can't be accepted without arousing suspicion. Philip pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then reminded, Captain, the loss of this note seems to be very problematic. I know. Dunn nodded, his tone remaining calm and unchanged. The notebook was most likely lost due to external factors unknown to us, but the most important thing now is to find it. Okay, I hope there won't be any big problems. Philip retracted his gaze from Dunn, knowing that it was inconvenient for him to say anything more given his current status, so he had to give up. At this moment, Klein, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but ask, Lawrence, how did you do that just now? I didn't even notice when you entered the room. Is it the ability of the Sleepless One? When Philip heard his words, he became a little excited, couldn't stop sneering silently, his chest heaving, and pointed to his eye sockets with his fingers. The meaning was self-evident. After a few seconds, he sighed, calmed down, rubbed his eyes, and explained, it's the prisoner. I have a strong body and sharp perception, as well as many criminal skills. Just now, I used the breath-holding and silent steps. Prisoners, criminal skills. Klein's mouth twitched. He recalled the words he had heard before, such as midnight poet, sailor, and audience. Then he thought of Philip's prisoner and didn't know what to say. Haha, don't worry. I was born half a prisoner, and this cannot be changed, but I know how to control myself. Well, I'll explain it to you when I have the chance. Philip anticipated Klein's strange reaction. He patted him on the shoulder and explained carefully, and the reason you didn't notice anything is because you're not a Beyonder yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed your help just now. I see. Klein nodded, his desire for Beyonders growing stronger. Then Dunn suddenly asked, Mr. Moretti, do you wish to become a Beyonder? Now. Faced with this unexpected good news, Klein subconsciously took a manual breath. He looked at Dunn, waiting for him to explain. You contributed to the capture of the members of the Secret Order this time. Becoming a Beyonder will improve your self-preservation abilities and inspiration, making it even more helpful in finding the notes. Of course, this isn't mandatory, it's entirely up to you. Dunn explained, and finally said, of course, your merits are still a little short, so you can only choose from the complete sequence other than Sleepless. Which sequence 9s can I choose from? Klein asked without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Dunn glanced at Philip calmly and listed the 5 options: corpse collector, mystery peer, diviner, chanter, and warrior. As these sequences were explained and analyzed, Klein, who had originally dreamed of becoming a beyonder immediately, gradually became dazed and entangled. Bang dang! The clear, yet slow sound of a door opening came from behind. A cold, pale man in a black windbreaker walked over, bowed slightly to Dunn, and then carried the stalker on his shoulder and walked out. Dunn watched the other person leave, then turned to the other 2 people present and began to introduce them: body collector, Fry. Looking at that scene, and thinking about the corpse collector's potion requiring dried black-spotted frogs, Klein suddenly felt a little nauseous and gave up, forcing himself to think further. "Captain, can you let me think about it?" "Of course, there's no need to rush." A smile appeared on Dunn's originally indifferent face. He took off his hat, bowed slightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Next Monday morning, just give me an answer. Don't put a dazzling filter on beyonders. You know the reason. Calm down, think rationally, and listen to your deepest thoughts. The captain is such a nice guy. He really wants us to just be civilians and live our lives out. It's a pity that Klein, like me, won't listen." Philip sighed inwardly as he watched Dunn disappear through the doorway. He glanced sideways at Klein, only to find his prophetic yet hesitant expression. After a brief moment of confusion, he suddenly had the answer. "Well, now is not the time." Philip pointed his fingertips at the corner of his mouth, which was slightly raised, and then waved his hand. His expression was indifferent, but his tone was a little tired. "I don't mind giving you some advice, but I'm really sleepy right now. Come find me at No. 6 Narcissus Street tomorrow afternoon, Oregon evening. I'm planning on taking some time off to rest." Klein nodded and watched silently as the young man in front of him left the room. He closed the door behind him. After briefly gathering his mind, his first thought came to mind: Daffodil Street. It's nearby. I think I could walk there directly, or even take a carriage without paying. In the quiet street, Philip walked to Dunn, who was standing not far away. The cold wind blew across his windbreaker, taking away some noise and leaving only loneliness. "Captain, that... I know, it's the holidays." Dunn smiled, much more often than usual. His grey eyes lingered on the street, and he said casually, "Lawrence, I have to admit that your abilities are much more convenient at night than those of us sleepless ones. I'm planning to arrange some combat training for you to utilize your strengths in this area. What are your thoughts? Just take 2 hours out of every day off. Combat course." Philip almost thought he was hallucinating. Memories of the cram school on Earth surfaced in his mind, making him instinctively repulse it. He quickly waved his hand. "Captain, that's not necessary. The prisoner's abilities don't require any other techniques. Can I still have a good vacation?" Chapter 20, Re-entering the Shadow World. "Indeed, you are still a civilian." Dunn nodded without denying anything. He remained silent for a full 10 seconds, even raising his hand to stroke his chin. He then continued, "I think you've adapted to the environment at Blackthorn Security Company. You can go to the civilian office the day after tomorrow. As for work, some people didn't renew their civilian contracts this month, and some have joined the Nighthawks, so you can take over their jobs. Luo Shan will explain the details to you when the time comes." It sounded like they didn't want me to just sit around and get paid. I had to work, but I had to attend the tarot club that day. Philip felt a little bitter, but after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I'll find an opportunity when the time comes. Even if it's work, it shouldn't be too busy, and the whole tarot club should only take less than 10 minutes. But just to be on the safe side." After that, we decided to take a break every Monday. After saying goodbye to Dunn, Philip set out on his night journey again. The difference from before is that he has now become a prisoner. He can be very sensitive to any disturbance and avoid being frightened by paranoia. The crimson moonlight illuminated the way forward, but for him it was as uncomfortable as being under the scorching sun. After subconsciously calculating the time of the next full moon, Philip realized that he was no longer cursed. Faced with the original Philip's fear of the full moon, even though he had prepared in advance, he still felt a little unsure. After all, this was only the initial curse, and there was still a long way to go. While thinking this, Philip unknowingly walked to the door of his house. After returning home, Philip drank a glass of water and went straight upstairs to the bathroom. After wiping his face with a towel, he returned to his room, took off his clothes and went straight to sleep. The abyssal black sky above fell into silence, and the boundless shadow stretched out its corrosive claws towards the faint and tiny embers. The flames continued to burn, illuminating the surroundings and forcing the shadows out of the light. Ah! In this strange environment, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy rolled on the ground, shouting in a powerless and spiritless voice. You made me come when I should have been sleeping. Philip let out a breath, and after venting his emotions, he suppressed his sleepiness in his heart, propped himself up, and continued to look around with his eyelids. Boom! At this moment, a pitch-black arm broke through the scorched area, and its 5 fingers dug deep into the ground. The powerful sense of strength displayed by the bulging veins and the constantly breaking soil tugged at his heartstrings. The black humanoid monster slowly stood up, its scarlet eyes scanning Philip, who was illuminated by the flames, and slowly took a step forward as the latter's breathing became increasingly heavier. Death surrounding black air gradually surged as the monster approached. The flames that had been burning steadily suddenly became erratic. Philip also felt a sudden pain in his brain. He gasped and tried desperately to think of a countermeasure. As his thoughts wandered, his eyes suddenly widened. He remembered the hint given to him by Mr. Fool and immediately looked around. Finally, his gaze rested on the flame behind him. I can only give it a try. Mr. Fool, please bless me. Philip sighed inwardly. His spiritual intuition told him that he must not let the monster in front of him get close to the flames, but he couldn't set foot in the darkness outside. The risk of fighting at that time will be too high. He has to worry about his front and back. If the fire behind him that is closely related to him cannot be used, he can only bite the bullet and fight. Philip quickly ran to the flames and immersed his palm in them, bringing out the warm and hot residual flames, which burned silently at the fingertips of his 5 fingers. He took a deep breath, then clenched his fist, gathering the flames and throwing them directly at the monster, which was only a few steps away. Brilliant flame patterns emerged on its pitch-black body, extending further and further around him before finally exploding, creating a dazzling vortex of flames that commanded admiration. Hey, hey! Philip fell to the ground, holding his forehead and gasping for breath, watching the remaining whirlpools swirling and bringing an object in front of him. It was a grayish-white ball of light that looked like a miniature brain. When he saw this thing for the first time, Philip's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't even care about being tired. He took it in his hands and observed it carefully to confirm that his judgment was correct. That's right, this is Sequence 8 of the Prisoner Pathway, the beyonder characteristic of the madman. Philip's thoughts seemed to be instantly washed away and swallowed up by the vast sea, sticky, stagnant, and deep, and there was no way to find the answer. Why? The 3 short words kept echoing in his mind. Philip's fingers gently stroked this extraordinary characteristic. A huge doubt suppressed the joy of obtaining it. He shook his head and murmured. In the shadow world, a monster from the Prisoner Pathway has appeared. It seems the connection is very clear. Moreover, this unusual movement has even increased my potion digestion progress. But what should I do next? Philip frowned and began to worry. If the situation was as he thought, then this monster equivalent to Sequence 8 would only be the tip of the iceberg of the shadow world, but he was only a weak Sequence 9 now. I can only find a chance to ask Mr. Fool. Philip clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and devoutly recited a few words of praise the fool. Then, he held up the extraordinary characteristics of the madman with his hands, walked to the edge of the flame, and immersed himself in it as he had done before. On Sunday, the morning light remains. Philip sat on the bed, holding the extraordinary characteristics that appeared next to his pillow after waking up. After staring at it for a long time, he exhaled. Whatever. Anyway, the flame solved the pollution. Now I can use it without any worries. It won't work if I'm afraid of this or that. If all else fails, there's always Mr. Fool. Now, this extraordinary characteristic of madman can be said to have come at the right time. Philip's current situation is not very good. Due to the inexplicable changes in the Rose School, he is now extremely embarrassed. Not only can he not leave Tingen, he can't even join the Nighthawks team. If he revealed his desire to take a step further on the prisoner path under such circumstances, Philip had reasonable grounds to suspect that he would most likely be monitored and scrutinized in prison. But now, he no longer has this concern. Using extraordinary characteristics to replace the main materials, as long as the main materials are solved, it will be easy to obtain the other auxiliary materials. You just need to make up some acceptable reasons. He didn't have to worry about his spiritual energy escaping after his promotion because of the special nature of the temperance meditation, and he had gotten used to the curse during the full moon. As long as he wasn't in the sight of the night watchman, there wouldn't be any problem. After making up his mind, Philip found an iron cigarette box left by his landlord, Mr. Colmar, and placed his beyonder characteristics inside it. He used a silver knife to create a spiritual wall for the box and then hid it under the bed. After doing all this, he put on his clothes, washed up briefly, and walked out of the house. Chapter 21. Dragon Bar, Underground Trading Market. The people coming and going were strange yet familiar, and occasionally someone would look at Philip with strange eyes. He lowered the brim of his hat slightly, not feeling surprised. After all, he had just been invited by the Nighthawks to drink tea 2 days ago. There were quite a few people there at the time. Because they were too sleepy to remember the details of the incident, no one knew what they imagined. Fortunately, it has little impact on shopping. After buying some auxiliary materials again, Philip stood up again and prepared to continue his action. Suddenly, inspiration was aroused. This strange feeling made him turn his head and look not far away. In the corner, a young man with a pale face and messy black hair walked out slowly with a somewhat unsteady step. His eyes, already bloodshot, stared intently at Philip, and he laughed wildly, excitedly, yet weakly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Darkness, despairing darkness, boundless darkness. Ah! 2 streams of bright red blood flowed out from his tightly closed eyes. The young man rolled over and screamed in pain, but still struggled hard and crawled towards Philip. The palms and worn linen shirts moved on the ground, leaving irregular red marks. The whole scene looked very strange and out of tune with the peaceful crowd around it. Philip watched silently, then turned his head slightly and asked the stall owner next to him, who looked nonchalant, "Who is he?" "Ha!" The fat boss, sitting cross-legged on the ground, sighed inexplicably, looking over there, his tone revealing a hint of disdain and indifference. "His name is Adamisal. We all call him Monster. He's always like this, crazy and mad. He sees and hears things that others can't see, so he's never normal." At first, some fools tried to help this unfortunate parentless guy, but it was useless. This guy's fate is only madness and death. It was destined from birth, and the people who should be responsible for this are nowhere to be found. Philip the Monster was silent for a moment, then asked, "Who gave him this title?" "Everyone says that, but the earliest one I remember." The boss narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and then said, "The profiteer owner of a bar. The owner of the Dragon Bar, Swain? Since he could maintain this underground trading market with beyonders, he must be no ordinary person." Philip nodded slightly, confirming his guess. The monster path of the life school. The other party was probably born with half a sequence 9 in this path. Because he had not taken the magic potion, he was unable to control his powerful inspiration, which led to the disaster. "Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do." Philip shook his head, ready to ignore the other party and go find the final auxiliary materials needed for the madman's potion. "Flame, flame." However, the whispers from behind made him stop where he was, having just walked a few steps away. Turning around, he saw the young man lying on the ground, raising his hand with difficulty, and pointing tremblingly at Philip, trying his best to touch something. Seeing the pale fingers drooping and resting on his shoes, Philip held down his half-top hat, lowered his head to look at the other person, then closed his eyes and let out a sigh as if helpless. The midday sunlight poured through the bay window into the living room, which was used as a living room. Philip held the wooden box containing various extraordinary materials in one hand and put the bunch of copper keys into his pocket with the other. He looked at Admisal, who had his head lowered almost into the ground, holding a bag of food in his hand, and his body trembling uncontrollably, and said helplessly, "Adamisoyer, right." The latter shuddered twice and nodded hurriedly. Having previously embarked on an extraordinary journey, and now bringing home this unfortunate fellow who will inevitably die sooner or later, I'm truly adept at asking for trouble. Philip internally grumbled, then spoke softly, "I've already embarked on this extraordinary journey, and now I'm bringing home this unfortunate fellow who will inevitably die sooner or later. I'm truly adept at asking for trouble. We'll talk about business later, let's get ready for dinner first." Having said that, he ignored the other person, took the ingredients from him, and walked straight into the kitchen. In the living room, Admisal, who had been lowering his head, suddenly froze. He raised his head and looked towards a certain place following the sound of footsteps. Even though his eyes were closed, surprise and shock were still revealed on his face. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, and seemed to have said something, but the noise from the cafeteria drowned out the sound. In the silence, the aroma of the dishes filled the air and gradually increased. The mixed smell made Adamisal swallow twice and subconsciously touched his stomach. Tart tart. There was a sound as a chair was dragged out from under the table. The terrifying and strange young man who had taken him away earlier seemed to have sat down and said to him again, "Rye bread and boiled beef. I don't think you mind." Adamisal opened his mouth and struggled for a few times before finally using some strength in his chest to say, "Me. Yeah, that's right." Philip looked at the poor man who didn't dare to open his eyes, shook his head secretly, and tried not to let his tone be affected by the slight resentment caused by the trouble. "It's more convenient to chat after you're full. Okay, stretch out your hand first." He took out a bowl, put a piece of rye bread in it, scooped some beef broth with a spoon, and added a few pieces of beef and potatoes. After confirming that the amount was about right, he put a towel under the bottom of the bowl and handed it to Adamisal, reminding him, "Hold on tight, go to the kitchen and eat." The warmth from the palm of his hand and the words in his ear suddenly made Admisal's confused and frightened heart palpitate. He tried his best to control himself from trembling and said with a sob, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Philip paused for a moment, subconsciously gave a faint smile without any smile, returned to the table, picked up the clean silver fork and spoon with both hands, and began to eat as if nothing had happened. His smile faded until Adamisal's figure disappeared from sight, and he knocked his fork and spoon against each other, making a crisp sound. The silver utensils reflected a luster in his eyes. Philip looked at the dishes on the table. Even though he still felt hungry, he suddenly lost his appetite. The so-called madman is not that crazy. Adhering to the principle of not wasting his labor, he finally ate something. When he started to clear the things on the table, Admisal in the kitchen seemed to have heard the sound and hurried out holding the bowl with no food residue on it. "Sir, please leave it to me. I can wash the dishes. I can clean the house." Philip thought about it, put the bowl he had just picked up back on the table, and nodded, "Yeah." Chapter 22. Melissa. After the meal, Admisal sat stiffly in a chair with his eyes closed. The inferiority that seemed to emanate from his bones prevented him from truly showing that he had adapted to the current situation. Philip sat opposite him, propping up his face with his fist, and touched the edge of the table with the fingers of his other hand. He asked calmly, "What did you see in me this morning?" "Dark, dark." Admisal blurted out excitedly, then reluctantly recalled for a few seconds, and slowly explained. "A mad, terrible darkness, endless, and within it, a warm fire, an ever-burning flame. It is indeed the monster path." Philip couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew the path mastered by the school of life could be linked to fate, but he hadn't imagined it would be so outrageous. Just half a sequence 9, he had already seen the outlines of the shadow world. If the sequence is higher, I might be able to see more things, maybe even the essence. Philip sighed in his heart, and the idea he had previously formed became much more firm at this moment. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Why did you appear in that underground trading market?" Admisal's tone changed slightly, "I didn't get a temporary job at the dock this morning, so I have no money to eat or sleep. Only over there are no police to drive me away. The poor law stipulates that homeless people are not allowed to sleep in places like parks and streets. This is to prevent them from being lazy and to encourage them to work hard. It can be said that there is nothing wrong with the original intention. But actually implementing it, that's another matter." Looking at the young man in front of him, who was only about 20 years old and wearing a worn linen shirt and blue-grey trousers, Philip held his chin with his hand, his eyes wandering, and it was unknown what he was thinking. After a long time, he suddenly smiled. "Adamisal, you have a choice. I can buy you a new set of clothes, I can reserve a chair for you at the dinner table in the evening, and I can let you sleep here at night. You will also have £1 of change every week to live on, and I won't even restrict your freedom too much. There's only one condition." Admisal's breathing became a little heavy. He threw away his inner restraint and timidity and couldn't help but say, "Yes, what is it?" "All." Philip raised his eyebrows slightly and continued to narrate silently, "The price is everything you have in the future. Maybe it's just doing a small thing, maybe it's risking your life, maybe it's sacrificing your soul. Who knows? As for how long you can enjoy this happiness? It all depends on the arrangement of fate. As for the price of violating it, believe me, you don't want to know. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. Adam Esau lowered his head, his expression inexplicably calm, and spoke without any emotion, this sounds. It will make me more human than I've ever been. He got off the chair, then knelt down on the spot, kowtowed heavily to Philip, and said in a low and pious voice, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Philip was startled by this action and blinked. "I just wanted to raise a consumable, why did you go straight to the dead man?" "Never mind, the results are pretty much the same." The dead warrior's words were more convenient, because he wanted him to become a beyonder, then observe him and see if he could see anything more. If not, he could continue to cultivate him in the higher sequences and observe. This investment work would not be completed in a short time, and it would have to wait until he was proficient in the beyonder path. The reward was only to understand the possibilities of the shadow world and have a younger brother with a sky eye, but it was still a solution. The unknown is always uncomfortable. Of course, this is just a backup measure when Mr. Fool is unwilling to answer questions. If he can get the answer from this unknown existence, he can directly save this process and the consumption in the process. Boom, dong dong. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door. Philip, who was reading on the sofa, stood up and opened the door. He saw a familiar figure, his colleague, Klein Moretti. And also, "Hello, my name is Melissa Moretti." The black-haired, brown-eyed girl stood before Klein and introduced herself somewhat awkwardly. She bowed and then looked at Philip with a somewhat curious look. "Are you my brother, Klein's colleague?" Philip was stunned for 2 seconds, then subconsciously looked at Klein. He also gave him a subtle look, then smiled and explained, "My sister, Melissa. When I told her I was coming to visit you, she wanted to come along." Seeing the other person's eyes, Philip immediately understood and smiled nonchalantly, "Yes, my name is Lawrence, Lawrence Slytherin." Led by Philip, the two came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Melissa put the bag she had been holding on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Philip. "Mr. Slytherin, these are the muffins we bought. I hope you like them." "Thank you, I like it very much." Philip looked at the food in the bag and replied with a smile, "Klein never told me that he has such a beautiful, kind, and polite sister." Klein was helpless, shook his head and smiled, "Please, I have no reason to bring up this topic." At this moment, Melissa glanced at the two of them, pursed her lips, and then asked, "Mr. Slytherin, may I ask if my brother is doing well in the company? I mean, is he having trouble doing his job or is he being disliked by others?" "No, not at all." Philip looked at Melissa, who was worried about her brother's work and life, then looked at Klein, who looked a little strange, and said with a smile, "Your brother does a good job at work every day. There's no need to worry about this." Hearing Philip's words, Melissa seemed relieved, and the whole person couldn't help but be more energetic. "That's good, thank you. And I hope you can take care of him more on weekdays. Melissa, you're always so caring. The atmosphere in our company is really great." Klein, who was standing next to him, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Melissa didn't ask any tricky questions. He hadn't reconciled his testimony with Philip beforehand, and if something went wrong, it would be difficult to explain it later. "Lawrence doesn't know that our Blackthorn security company specializes in the discovery, collection, and protection of antiques." Klein muttered to himself. Seeing Melissa's expression, he knew that her purpose for coming here had been achieved, so he took the initiative to speak. "Melissa, please go back first. I still need to discuss some future work with Lawrence." "But..." Melissa felt a little conflicted when she heard this. Klein continued, "Benson is still at home sorting our things. You might want to go and help. Also, what we're going to discuss next involves a confidentiality agreement, so no one else can know." Hearing this, Melissa didn't say anything else. She politely stood up and said goodbye, leaving the space to her brother and his colleagues. Chapter 23, Recognition. "Your sister is very good to you." In the awkward situation of the two of them being together, Philip found an excuse and took the initiative to open the topic. Klein's thoughts were disrupted. He opened his mouth to say something, but he just nodded and said softly, "Yet." He didn't say much more on the topic. He reached into his pocket, took out the white paper, and placed it on the coffee table. "Now, I think we should add another confirmation step." The time traveler confirmation stage, what, a king of heaven and earth? Never mind, that's a bit too much. Philip didn't say anything. After pondering for a moment, he simply took out the pen he brought with him and wrote down a very simple question. Question, 1 + 1 equals. Klein looked at the question in the blank corner of the paper, his expression becoming somewhat profound. I have to admit, your question is quite difficult. He and Philip looked at each other, smiled at each other, and got the answer from each other's eyes. Klein picked up the pen Philip had placed on the paper and carefully wrote the number 2 on it. He then wrote in the area below, how did you get here? I'm not quite sure, but the most likely possibility is a silver medal I bought on the street. The texture is very good, and the symbols and patterns are also very good, so. Philip took the pen from the other party and continued writing. Silver medal, isn't it a luck-changing ritual? Klein frowned, feeling confused. Both of them were careful not to speak Chinese, but instead adopted the handwriting method of their predecessor, Emperor Roselle, to avoid causing any adverse changes. As for whether it is useful, I don't know. After answering the question, Philip continued, any thoughts on time travel? Ideas? No ideas at all. It would be better to say the ideas were very simple. Klein lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze dimming a little. He took up the pen much more slowly, but still wrote on the paper with great seriousness and determination. Go home. Seeing this answer, Philip, who had originally imagined many possibilities, was stunned for a few seconds. Then he smiled suddenly and said directly in Loanese, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Like the characters in novels, they may reach the pinnacle, or die halfway, or stop at the end they can reach, but not many people return to that place. To some extent, enjoying life in the present is the best choice. I mean, you have to do it. Yet. Klein nodded expressionlessly, expressing his determination. Okay, I'll help. Philip put away the wrinkled paper and pen. Without further questioning or persuasion, he got straight to the point and began explaining to Klein the mysterious world is different from other worlds. The more we know, the easier it is to fall into madness and despair. But it is undeniable that if you want to achieve your goals, knowledge of the occult is essential, and the more the better. From this perspective, the best and safest option is actually the reader path mastered by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, but for practical reasons, you and I both understand. So the only choice is the secret peeper. And the fortune teller. Klein took the initiative and added. Philip smiled and spread his hands when he heard this. Well, it seems you've also read Emperor Roselle's diary. Since you've made up your mind, I'll skip this question for now. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a moment, frowned slightly, and finally spoke. For some unknown reason, I have established a relationship with a mysterious and great being. If conditions permit and I ensure there are no major problems, I will ask him for a method similar to returning home or introduce you directly to him. He? Klein's breath hitched, and he subconsciously said. Are you serious about calling him him? I'm not sure. Philip shook his head, smiling bitterly and helplessly. After all, how can humans possibly speculate about the unknown existence above them? Fortunately, the person's attitude at the moment is kind and friendly. I see. Lawrence usually couldn't tell, but he didn't expect to encounter such a life-threatening situation. Klein let out a breath, but suddenly felt something was wrong, as if there was some information that could be connected. He carefully reviewed his memory, trying to find the key point, but Philip in front of him continued. Okay, let's stop here today. There's no point in thinking too much now. I believe you know that you can't get things done in a hurry. Indeed, we have talked about almost everything. Klein nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the door with Philip's greeting. After picking up his hat from the coat rack and putting it back on, he opened the door and walked outside. Then, he bowed slightly to Philip and said, I moved to 2 Daffodil Street today. From now on, we will be neighbors. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to my house to find me. I will. Philip nodded without refusing. He had a general understanding of Klein's situation. There wasn't much the other party could do to help him, but he still agreed. It's better to be safe than sorry. In life, there will always be times when you need others. Hey! After sending Klein away, Philip leaned back on the sofa and let out a breath. He glanced at the sky outside the window which was beginning to darken, shook his head, picked up the book on the coffee table, and continued reading, preparing to wait for Admisal, who he had been leaving alone, to come back before cooking. "Klein, you're back." After using the key to open the door and enter their new home, Melissa's happy voice made Klein, who had just taken off his hat, subconsciously curl his lips. He smiled and said, "Yet." Melissa sat quietly on the sofa, but her sparkling eyes still revealed her previous excitement in observing the new home. She tried to speak calmly, "This is our new home, this is real, this is not a dream. It's a dream come true, lovely young lady." A short-haired man in his late 20s wearing a linen shirt walked out of the room and responded with a smile. He turned his head, opened his arms toward Klein, and walked over with a smile, "Look, our dream-fulfilling angel is back." "Benson." Klein was stunned, his heart throbbing with indescribable excitement. He walked up to his brother Benson and hugged him, completely unaware of the dust on his face. Two powerful arms held him in their embrace. Klein felt the warm breath and touch, then raised his eyes to look at the sofa, where Melissa pursed her lips, her eyes filled with happiness. He suddenly felt a little confused. His real identity is Zhou Minggui, who has parents, relatives, and 20 years of memories on Earth. Over there, everything is waiting for him to return. But his current identity is Klein, an indispensable relative of Melissa and Benson. Klein subconsciously increased the strength of the fingers he placed on Benson's back, which he then covered up with laughter and a pat. "Okay, Benson. Sorry. I really have to go home." Chapter 24. The Second Tarot Club. The next morning, Zuidaland Street. Philip got out of the rented carriage and came to the Blackthorn Security Company. He pushed the door and walked in. He saw Roseanne picking up the cup and savoring the coffee. Out of politeness, he stood there and waited until the other person took a sip of the cup before saying, "Luo Shan, good morning." "Good morning, Lawrence." Luo Shan said with a smile in her eyes, "I heard from the captain that you will officially start your civilian work next." She was a bit too happy to say that. Philip's eyelids twitched, and he nodded in response. Then he continued to ask, "Where is the captain? I need to ask him for something. I just took Klein downstairs." Luo Shan finished speaking and took another sip of coffee. "Go down?" "Klein has already taken medicine." Philip nodded and walked into the inner room. Behind him, Roselle called out expectantly, "Lawrence, I've asked old Neil to arrange an exam for you later. You must do your best." "What?" Philip asked in surprise. Luo Shan coughed awkwardly twice and said, "The captain said that I can arrange your work based on everyone's situation, so I want to test your actual situation." Philip was speechless, knowing that he couldn't get anything out of him, so he decided to ask old Neil later. He came to the inner room and walked down the stairs into the basement, but on the way he ran into Klein, who was about to return to the Blackthorn Security Company. The two looked at each other, nodded to each other, and walked away without saying anything more. When Philip arrived at the underground, he saw Dunn standing at the intersection, about to turn back. He stared at Philip as he gradually approached him, and said with a deep look in his eyes, "Lawrence, what's going on?" "Captain, regarding the merit application for the Madman's extraordinary materials, can I still regret it?" This answer seemed to be beyond Dunn's expectations. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then the depth in his grey eyes became even deeper than before. "Do you want to exchange it for something, or do you want to accumulate the merits you have gained this time? Golden pounds?" There was silence for a few seconds. As Philip observed cautiously from the corner of his eye, Dunn's mouth corners unconsciously curled up slightly, but quickly calmed down, making him almost think it was an illusion. At this time, Dunn's calm, gentle, and somewhat soft voice sounded, "In principle, it is not possible. After all, the application has been submitted and approved, and even the materials have been distributed. But," he smiled, "since it's been distributed, I can be responsible for the dispatch. Who knows if we might need this in the future." "So?" Philip blinked. "I'll take you to see MRS. Oriana and ask her for 600 pounds, said Dunn. After saying this, he took Philip away and returned to the upper corridor. In the outermost office on the right side of the inside angle, he met MRS. Oriana, who was in charge of financial management of the security company. She looked to be in her 30s, with a delicate and elegant smile on her face. After hearing Dunn's request, she nodded and said to Philip, "Do you have your own account?" "Account? You need to prepare first." Oriana smiled, "Otherwise, even if all the cash at Blackthorn Security Company is added together, I'm afraid we won't be able to raise 600 pounds. Sorry, I was negligent. Philip bowed slightly in apology. At the same time, he also deeply engraved in his mind the idea of going to the bank to open an account after get off work. This matter even took priority over the tarot meeting at 3 p.m. After all, he could attend the tarot club every week, but he felt uncomfortable every minute and every second because he didn't get the 600 pounds. After the matter was temporarily suspended, Philip watched them return to the office, then went back downstairs along the stairs to old Neil, who was on duty in the armory, and asked him questions about the exam. Oh, that one. After hearing this, old Neil smiled helplessly and explained, Roselle seems to have heard from Dunn that you have sufficient knowledge of the occult, so she wants you to pass the exam to prove it. If you do pass, you can skip the occult studies course and will be added to the rotating roster for the armory, responsible for guarding the armory all night. Take it easy, Lawrence. You'll have a day off after this. Philip said expressionlessly, I feel that my occult knowledge is not solid enough. I think so too. Old Neil nodded in agreement, and then asked about the knowledge that Philip had mastered. After hearing the answer, he was silent for several seconds before continuing. If you've mastered all of these, it means you have a good foundation. Next, you just need to master Elvish, dragon language, and some ritual magic. Besides that, I don't have much to teach you. Of course, that doesn't include some of my special tricks, hehe. Finally, based on Philip's wishes and Roxanne's expectations, old Neil successfully reached a compromise and set up a 1-month occult course, which would take 2 hours every weekday afternoon. The result was still 2 hours. Philip sighed, and thought that it would not be a bad thing to learn more knowledge, so he agreed directly. After discussing the specific time, which was between 3:30 and 5:30, he returned to the upper floor to familiarize himself with the work. 2:55 p.m. As the da-da-da keyboard tapping sound stopped, Philip leaned back, stroked the upper half of his face with his palm, and sighed twice as if tired. Ah! He took a few deep breaths and said to Luo Shan, who was looking at him and no longer had the energy to put on a resentful expression, Luo Shan, I've finished my work. I'm going to take a rest first. Luo Shan replied weakly, resting her hand on her chin, and then muttered. I never thought that one day I would be sitting here working. Why don't Conley and Viola work as clerical staff anymore? Hey! These are the last few things left. After I'm done, I'm going to get some sleep before my shift at the armory. Philip gave a perfunctory smile, propped himself up, opened the door of the clerical staff office, walked into the lounge across the corridor, lay down on the sofa bed in the corner, pretending to take a nap. As time passed bit by bit, crimson light suddenly surged like a tide, engulfing his entire body. Above the grey fog, there is a palace so magnificent that it seems to be inhabited by the giant king. Philip's vision gradually became clearer, and he saw Miss Justice, who had smooth blonde hair, across from him, and Mr. Hanged Man, who had long dark blue hair and could smell the seafood. At the same time, there is the unfathomable, mysterious, and unknown great being sitting at the head, Mr. Fool. Chapter 25. Diary. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The cheerful girl's voice quickly dispelled the hidden worries in Philip's heart. He glanced at the justice opposite him with some disbelief, wondering where the other party's confidence came from. Is it so easy to believe that a person who is most likely a god and needs to use the word him will really always be as kind as he showed last time? Then, Miss Justice turned around and greeted the Hanged Man and Temperance, exuding a warm and lively atmosphere. In other circumstances, this might be fine. But, this is a gathering set up by the gods. Philip didn't dare to speak, and the Hanged Man beside him also remained silent. Before the two of them could fully adapt, the fool's chuckle came from the first one, followed by a calm response. Good afternoon, Miss Justice. Good afternoon, Miss Justice. Seeing this situation, Philip responded, lowered his head slightly, looked at the long bronze table, and fell into deep thought. This table is a real table. Alger had also finished his response by then. He glanced at the fool, who was tapping his brows as if in deep thought, and said to Audrey, who was already expressing a hint of urgency with her actions. Thank you very much, Miss Justice. This ghost shark blood perfectly meets all my requirements. I didn't expect you to be able to deliver it so quickly. As Alger spoke, a fleeting look of envy flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. On the path to becoming an extraordinary being, he was undoubtedly ahead of the other party, but in terms of financial resources. The content of that ghost shark blood was close to 200 ml, which meant that the other party didn't even care how much it was. "Thank you, I'm very happy with this result." Audrey smiled modestly. Alger sighed silently inwardly. In order to ensure that his remaining moral bottom line would not be breached, he first explained in detail the general matters of Beyonders to the other party. Then he suddenly paused and looked at Philip obscurely. Philip, who was originally listening to Alger's knowledge, understood in his heart that his idea of getting something for free was impossible to achieve, but he did not have enough money to buy the potion formula. He had already learned those occult knowledge a long time ago, and listening to it could only be used for comparison and to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, but it was still a pity that he didn't get the formula of this magic potion. Sigh, it looks like I won't be able to hear the recipe. After all, no one wants to let a third party take advantage. Klein sighed inwardly, then calmed himself down. He tapped the long table with his fingers and, according to his previously verified idea, conjured up a piece of white paper and a pen. "There's no need to write. The pen is just a medium that will imprint the message you want to express." He was concise and to the point, maintaining the air of a fool. Alger nodded respectfully upon hearing this, picked up the white paper and pen in front of him, closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, and clearly visible handwriting appeared on the paper. During this process, his body consciously leaned to the right, with his arms and body half pressed on the long bronze table, completely blocking Philip's sight. As the white paper transformed into a shadow and appeared before Miss Justice not far away, the young man, struggling financially and hoping to fill his wallet with the free formula, finally calmed down. As for Klein, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the contents manifested through his authority as a fool would be reflected in his mind. Even if he couldn't remember them, he could still use dream divination to recall them. At this moment, Alger thought of the nearly double amount of ghost shark blood. He coughed dryly twice, thought for a moment, and then added carefully after taking the potion, "Start meditating as soon as possible. Practice daily to master the potion's power and unearth its symbolic meaning and deeper mysteries. Only in this way can you avoid losing control as much as possible. Master and dig." Philip muttered these two words to himself, comparing them with the diary page left by his predecessor, Roselle. Judging from the identities of the hanged man and the former, it was obvious whose answer was more authoritative. Just as he was thinking about how to make money with this information, the fool above took action. He tapped the table lightly, attracting everyone's attention, and then spoke in a low voice, "It's not about mastering, it's about digesting. It's not about digging, it's about acting. The name of the potion is not only a symbol and an image, but also the key to digestion." After these words were spoken, the three people looked different. Audrey was stunned and confused, Alger was trembling and repeating in a low voice, and Philip's brain was washed clean by doubt and confusion. Why? If it were just similar, it would be fine, but what Mr. Fool said was undoubtedly the original text in Roselle's diary. Did the two of them know each other, or was this knowledge common sense among those in high positions? Philip's fingers gently stroked the edge of the table, but he could no longer elicit a response from the grey fog, but this was within his expectations. Knowing he couldn't come up with an answer for the time being, he could only stand up and, along with Alger, respectfully thank Mr. Fool. He swallowed his words and didn't dare to reveal the information. Seeing this, Audrey still didn't understand the significance of those words, but judging by Alger's huge reaction, she judged their value and stood up to express her gratitude politely. "I've said before, I prefer equal exchange." Klein spoke calmly, leaning back slightly to take in both sides of the long bronze table. "Help me collect Roselle Guffstaff's secret diaries. The more the better." Emperor Roselle's secret text? It turned out to be a diary. Mr. Fool had mastered the method of deciphering it. Audrey and Alger thought this simultaneously, while Philip frowned, his fingertips trembling slightly as he suddenly had some guesses. But two of them are too bizarre and require more information to verify and rule them out. What you just said counts as 2 pages of diary for each person. If there's any extra, I'll give you extra. Klein said in a calm tone. Extra giving, that is, extra answers or help. Philip's eyes lit up, and he suppressed his excitement. He asked as if to confirm, Mr. Fool, can I ask anything? Of course not, don't make trouble. Klein's brow twitched uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding brewing in his heart. He nodded slightly, not responding directly. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Of course. This is the rule of equal exchange. But the answers to some questions don't just resolve doubts, they hold dangers. To the extent that even the gods would call it dangerous." Philip frowned, bowed slightly, and temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Seeing that Mr. Fool did not continue, he hesitated for a moment, then said to his side, "Mr. Hanged Man, I wonder if you can obtain the formula for the monster potion." Monster Alger pondered for a moment and said, "The method mastered by the School of Life." Chapter 26. Steve. Philip nodded, confirming Alger's words. "There's no urgent need for it. Just keep an eye on it. I can pay 200 to 300 pounds for it." "Ha," Alger chuckled. "If it were just a sequence 9 formula, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, the Life School relies heavily on master-disciple inheritance, and the number of wild beyonders involved is extremely small, so the formula rarely circulates." After saying this, he paused and then added, "So 300 pounds can only be a basic price. It will increase depending on the actual situation. If you agree, I will try to keep an eye on it, but no one knows how long it will take." "Well, no problem." Philip nodded in response. "When the time is right, he will definitely leave the Nighthawks. Then he will let Admisal become a monster and follow him. With the other party's extraordinary inspiration, he can avoid many dangerous problems. At worst, it's not a loss." After agreeing on the deal, Alger looked around and, after a moment's deliberation, suggested, "Mr. Fool, if you have nothing else to do, why don't we try talking about things happening around us? After all, the value of every event is definitely not the same in the eyes of different people." "Okay." Klein nodded slightly. There's nothing to lose for him anyway. After receiving the promised answer, Alger thought for a moment, then spoke first. "The great pirate who calls himself Admiral Ludwell has begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea." "Who?" Philip blinked and searched his memory, but to no avail. He gave up. He looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There have been some changes in the Rose School's influence in Lone, with a large number of them coming to Ahawa County." "Ahawa County?" Alger frowned upon hearing the word. Why would the Rose School of Thought send someone there? Even Backland could explain it, but that place. It's really strange. "Why?" Philip asked hurriedly. Among the people present, he was the one who cared the most about this matter, not only because he was in Tingen City in Ahawa County, but also because he was once a dead man who was killed by members of the Rose School. "Because there's no reason." Alger explained, the Rose School of Thought originated in the southern continent. During the colonial era, it was surrounded and suppressed by the 7 major Orthodox churches and nearly perished. However, it managed to expand its membership to the northern continent. Even so, their situation is not optimistic. They should usually be holding bloody sacrifices in the shadows, pursuing their own indulgent ideologies, or hunting down members of the temperance cult. The Rose School would take such a huge risk unless there's something extremely important there. They can't be members of the temperance faction. They wouldn't be foolish enough to hide there if they've survived until now. Something extremely important. Philip and Klein repeated this in their hearts. The former was slightly relieved and temporarily put his mind at ease, while the latter was worried that the so-called Rose School would come to Tingen and cause some bad things to interfere with his life. Klein the Fool tapped his fingers lightly on the long table to suppress his anxiety. He pondered for a moment, thinking about how to obtain information without losing his dignity or revealing his identity. "From what I understand, the secret order has lost a notebook belonging to the Antigonus family." Antigonus notes. Philip was stunned, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Recalling Klein's explanation the night before, he suddenly felt speechless and sighed, "This world is so small." "No, wait." After sighing, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and noticed the crucial point of this matter. Even the mysterious Mr. Fool was interested in this 4th epic notebook. This meant that the notebook's value far exceeded what Klein had described, and there might be deeper secrets hidden behind it. Find a way to remind them. Philip's thoughts were drifting away, and when he gathered them again, it was already Justice Audrey's turn to speak. She had already organized her words in advance and expressed her parents' and brothers' dissatisfaction with the current chaotic government structure. Faced with this kind of political problem, although Philip believed that the knowledge he learned from political and history books was somewhat useful, in the current era and political situation of this world, those things that did not have specific implementation methods might be of no use. After listening calmly to the advice offered to Audrey by the experienced Alger and the enigmatic fool, he disappeared into the grey fog along with the other two. In the lounge of Blackthorn Security Company, Philip opened his eyes, took out his pocket watch and checked the time. He found that it was still 10 minutes until 3:30, so he got up and left. He walked slowly to the armory downstairs and began to learn from old Neil. Steam train station in Tingen. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a pale complexion walked out of the train calmly. His dark green eyes looked around, and his expression without any emotion seemed out of place with the bright sunshine. Beside him followed a man with an equally pale complexion, with most of his face hidden under his cloak, making one think of him as a fan of mysticism or occultist in a story. "Master Steve, is this really the place?" Behind them, a thin, sturdy man with short hair frowned and looked around. "Did we give up Merrick and Sharon just to come to a small city like this? Really? Tyler?" Steve, who was at the front, glanced at the man and warned him in a deep voice, "This mission is very important. Delivered personally by the Mother Tree." Him. Jason, who was watching coldly from the side, finally couldn't do anything and opened his eyes wide. What on earth could have caused the Mother Tree to send down an oracle? Kill a prisoner. Steve withdrew his gaze, looked forward leisurely, and walked slowly. Thiel stared at Steve, frozen in place. If it weren't for the crowds, he would have lost control of his emotions. "Did I hear correctly? It's the prisoner I was thinking of. I mean, ha, hee, sequence 9. Maybe." Jason responded coldly and calmly, and followed him. Tyler stood there, scratching his short hair that stood up like spikes with some frustration. No matter how much confusion and resentment he felt in his heart, he could only swallow it down for the time being. A sequence 5, a sequence 6, and a sequence 7, armed with beyond-level items like the Crimson Moon Corona, instead of hunting down Merrick and Sharon, they came looking for a sequence 9. What a joke! Chapter 27, Entrust Klein. In the evening, Philip was already sitting at home. After completing his occult studies course, he opened an account at the Backland Tingen branch and went to Zutaland Street, completing the relevant paperwork in the last few minutes before Mrs. Oriana got off work. Only then did he rush back to cook. At this time, Philip was leaning back on the sofa in a daze. After dinner, he sent the unlucky Boyad Mysol back to his room to avoid the tragedy of bleeding eyes. Speaking of which, the acting method. He ate the last bag of muffins Klein's sister had given him, frowning in thought. He felt that what Emperor Roselle had written in his diary was so outrageous to him, his prisoner. The sleepless one can stay up all night, the fortune teller can tell fortunes for others, and the praise singer just wants to praise the sun, but the prisoner. You can't really go to jail, right? I can only think about the core. Philip touched his chin and thought in a low voice, prisoners are people whose bodies are bound in cages, suppressing desires and restraining madness. As he gradually analyzed the word prisoner, Philip suddenly found that the digestion progress of the potion had increased. Even though the feeling was so vague and difficult to describe, it still made people unable to deny its existence. It's too fast. Feeling that the potion was nearly half digested, Philip suddenly had a feeling of unreality. You know, this was only the third day after he took the prisoner potion. Even at the fastest speed in his memory at the Rose School, it would take half a month. It only took them half a month. It's called. Hey, what's it called? Philip covered his head, unable to think of an answer, and turned his attention back to the present. He always felt like he was being pinched by an invisible hand, and he couldn't help but want to become stronger. But when he looked around, apart from those members of the Rose School who came to Ahowa County with unknown goals, and the not-so-simple Antigonus notes, there seemed to be no one he suspected. After finishing the last piece of muffin, Philip stood up, wiped his fingers with the toilet paper he brought with him, and returned to the bedroom. He took out a few grammar and mechanics books that he didn't need from the bookshelf, then walked out of the room and went to No. 2 Daffodil Street next door. It wasn't a good idea to buy other gifts so late at night, but he couldn't go empty-handed either. Klein was a history major, and his sister Melissa seemed to be interested in steam and machinery, so she might like these things. Boom, 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 Philip tapped his fingers lightly, and a sound suddenly rang out on the door. Not long after, the black-haired and brown-eyed girl opened the door, and at the same time, there was a puzzled look in her eyes. Excuse me, is this Mr. Slytherin? Melissa was visibly stunned when she saw the book on steam and mechanics being handed to her. Her slender fingers subconsciously touched the bottom of the heavy book. Just as she was about to catch it steadily, she reflexively wrapped her arms around it with a more stable grip. "A few books, I hope you like them." Hearing Philip's words, Melissa pursed her lips, then saluted with the book in her arms and said, "Thank you, I like it very much." "That's good." Philip smiled and walked into the room. He then asked, "Is Klein home now? I need to talk to him about something." "Yeah, it's quite important." Melissa glanced upstairs, then put the book in her arms on the corner of the sofa, and said while pouring water for Philip, "Please wait, my brother just went into the bathroom." "Okay." Philip nodded. He picked up the cup, took a sip, and waited quietly. Not long after, Klein walked out of the bathroom and saw Philip sitting on the sofa downstairs. He was a little surprised, but still greeted him with a smile. "Lawrence, good evening." "Well, there are some things I want to discuss with you about the book we mentioned before," Philip said meaningfully without any greetings. Upon hearing this, Klein's expression froze slightly. He turned his head and looked at Melissa with an apologetic look. Melissa gestured understandingly, then walked upstairs to her room, holding a few books beside her. Her demeanor revealed a hint of joy. After watching his sister disappear from sight as the door closed, Klein turned his head and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that notebook?" "It's not easy," Philip said seriously. As if he felt these 4 simple words lacked conviction, he added, "Remember that mysterious and unknown being I mentioned? Even him has shown some interest in this notebook." Boom boom boom. The shocking fact made Klein's eyes widen, and he froze in place. This was certainly not because of the information in Antigonus notes provided by the other party, but because the so-called god mentioned by Lawrence was probably, perhaps, himself. Philip seemed to have anticipated this and patted Klein's shoulder. After Klein's emotions calmed down a bit, he continued to comfort him, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, you have basically no connection with that notebook now. And there's good news." Philip smiled and said, "That being issued a commission to collect the diaries of Russell Gustav, our senior time traveler. As long as the number is large enough, we can use them to ask questions to the other party. So, I'd like to ask you to try to collect it with me. I also have a question, but my channels are relatively limited, and it's not convenient to do much recently." Looking at Philip's serious expression, Klein's mouth slightly opened. He raised his hand without noticing it, pointing his finger at him, trembling slightly. You. What a cheat." After much effort, Klein managed to swallow these words. He only felt an inexplicable stomachache, as if the world was playing a joke on him. "Lawrence's temperance. I dragged him into the grey mist dimension and he joined the tarot club. Now, due to my commission, he has asked me to collect the diary and ask for a way to get him back home." Klein felt very aggrieved. "Very frustrating. Not only do I feel aggrieved, but I also feel like crying. Lawrence did nothing wrong throughout the whole process, and even under the oppressive feeling brought by the Fool Vest, he was actually trying to find a way for himself. He himself did nothing wrong. Back in the grey mist space, maintaining a mysterious image was undoubtedly a better choice. The commission to collect Russell's diary was also to form a good cycle and learn more secrets through the senior time traveler. But why did it become like this?" Klein unconsciously covered his face with his hands. After taking a few deep breaths, he looked at Philip. The other party was serious and seemed to be happy for him, which once again broke his composure. He could only smile bitterly. "I see. That's great news." Chapter 28. Borrowing money. "Lawrence, thank you," Klein said happily and somewhat touchedly. No matter what the result is, from other people's perspective, the other party really wants to help them, but just wants to take advantage of the price difference that is unique to middlemen. Philip sensed the other party's sincerity and smiled. "Actually, Lawrence Slytherin is my pseudonym. My real name, Philip Howard, has been temporarily abandoned for some reason." He didn't mention the Rose School, not even about avoiding being hunted down. It wasn't because he distrusted Klein, but because he wanted to be safe and wait for the Rose School's influence to dissipate before confessing further. Abandoning his real name, Temperance, and the Rose School's unusual movements in loan. Klein blinked, piecing all this information together, and got the answer. "Lawrence, no, Philip is a member of the Rose School's Temperance faction. Even if he is not a direct member, he is definitely inseparable from it. So he came to Tingen to avoid being hunted down by the Indulgence faction. In this way, it makes sense that he was discovered by the captain and others, accepted as a civilian staff member, and was so concerned about the Rose School. Klein guessed the answer and nodded, I'll keep it a secret. Okay, I'll leave Roselle's diary to you. Philip saw this and steered the conversation back on track. Don't worry too much. Right now, that being only needs 2 diaries. The 3 in the archives are more than enough. Just take your time. You can try to go to the Dragon Bar and ask for a commission. If the price is not too high, I will reimburse you. By the way, didn't you graduate from Tingen University? Can you go back to school now? Thank you so much for thinking about me. Klein suppressed his expression, touched his chin with his fingers, and nodded slightly, but his mind was like a mess and he couldn't think. To be fair, Philip was giving him a real headache right now. Helping him collect Roselle's diary, and then asking him how to get home later, was something Klein wouldn't agree to as long as he was sane. But there is no reason to refuse. Klein stroked his chin, his brain rapidly thinking. Then, with a frown on his face, he said carefully. I don't think we need to be so hasty. You know, we're completely clueless about the relevant issues right now. We simply don't have the ability to accept the answers and put them into action. Let's take it slow. Philip blinked his sapphire eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You say you're not in a hurry, but inside you're still very anxious. I never said I'd ask him directly once I've collected enough diaries. There are many things to consider. He leaned back against the sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and spoke in a controlled voice, now we must first improve our sequence. Low and mid sequences are definitely not enough. We must at least reach high sequence, the level of demigod. In this case, Emperor Roselle's diary and that existence are what we can use. The acting method can prove this. Klein breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but then his expression froze slightly, realizing the next level of difficulty had arrived. This guy Philip can speak Chinese. If the diary he came across in the future happened to match the words I used as a reward, Klein didn't dare to think about it anymore. He silently warned himself in his heart and said, well, I'll try to find the diary. Philip, I'm sorry. Even if there really is one, I can only try to fool you with Emperor Roselle's romantic history. After all, the fool can't be exposed yet, that would be tantamount to social death. The fool will look after you at the tarot reading. Speaking of which, regarding promotion, Lao Philip, I have a favor to ask of you. Well, what's going on? Seeing Philip's puzzled look, Klein hesitated for a few seconds before finally saying, can you lend me £5 to join the fortune teller club? The next morning, Philip watched Maisal leave the house, then he picked up the black wig he had asked Klein to buy for him the previous night from his pillow and put it on. He went to the bathroom mirror and carefully adjusted it before he composed himself and went to the Blackthorn security company. After pushing the door open, I heard Luo Shan's complaining voice, hey, I was on duty at the armory yesterday. Lawrence, when can you be available? Oh, wait, why did your hair change color? Hush. Philip hushed himself. He looked around, lowered the brim of his hat, and then whispered, for some special reason, Captain Dunn must know why, but don't ask. In fact, I hope the color of my eyes can change too. It's a pity that there are no colored contact lenses in this world. Okay. Luo Shan no longer had the thought of complaining after hearing that. She readjusted herself and sat at the reception desk with her eyes closed to rest. Philip sighed when he saw this. Thinking about the fact that although the office was originally very relaxing, he had to handle the workload of 2 people alone, he resisted the urge to make himself coffee and prepared to go to work first. As for Luo Shan, just take a good rest. After entering the inner room and coming to the corridor, Philip opened the door of the clerical staff office and prepared to start today's work. However, at this time, the sound of a door opening was heard on the left. Leonard, who hadn't seen him for a few days due to special reasons, leaned against the door, his emerald green eyes slightly narrowed, looking at him with a smile. Lawrence, good morning, your new hair color looks great. Really? I think so too. Philip responded, touching the ends of his wig. After saying that, he looked at the other person quietly. After a few seconds, Leonard coughed twice, turned his head slightly to the side, and said softly, if you encounter any problems, you can ask us for help. After all, you are a member of this place now. Okay, what could happen to me? Although Philip felt strange, he did not reject the other party's kindness. He curled up the corners of his mouth and nodded as a response, then went straight into the office. Watching the office door close, Leonard walked back into the entertainment room with an expressionless face. He sat alone on the sofa and whispered, "Old man, what do you mean by staying away from him?" His eyes were filled with confusion. Without waiting for a response in his mind, he continued, "He's undoubtedly only a Sequence 9, and his current actions don't reveal any signs of any hidden agenda. Why would he allow you to make such a request?" The room fell into silence for a long time. There was no voice in response. There's absolutely no clue. Outside the Dragon Bar, Werewolf Tyr met the cold gazes of the two men opposite him, gritted his teeth, and spoke bluntly, "There are so few Beyonders here that we can't even form a commission channel. Damn it! We don't even know what the other party looks like." The two ignored his complaints. "The mother tree is in a very abnormal condition. She has never made such excessive demands before." Jason turned his head from under his black cloak and looked at Steve, waiting for his decision. The backbone of the three-person team said nothing, but cast his gaze towards the dirty, messy, and noisy dock and groaned slightly. After a long time, he took out his pocket watch and stared at the rhythmic trembling of the second hand. In the silence, Tyr, feeling somewhat unbearable, scratched his hard hair and suggested with a hint of ferocity and excitement, "How about killing all the Beyonders here?" "Idiot!" Jason said coldly. "He is in Tingen, but that doesn't mean he can only be in Tingen." Chapter 29. Digestion completed. "Philip, there's a catch." In the evening, in front of No. 6 Narcissus Street, Klein pulled out a piece of white paper from the book he was carrying and handed it to Philip with a strange look on his face. "This is the version I secretly wrote down." After following Philip's reminder, he finally realized that in addition to the Nighthawks, there was no reason why Roselle's diary would not be preserved at the University of Hoi where he graduated. Although it was very likely that it was transcribed by the Nighthawks and the other two teams, it was still worth a try. Klein then stopped by Tingen University that afternoon. Due to his work in the history department, he saw several pages of Roselle's diary without any surprise. There happened to be one such picture. Just Philip noticed Klein's expression and had some guesses in his mind. After all, even with the 3 pages of Nighthawk's diary, he had a general idea of what kind of person Emperor Roselle was. "This page of the diary can be used to offset the £5. You don't have to pay it back. From now on, each new page will be charged £5. As he said this, he took the paper and left him blinking in confusion, sighing at the poor man who was so generous. Philip walked into the living room, sat on the sofa, picked up the paper and began to study it. April 1st, damn it. Those 2 guys from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom actually dared to look down on me. My good mood today was wasted. Isn't it all thanks to my extraordinary ability? I heard it's called the Reader Path. I've decided to give these 2 self-righteous, despising guys a nickname. Jayabui and Naibui. Humph, isn't it just knowledge? If it weren't for high school and university courses, I would have almost forgotten those brilliant inventions of Earth's human civilization. I will definitely let the humans of this world experience what a dimensionality reduction attack is. This world's extraordinary power is truly miraculous. There must be a way to help me recall that knowledge. Roselle, you are the protagonist of this world. These are just a few bumps on the road ahead. After you say fuck this world, you must keep working hard. Come to think of it, Mrs. Sebel seemed to have invited me yesterday. I wonder what it would be like to have sex with her. That's it. Philip blinked, clutched the paper in his hand, and sat on the sofa, muttering, if most of this senior's diaries don't provide important information like the performance method, then this expense is a bit of a waste. Thinking of Mr. Fool sitting solemnly in the first seat, reading the romantic history of Emperor Roselle, Philip inexplicably wanted to laugh. He suppressed the urge to curl the corners of his mouth, shook his head, and got his thoughts back on track. If Philip were a native who couldn't understand Chinese, he would certainly not doubt the fool's motives, but now that he could understand it, he naturally had some doubts. After all, from a practical point of view, there should be better options than Roselle's diary. If Mr. Fool was thinking about the Tarot Club members, that would make sense. After all, it wasn't too difficult to collect these diaries that no one could understand and that could only be used as a reminder. But he was only obsessed with this. Forget it, why think so much? Judging from the value of the role-playing method, the cost of collecting Roselle's diary is equivalent to drawing from the card pool. Those white quality ones are the history of love and the history of showing off. As for the blue or purple ones, they are role-playing methods. The gold grand prize is probably what Mr. Fool wants. If you think so, then you really need to collect it. Philip brewed a cup of coffee for himself, returned to the room, opened the window, looked out at the crimson moonlight, and began to sip it silently. He didn't add sugar. The bitter taste of the coffee lingered and spread all over the tip of his tongue. The moonlight reflected in his eyes. The resistance brought by the full moon and the fantasy of a sleepless night in his mind, all these thoughts connected together, causing a repressed emotion in his heart. The body is the prison of the mind, and the world is the prison of the body. Because of the pursuit of power, I was affected by madness and curses, and eroded by the curse. Philip muttered softly, and his hand holding the cup tightened, and his sapphire eyes gradually turned slightly red. Because of my inner rationality and kindness, I use a cold exterior to avoid contact with others and avoid causing harm. I use my strong will to suppress the madness of my heart and restrain the abnormal movements of my body. This is the cage that binds me. In his hazy consciousness, the flame burning in the shadows showed signs of stabilizing again, pushing back all the darkness around him. 3 days later, on July 7th. On this quiet Friday, Philip, who had just woken up, stroked his chest, feeling that the prisoner potion had been completely digested successfully. It was a crazy exhaustion, it was the dissolution of evil thoughts, something indescribable dissolving in his body, making his mental state better than ever, as if all the tortures he had suffered had dissipated like smoke in the past. Philip's gaze calmly glanced at the place in the room where the Sequence 8 Madman Beyonder characteristic was hidden. The 7 days of rapid digestion process gave him a strong surprise, but also brought some shock. It was so fast that it was a little abnormal. He thought there was some other abnormality and asked for half a day off in advance, but now he only used a little bit. But this is also a good thing. He knew in his heart that he was inseparable from his own shadow world, but getting promoted immediately was obviously not a safe choice. It won't be too late to try again on Sunday, or even next Monday when you have plenty of time. If you were able to resolve your spiritual distraction in such a short time during the prisoner period, then you can meditate for a whole day and night, so I don't believe that you can't resolve the spiritual distraction during the madman period. If the problem can't be solved, he has nothing to say. Philip put on his formal suit, washed up briefly, took the white umbrella he had bought not long ago, and then spent 4 pence to take a tram to the Blackthorn Security Company, ready to start today's unremarkable work. In the drizzle, Philip walked to the door of the company, only to find 2 strangers staring at each other at the door. One of the slightly thin and handsome young men stepped back cautiously, allowing the other tall and thin man with grey hair to step forward and knock on the door. He walked forward silently without saying a word. However, the sound of water drops hitting the umbrella could not be concealed. Soon the 2 noticed Philip and wanted to say something, but he just asked softly, "Is it a commission?" After receiving a positive answer, Philip immediately walked in between the 2 people with an umbrella, pushed the door open, and said lightly to the inside, "Luo Shan, tell the captain that there is money to be made. It seems like I can make double the money." In the reception hall, Roxanne and Klein's casual chat ended. They stared at Philip blankly, and it took a few seconds for them to react. 2 commissions. Even Luo Shan, who had been working for 5 years, couldn't help but feel surprised at this moment. The reputation of Blackthorn Security Company in the industry could not be said to be better than nothing, but it could be said to be almost non-existent. Usually there will be no commission for a month. Chapter 30. 2 commissions. After Luo Shan went underground to report, she quickly alarmed Captain Dunn Smith. He asked Leonard, who was still slacking off in the entertainment room, to guard the Chinese gate for him, and then went to the living room and asked the 2 about the situation. The timid and reserved teenager mustered up the courage to interrupt the tall, thin man next to him who was about to speak and said, "My father is missing. He hasn't come home since yesterday afternoon." Dunn's grey eyes squinted at him, he rubbed his brows, and shook his head imperceptibly. "Sir, why do you want to see the security personnel? The police in Tingen are very professional." The young man lowered his head involuntarily, looked at the coffee table, clenched his fists, and said nervously, "My father said that if something like this happened to him, it would be useless to report it to the police. He must come here for help. He mentioned you, Mr. Smith. If something like this happened, calling the police would be useless. Did the child's father know he was involved in some kind of supernatural trouble? In other words, a survivor of an extraordinary case, Philip quickly came up with a rough idea, and the others probably had similar ideas, but it was obvious that this couldn't be discussed in detail in front of outsiders. Dunn's deep grey eyes narrowed slightly, he raised his fingers and tapped his head, then nodded. I see. What about this gentleman? The tall and thin man was startled, obviously not expecting the topic to turn directly to him. He turned his head to look at the boy, who suddenly realized after a brief moment of confusion, and said without saying anything more. My name is Klein. I'm the butler of Mr. Vickroyd, the tobacco merchant. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning, 2 hours ago. We've reported the case to the police, and they've received sufficient attention. But Mr. Vickroyd is still worried. He hopes to use your security personnel's channels and your understanding of Tingen to investigate from another direction and ensure that little Elliot is safely rescued. If you can find the kidnapper's hiding place, Mr. Vickroyd is willing to pay £100 as a reward. If you are confident enough to rescue young Master Elliot, he is willing to double it. £200, a big order. Philip, whose entire personal wealth and bank account combined totaled only over £800, was somewhat tempted by the words, but he also knew that this matter probably had little to do with him. However, the next moment, Dunn's voice called back Philip, who was still thinking about the next task. Lawrence, are you confident about this matter? Philip pointed at himself blankly. If the kidnappers weren't beyonders and there weren't multiple gun prohibitions, he would have a good chance of completing the commission alone with his newly learned divination method and the skills brought by the prisoner. But wasn't this trusting him too much? Yet. Dunn nodded, without answering Philip's question. He just looked at him silently, waiting for an answer. Is that okay? Okay, I'll go get the paperwork. Philip nodded, without saying anything more, turned and went into the office, took out 4 ready-made contracts printed a few days ago, returned to the reception hall, and signed 2 of them with the butler. Then, at Roseanne's reminder, he picked up the contract again and stamped the Blackthorn Security Company seal on Mrs. Oriana, and the contract became effective. The butler took one of the contracts and took off his hat and bowed to Philip, saying, Sir, I'm waiting for your good news. After saying that, he left here. Philip held the remaining contract in his hand and looked at Dunn, who was sitting on the sofa. He said awkwardly, Captain, am I really going to go there alone? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Dunn's eyes were filled with doubt. Lawrence, I don't think you're such a coward. The missions you've done in the past have proven that. As he spoke, he suddenly paused for 2 seconds, as if he had thought of a key point. Then he smiled calmly and said, Don't worry, after this period of observation, you have already proven yourself. Now you are an indispensable member of our team. I'll write you 2 documents. This assignment might be dangerous. Go ask old Neil for guns and ammunition. I didn't even realize you hadn't mentioned this. By the way, that other document is your permit to enter and exit Tingen. If the kidnappers are outside Tingen, you don't need to come back to report. Just handle it yourself and let me bear the risk. Philip listened in silence. There was a softness in the sapphire blue eyes. He bowed slightly, seemingly to himself and the people on the field, and slowly said, Captain, thank you. I will try my best. Jingle bell. The slight ringing of the bell slightly disrupted the somewhat strange atmosphere in the reception hall. Roseanne looked around a little embarrassedly, and then went into the inner room with Philip holding the IOU. It didn't take long. After Philip and the butler walked out of the door, Dunn's expression in the reception hall became serious again. He asked the young man in front of him, What is your name and your father's name? Eric Brondy. The boy took a deep breath and continued, My father's name is Joel Brondy. Joel Brondy, Joel Brondy. Dunn closed his eyes, pinched his brows with his hands, and repeated it several times in a low voice before he found the answer from his memory. Okay, Eric, now tell me everything you know about your father's disappearance. Eric clasped his hands and nodded. I don't know much. I only know that he is a fan of the occult. Many years ago, my father was very resistant to these things, but as time went by, he seemed to gradually become fascinated by them. Yesterday afternoon, my father went to the docks as usual. He always comes back with strange things. But this time I waited for a long time, and he didn't come home. Eric didn't say anything else. In the reception hall, Klein turned his gaze to Dunn and asked, "Captain, it seems you knew Eric's father before." Dunn nodded slightly, clasped his hands together, and slowly spoke, "He's a survivor of a previous case, just like you. He chose to return to life, and our subsequent examinations have revealed no problems. It's been 7 years." Klein heard the vicissitudes and sadness implied in this sentence, so he politely did not ask any further questions. "Klein, I'll go with you personally." However, just as Dunn finished speaking, Luo Shan whispered something very carefully in his ear. The latter's expression froze slightly, and after a silence of 2 or 3 seconds, he spoke. "Eric, I'm sorry, I have something to take care of later. Our current security personnel are all busy, so you may need to wait a while." "No, it's okay." Chapter 31. Searching for someone. This is a picture of little Master Elliot. In the spacious carriage, Philip took the photo of Elliot Vic Royal. It showed a 10-year-old child with obvious freckles and long hair that almost covered his eyes, making him look completely unremarkable. "Do you have any of his unwashed clothes? That would make it easier to track him by scent. You know, finding someone based on a photo alone requires a vast intelligence network across Tingen, and our company doesn't have that." "No problem." Faced with Philip's explanation, the butler agreed immediately. He seemed a little uneasy in the silent atmosphere, so he took the initiative to explain the information that little Elliot was kidnapped in the morning. 3 people, armed. If the terrain permits, and if no beyonders appear, I alone will be enough to handle this matter." Philip nodded calmly, "I roughly understand." He looked out the window at the heavy rain, then looked down at the photo of little Elliot and suddenly asked, "Is he still wearing this style of clothes today? I mean, this kind of formal suit?" The butler was stunned for a moment, then said, "That's right, young Elliot will not have other styles of clothes." "That's good." As the lengthy and slow narration came to an end, the carriage belonging to Mr. Vikral's family also stopped silently on a street outside his home to avoid alerting the kidnappers. The butler held up an umbrella and walked towards the distance in the rain, looking a little anxious. After a while, he returned here with a shrunken gentleman's suit tightly in his arms, and there were many wet marks on his body. He held the clothes in his hands and handed them to Philip, then bowed slightly, took off his hat and saluted, saying, "Sir, please, I look forward to your good news. I'm only 20 years old." Seeing the old butler with grey hair in front of him being so respectful and polite, Philip suppressed the strangeness in his heart, took the clothes, and held them in his arms with one hand. At the same time, his other hand involuntarily reached into his pocket, gently stroking a brand new iron wire that was bent into a right angle, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after knowing that Philip only knew the pendulum divination method, old Neil taught him a divination method called divination rod divination on the grounds that in order to prevent him from losing things in the future. The divination rod refers to a piece of iron wire bent into a right angle without any bends. As long as you hold the shorter end and rotate it, you can determine the direction of the object. Even on Earth, there are similar methods, such as a black pen placed on the desk for rotation during a quiet break in school. Old Mr. Neil is quite far-sighted. If I hadn't learned this divination, he would probably have had to take action. After all, no matter how powerful Klein, the diviner, is, he can't be split in half and used. Under the temptation of a minimum of £100, Philip lavishly booked a 4-wheeled carriage on the street, paid 2 sols to shut the driver's mouth, and quietly began his divination. He placed the wire in his palm, resting his hand on the clothes in his arms, pinching the short end and gently turning it, muttering in his mind, the position of the formal suit that Elliot is wearing today. The divining rod can only be used to find objects, but in this special case, it can be used to find people. Because little Elliot's clothes yesterday and today are exactly the same style, he can use the aura of yesterday's clothes to predict what he will wear today. As for the possibility of failure, either the other party had some extraordinary people interfering with divination, or these perverted kidnappers simply stripped off their target's clothes and threw them away on the road after kidnapping them. Either way, something is wrong. 30 minutes later, the carriage stopped under a building according to Philip's instructions, which changed almost every few hundred meters. Philip put away the wire and walked out with an umbrella. Looking at the ordinary 3-story house, Philip twisted the wire in his hand and put away his umbrella. His formal suit was still stained by water. He walked into the house silently and came to the stairs. Upward. still upward. After he tried twice in succession, the wire still remained independent and flipped over directly under the force of its own rotation, with the longer end pointing upward. Philip went up to the third floor and did a final divination wand search. After getting the answer that the wire was to the right, he tapped his right teeth twice to open his clairvoyance. The aura of the 4 people further confirmed his guess. It corresponds exactly to Elliot and the 3 kidnappers. Just as he stopped there, ready to consider whether to just take the £100 or try to save people, his thoughts suddenly froze. He frowned, staring at the closed door behind him with his eyes that had been freed from clairvoyance, and his heart began to beat fast without him noticing. I guessed wrong, this is Elliot. Or maybe there's something wrong with this room. The rain outside covered the silent silence inside the building, but Philip's breathing gradually became heavy. The pressure conveyed by both parties made him, who was alone, think of leaving now. Thump, thump, thump. Slow and powerful footsteps were heard. Someone is going upstairs. Philip was startled, but after thinking that the people downstairs were most likely just ordinary residents, he forced himself to calm down. He found a corner and squatted down involuntarily, leaning forward slightly, hiding there almost like he was lying on his stomach. In this case, as long as the other person is a resident on the 2nd floor, it is absolutely impossible for him to see me. But if the other party goes up to the 3rd floor? The sound of the wooden stairs interlocking with each other stopped temporarily, but soon rang again amid Philip's increasingly nervous mood, which meant that the other party skipped the 2nd floor and headed towards the 3rd floor. Philip closed his eyes and exhaled, tensing his mind. He pulled out a revolver from the pouch under his armpit, found the right moment, stepped forward, and pointed the cold barrel directly at the chest of the man in the middle of the stairs. He waited until the man was visibly stunned before slowly speaking. The one on the left, or the one on the right? The man was wearing a brown coat and holding a large bag of bread. He controlled his voice and chuckled awkwardly. He quickly scanned the rooms on both sides and said, "Left, sir, please remain calm." Philip turned his head slightly to the right, pretending to glance at the room the other party was talking about, then retracted his gaze, still pointing the gun at him, "Then open the door and go home." "No, sir, I..." Hearing this, a strange emotion flashed in the man's eyes. After a brief pause, he explained. "My mother is at home. She's very old, and I'm afraid she might scare him. If you have anything to ask, could you please go outside and ask?" "I think you misunderstood something." Philip narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled teasingly. "What I asked you just now wasn't a multiple-choice question, but a true or false one." "Haha, the answer I need is simply whether you live on the 3rd floor. Because both of these two are involved in the case." Chapter 32, Rui Er Bieber. When the man in brown heard this, his pupils shrank slightly, and then he threw the bag of bread in his arms to Philip, and then he held on to the railing on the side and wanted to jump to the stairs downstairs. However, after Philip realized that the other party had no gun or did not have the courage to draw his gun and fight to the death, he had already ignored the bread that hit him without causing any pain, and pulled back the man who was about to jump. He raised his leg and kneed the man in the abdomen, then picked up a piece of bread, stuffed it into the man's mouth, and pressed him down on the stairs. The hard bread was stuffed into his mouth. The dry taste made the man in brown flap his body and try to struggle, but he was suppressed by Philip, who kept pushing the long bread into his mouth, causing it to deform. The man in brown rolled his eyes, his face gradually turned red, the subconscious trembling of his body soon became weak, and the strength of his resistance also began to wane. After confirming that the other party was completely unconscious, Philip let go of his hand, took 2 deep breaths, gently moved his hand which had turned a little red, and sat on the steps to rest. If there had not been a heavy rain to block their way, the 3 robbers in the room would have inevitably heard the noise and come out to provide support. He looked at the unconscious man in front of him and sighed in his heart, still unprofessional. "I told you that both rooms were involved in the case, and you actually believed me. Wouldn't a normal person just retort with emotion?" "Well, you can't say that. Just think of it as decisive and brave." After more than 10 seconds, Philip found that he had adapted to the situation, so he walked quietly back to the door of the room on the right, opened his spiritual vision again, and identified the weak child Elliot by the size of his aura. Then he alternated his 4 fingers and clenched the gun in his hand again. The moment the door opens, 3 bursts are required. Hitting the head and limbs is too risky. If you miss, there's a high probability that you, the living target standing outside the door, will be hit. Therefore, you need to remember the approximate position of the center of the aura, which is the position of the kidnapper's torso. After all, reality is different from games, and you can be alive and well as long as there is blood left. In reality, once you are shot and feel the bullet hitting your body, no matter how strong or luckier you are, you will have almost no room to resist, unless your willpower far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Boom! The loud noise of the door being kicked open finally drowned out the noise of the heavy rain at this moment. The 4 people inside were startled by the noise and were stunned for a moment. However, it was just this moment of stunned silence. Gunshots were heard, and blood splattered on the floor. The kidnapper who was shot in the abdomen covered his stomach with his hands. The intense pain made his face twisted, and he fell straight to the ground. Joel! The man in black sitting on the chair shouted the name of his accomplice, then picked up the pistol on the table, ready to kill the damn guy in front of the door. However, this action seemed a little slow in front of Philip, who had already prepared subconsciously. The next 2 bullets were still fired from his revolver, hitting the right shoulder and left leg of the remaining 2 kidnappers respectively. While these guys were stunned, Philip quickly stepped forward and knocked them all out, stripped off their coats, and roughly and simply performed a hemostatic bandage, and then came to the tied little boy. Young Master Elliot. The little boy, tied up in the chair, trembled uncontrollably, seemingly still recovering from the battle. It wasn't until he heard the name that had once comforted him that his lifeless eyes regained color. Yes, yes. Philip picked up the knife beside him, cut the rope for Elliot, and patted him on the shoulder. Elliot, the situation is urgent and I don't have much time to comfort you. If you are sure that there are only 4 kidnappers, go out now, grab that white umbrella, and find the patrolling police and ask them to handle the matter here. Can you do it? Little Elliot was still afraid and wanted to say something, but after seeing Philip's serious and hurried expression, he nodded obediently and took a step to run out. And many more. However, seeing the 200 pounds walking away from his attention, Philip, who had seen too many melodramatic plots, changed his mind again. He pressed Elliot's shoulder, silenced him, and whispered softly, "Forget it, just hide at the 2nd floor staircase. If you see anything unusual, call for help immediately." After settling the only burden on the scene and handing over the kidnapper's pistol, Philip wasted no time. He reloaded his revolver, went to the room on the left side of the 3rd floor, and knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone home?" However, the touch from his palm made him frown, because there was obviously something blocking the door inside the house. It seemed that it was hastily arranged after the sound of breaking the door just now, and it was not difficult to break through. Seeing that there was still no sound after waiting for a few seconds, Philip lay directly on the ground and sniffed through the crack in the door. Apart from the smell of dust in the gap that made him frown, the smell of blood that followed made his pupils shrink slightly. Boom, boom, following 2 gunshots, the door lock, which had been intact, fell to the ground with a clang, and Philip turned sideways and hit the door directly. Click! The broken door panel fell down, and Philip finally saw the scene inside. The old woman in black and white was lying in a rocking chair. Her eyes were completely empty and dark red blood was dripping down her blackened skin and the gently rocking chair onto the floor. The other person in the room, the young man who was about to walk to the window, also stopped. His deep blue eyes were filled with indifference and ferocity as he stared at Philip, the intruder, and he unconsciously clenched a black notebook in his right hand. Philip's eyes swept across the notebook, but without lingering, he said to the young man in front of him who also had black hair and blue eyes, "Sir, you are breaking the law. And this is a homicide. You'd better surrender now, otherwise I have no reason to spare your life. Get out." Rui Bieber gritted his teeth and uttered the word with great restraint and reluctance. "So there's nothing to talk about." Philip spoke in a relaxed manner, but he raised his hand steadily and quickly, aimed at the young man in front of him, and pulled the trigger directly. Boom! Before Rel Bieber could completely dodge, the bullet had already passed through his left shoulder, and the splattered blood left a mark on the window behind him. After being shot, he stared at his bleeding wound in a daze, and then his body suddenly began to tremble. After a brief whimper of pain, his whole body began to swell. Boom! 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 Faced with this strange sight, Philip, who realized something was wrong, immediately emptied the magazine and fired all 5 bullets into the opponent's body. However, the expected blood color was mixed with a grayish-white viscous liquid. The air was also filled with the smell of decay. Chapter 33. Tuxedo Clown. "What the hell are you, seeing that the monster in front of him seemed to be completely unaffected, Philip frowned and suddenly felt a headache. He subconsciously took a few steps back to allow himself to think with some peace of mind. At the same time, his hands did not stop moving. He took out several silver-white bullets engraved with complex patterns and quickly loaded them into the revolver. After loading 4 bullets, the transformation of the humanoid monster in front of him stopped temporarily. Its original height of about 1.7 meters soared by more than 10 centimeters. Its skin turned grayish-white, and the bullet holes on its body gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Philip stopped, raised his gun and pointed it at the other party, then shot directly without caring about the damage. 4 silver-white streams of light streaked through the air and penetrated into the body of the grey-white monster in front of him. Crotch, left chest, neck, and hips. At this moment, Philip was extremely grateful that Dunn had arranged 10 so-called demon-hunting bullets for him. Otherwise, in this situation, even if he was unwilling, the best way would be to run away with Elliot. The shrill scream soon resounded throughout the entire floor. The monster's dark body seemed to be bright for some reason. Philip, who had originally held onto the door and was about to sprint away, was also stunned. Is this bullet so powerful? Before he could figure out what was going on, the grey-white monster's body began to expand at an abnormal speed, as if something disgusting was about to burst out from it. A strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, and Philip retreated quickly. Then, a loud bang sounded in the room, carrying with it the rotten and sticky flesh and blood, and turned into a strong air wave that exploded. He was blown directly into the house opposite and fell directly next to a kidnapper. The latter did not move and continued to lie there like a dead pig. Who? Philip struggled to stand up, covering his head, and with blurred vision and the roar in his ears that had not yet subsided, he could barely see the scene in the room. The phantom pain and fatigue in his body and brain made him subconsciously prepare to leave, but at this moment he suddenly noticed the black notebook in the hand of the young man who had just turned into a monster. Philip half bent down, supported his knees with his arms, and with some effort returned to the house, which no longer showed any signs of its previous state. The pungent smell of decay and the sticky and disgusting squirming sounds made him want to retch. He covered his mouth and followed the location in his memory to the ancient, outdated notebook that was not at all distinctive, and he took it in his hand while suppressing his nausea. After returning to the second-floor stairs and confirming that Elliot was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and looked down at the formal suit he could almost buy again. What a loss! Don't wear expensive clothes next time. Walking to the door, Philip looked at Elliot, who wanted to follow him but had to retreat 2 meters away due to force majeure. He shook his head and smiled weakly, controlling the distance and pulling him to his side. Just bear with it, I can't bear to throw it away. White umbrellas opened from the rain curtain, shielding 2 black figures, one big and one small. They were walking on the street, trying to find patrolling policemen. Water droplets kept falling from above, bringing only comfort and peace of mind to the two. Da-da-da. However, at this moment, amid the roar of the rainstorm, clearly audible footsteps rang in his ears, causing Philip, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, to straighten up again. He ignored Elliot's resistance and put his arm around him. Then he looked around and finally found something at the corner of the street. The man, dressed in a black tuxedo, a half-high silk hat, and his face painted with red, yellow, and white paint, dressed himself up as a clown. Clown. Philip frowned. Sir, your mission has been completed. I think there are some things you don't need to get involved in. The clown in the tuxedo raised the corners of his mouth high, revealing a somewhat weird atmosphere in this already gloomy rainy weather. 500 pounds, I want the notebook. Notes. Philip looked at the quaint notebook in his right hand, smiled and raised it in front of the other party, and said in a slightly deep tone. Sorry, that's impossible. He didn't know what this thing was specifically, but the man didn't show any extraordinary characteristics after his death, which meant that it was very likely that he turned into a monster because of this notebook. This kind of thing cannot be leaked out. And it sounds hard to say if the other party is a member of a secret organization or a wild extraordinary person who does evil, then you can kill him and the money will be yours. This notebook, which may be of great significance, can be handed over to the Night Watcher. The merit gained in return does not mean you cannot continue to get paid. Seeing that the situation could not be resolved peacefully, the tuxedo clown grinned, raised his white-gloved hand, and snapped his fingers in the air. Boom! In Philip's trembling eyes, there was nothing except the clown standing there, but his instinct still made him fall back. When he stood up again, the clown in tuxedo pulled out a small stack of soft white paper from somewhere and placed it flat on the palm of his hand. With the other hand, he pinched a piece of paper and shook it. The originally soft white paper suddenly became hard and was thrown directly at him. Fake? Philip watched the paper knife, intact in the rain and dripping with water, come at him. Preparing for this, he pulled Elliot away, his thoughts scattered as he began to ponder the other party's abilities. That finger snap was probably just a trick. I scared myself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such an obvious attack method again. But it's also possible that he was trying to confuse me. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the rain and the cover of daylight, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to see this thing clearly. At this moment, he couldn't help but complain about the monotony of his prisoner abilities. Apart from his extraordinary physical fitness, those criminal skills would hardly be of much use in a head-on battle with extraordinary people. It's really not as practical as a gun. Fortunately, most low sequences are like this. Philip squatted down and handed the umbrella to Elliot. Then he took off his dirty coat and black vest, wrapped the notebook with the black vest, and placed it on the wet ground. The clown in tuxedo seemed to have guessed what he wanted to do. He didn't throw the sharp and hard piece of paper in his hand, but waited quietly for him to finish these actions, as if he was afraid that something might happen to the notes. Elliot, find a safe place to hide nearby. Philip, who only had the last white shirt left on his body, threw away his coat, then waved his hand, asking the precious 200 pounds to wait nearby to avoid any accidents. Chapter 34. I'm so tired. Rain fell from the sky, soaking Philip's whole body in just a few seconds. He calmly raised his gun, aimed at the other party, and then pulled the trigger. However, the tuxedo clown's agility and reaction speed far exceeded Philip's expectations. The moment the gunshot rang out, the other party leaned back in a strange posture. He stood on tiptoe, stretched his knees forward, and leaned back almost 90 degrees, but he didn't feel tense at all, as if his body was made of liquid and was as smooth and fluid as before. Philip's face changed slightly, and he glanced at his revolver. There were still the last 5 demon hunting bullets in it. If he used them up and reloaded them, it would be easy for him to rush over and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the opponent's skills. If we run, even with Elliot as a burden, we will definitely not be able to outrun the other party. If a close fight really breaks out, it will be difficult for me to keep the notes. The only good news at the moment is that he has no gun. Philip sighed inwardly, closed his eyes and exhaled slightly. A short time passed. In the quiet atmosphere, 2 more gunshots rang out. Philip pulled the trigger again without any unnecessary movements. The sudden firing gave the opponent almost no time to react. Because he did not dodge the sharp piece of paper shot by the other party, but let it scratch his cheek, causing a few drops of blood to flow out of the cut. The clown in tuxedo obviously didn't expect Philip to dare to play like this, and the exaggerated smile on his face loosened a little. A bullet narrowly grazed his left shoulder, and a dark red hole suddenly appeared on his black clothes. Hiss, you're really good at hiding. Feeling the resentful gaze of the clown in front of him, Philip knew that with his current ability, he might not be able to defeat the other party by any proper means, so he turned the gun and pointed it at the black vest wrapped in the notebook behind him. Don't move! He shouted, pointing the muzzle of his gun accurately at the location of the ancient notebook. Stop what you are doing now, or I will shoot immediately and destroy this shabby notebook. You! The clown in tuxedo had quickly adjusted his expression, but it stiffened again. His eyes became fierce involuntarily, but a hint of uneasiness and fear flashed in his eyes. Because judging from the expression of the guy in front of him, he seemed to be unaware of Antigonus' notes. Or rather, I don't care at all. Is this notebook bulletproof? The clown in tuxedo didn't dare to move at all. He was thinking hard and had long forgotten the wound on his shoulder. At this moment, he was thinking about this most critical issue and couldn't come up with an idea for a while. Normally, who would ask such a stupid question except for an idiot whose IQ is enough to make a curly-haired baboon laugh? Is this thing so important? Philip, who had originally only been trying to find out, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a malicious smile, "Okay, I'll give you 2 choices. Let yourself bleed to death from the gunshot wound, or choose to follow me back to the base and be beaten to death by my teammates." The clown in tuxedo didn't say anything, but just stared at him intently, and his fingers suddenly trembled twice. "I understand." Philip smiled innocently, made an okay gesture, then took out an ordinary bullet from his pocket and loaded the revolver. Boom, gunshots rang out, and the edge of the black vest covering Antigonus's notes was pierced by bullet holes. This sudden movement made the tuxedo clown, who was still holding on to hope, dare not make any attempts in this regard. He didn't dare to gamble. Even if he died, the notebook couldn't be harmed. Time passed slowly as the clown hesitated. He relied on his own abilities without making any body or facial movements, but the heavy rain was still falling and the wound on his shoulder made him anxious every minute and every second. Finally, another drop of rain fell right into the wound. Having gotten used to the pain, the tuxedo clown finally gritted his teeth and prepared to take action. However, just as he began to move, a low and soft voice suddenly came from behind him, quiet, sad, and intoxicating. Ah, the threat of fear, the crimson hope. At least one thing is true, this life flies by. One thing is true, the rest are lies. Flowers bloom once and then die. The song echoed in the rain-washed streets. Philip, who was already mentally and physically exhausted, yawned uncontrollably with his hands covering his mouth, but his eyes and the gun in his hand were still directed towards the target. He squinted slightly through the tears in his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw two familiar people getting out of a carriage. Klein and Leonard, reinforcements have finally arrived. While Philip was moved, he did not let down his guard. He exchanged a subtle glance with Klein across from him, and finally the two of them fired at the same time, hitting the tuxedo clown's heart and chest at the same time. The latter opened his eyes wide, and just as he was about to move with his arms slightly stiff, Philip was kind enough to fire a few more bullets for him and empty the magazine again. God knows what the situation is this time. He was originally on a good money-making commission, but suddenly he ran into a young man opposite who turned into a monster because of a broken notebook. After solving the problem, he ran into the Joker in front of him halfway. He was really exhausted. Klein and Leonard cautiously approached the tuxedo clown. After confirming that he was dead, they asked Philip, "Lawrence, are you okay? Where's Elliot?" A bit tired, Philip sighed, his eyelids twitching as he waved his hand. He then pointed to a little boy observing the area from behind a pillar not far away. 200 pounds. No, Elliot is right there. Things weren't looking good just now, so I let him hide here for now. He briefly told Klein and Leonard what had just happened. Who would have thought that their originally calm expressions were stunned, staring at him in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. What are you doing? Philip was a little nervous about the sudden situation. Leonard had a strange expression on his face. He adjusted the brim of his half-high silk hat and sighed softly, "Lawrence, I have to say, even I envy your good luck. If what you say is correct, that notebook is very likely the Antigonus notebook." Klein nodded in agreement. He finally looked at the tuxedo clown's body lying on the ground and sighed, "If I had learned the spiritual ritual and brought my own materials, I could verify it now." "Don't worry, the captain should know how to distinguish." Leonard smiled and said. "Makes sense. Anything is fine." Philip didn't feel anything about it. He just touched the notes. He was really numb now. Chapter 35. Murderer. Philip picked up the wet black vest, then looked at the formal coat he had just thrown away not far away. He sighed, blinked, and seemed to think of something. He said to Klein, "It's a pity you didn't channel the spirit. If I remember correctly, the secret order has mastered your diviner path. Maybe they can even channel the subsequent formula." Klein was startled when he heard this, then looked behind him and shook his head in a strange manner, saying, "I'm not a psychic. I need to perform a ritual to communicate with spirits. I don't have the materials right now, and I'm not sure." He spoke calmly, but his heart seemed to be bleeding. He just hoped that Ms. Daly would appear by his side now and help him obtain information and formulas with the help of the incomplete spiritual power of this tuxedo clown. Too bad it's totally unrealistic. Philip looked at Klein, who was holding an umbrella. He then took out the Antigonus notebook and handed it to him. "Here, take this. Don't get it wet, and don't read it carelessly." Leonard, who had only taken a few steps not far away, raised his hand and was about to say something, but Klein had already taken the notebook. The latter was stunned on the spot. In the brief seconds that Leonard approached, Klein's dazed gaze gradually regained focus. He covered his head and shook it gently. "Horner, Kais. What do you mean?" Leonard asked with a frown, but to be on the safe side, he still carefully took the notes from Klein after obtaining his consent. Klein blinked, his tense body relaxing. He said, I heard it the moment I touched the notebook. You and this notebook are truly destined to be together. Leonard tucked the notebook under his arm with a complicated expression. Let's go. Lawrence's commission involves too many things. It's best to call the police as soon as possible. At this moment, the body of the tuxedo clown also began to move strangely, and a ball of blue blood fell off from his wrist at some point. Extraordinary characteristics, Philip's eyes flickered, and a little greed arose in his heart, but he rationally did not move. Instead, he let Leonard come forward and use the silver box to put away the extraordinary characteristics of the tuxedo clown. Even though Klein had some basic understanding of the extraordinary realm, he still had no concept of extraordinary characteristics. He immediately asked, what is this? Hee. Leonard smiled faintly and didn't answer directly. Instead, he said meaningfully, the bodies of Beyonders always undergo certain changes. You'll get used to it. Perhaps this is something extremely important? Who knows? That's so important. Philip listened calmly, nodding slightly with an expression that said, I've learned something. But he was thinking, a low-sequence official Beyonder, don't you know the law of the indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics? It makes sense. After all, if it is exposed to a certain extent, it will easily cause chaos. After retrieving the Beyonder characteristics, the three of them walked along the road in search of the police. Philip, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked the two people beside him, by the way, why are you here? If the previous developments in the reception hall hadn't gone wrong, Klein and Captain Dunn should have been handling the missing persons case. Instead, not only was Leonard the one who handled the case, but they also inexplicably bumped into him. Leonard and Klein exchanged glances upon hearing this. The former blinked his left eye in a hint, and after a 2-second silence, the latter began to explain, the young man from this morning was named Eric Brondy. Our speculation and investigation suggest that his father, Joel, went missing after visiting the underground trading market near the Dragon Bar. Because we saw witnesses, it seems that Joel was stalking someone and left the dragon to go somewhere else. Philip stroked his chin. So you followed the clues and tracked them to this area? That's right. Leonard spread his hands and said, but after arriving in this neighborhood, Klein's divination was disrupted, and it was unsuccessful from beginning to end. Then we met you on the road. What a coincidence, Philip lowered his eyes slightly and said in a low voice without any emotion. Inside a 3-story building, Tyr leaned against the window, his gaze fixed on the battle outside, his scarlet eyes gleaming with excitement. It makes me nostalgic. Back then, I was so weak, I really wanted to crush them all. Boring. Jason's dead eyes remained unchanged in the room. He stroked the table with his fingers and commented indifferently, you are also weak in my eyes now. If you don't mind, I can beat you up. Besides, has your brain been stunned by the curly-haired baboon? You're killing people here so brazenly. What we're most afraid of right now is that the target will leave. Tyr was so confused by this that he didn't know what to say. He could only snort and reluctantly sat back in his chair, retorting in a low voice, who told him to seek death by following me? And who was it that couldn't resist his thirst for blood and skinned and devoured that guy alive? Humph. After satisfying his lust, he's now acting pretentiously here. The two people's sharp gazes met in the air, but they finally withdrew them with restraint. Not long after, the door was opened. Steve walked into the house with steady steps, his dark green eyes scanning the two of them, then he adjusted his hat and said in a deep voice, news came from Backland that Merrick and Sharon seem to have discovered we've been transferred and are now trying to completely escape our pursuit. We don't have enough manpower there. Bump, the moment Werewolf Tyr and Zombie Jason heard the news, they immediately slammed the table and said excitedly, Master Steve, let's go. No matter what, we can't let them go. I know, but this is the Mother Tree's mission after all. Steve narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone gradually changed from deep to a little excited. So next, I'll take the Crimson Moon Corona and secretly return to Backland. I'll set up traps and completely eliminate them. At the very least, I'll make these Rose School outliers pay a heavy price. Master Steve, what about us? I need you to succeed within 2 months. Steve looked at the stunned Tyr and Jason, closed his eyes, and breathed steadily for a few seconds. Then, in his calmest tone, he explained, this has never happened before. The Mother Tree has sent down an oracle again, with the same request as before. The gods have sent down 2 identical oracles, which is equivalent to putting aside their pride and urging, Tyr felt his heart tremble. He had originally confidently believed that the only difficulty in solving the problem of the prisoner was to find him, but now he suddenly felt unsure. In his mind, he was already imagining the open and secret struggles between the gods. That sequence 9 prisoner is one of the gods' favored ones who are hostile to the Mother Tree? Chapter 36. Beyond our characteristics, the law of immortality. Master Steve, I feel. Tyler, who was originally full of confidence in himself and Jason, suddenly felt a little unsure and wanted to speak up to keep them. After all, even if Sharon and Merrick escaped completely, they could still be tracked down in the future. But if they died in such a mission, their lives would be completely over. No matter how people who have embarked on the path of extraordinariness appear on the outside, there is no real madness inside. Jason didn't say a word the entire time, but his eyes, which were gradually filled with ferocity and desire, and his hands that crushed the edge of the table, were enough to show that the words he had just spoken had also ignited the rage in his heart and the desire for flesh and blood that had grown out of it. Don't worry. Steve knew what they were thinking and finally told them the good news. According to the Mother Tree, the prisoner is currently nothing special and will definitely try to get promoted. In the next 2 full moons, our power will be even greater than before, and the curse on the other side will also intensify, enough for you in Tingen to feel his position. All you have to do is capture him alive. Catch alive. Tyler and Jason were both stunned, wondering what unknown truth was hidden behind these different requests. But soon their minds were no longer occupied with these things, and they were overwhelmed by the joy of completing the oracle. Their tongues swept across the red lips and the white teeth, and their appearance, which was no different from that of a human, now showed an indescribable weirdness. They grinned, their facial expressions gradually approaching madness. The noise of the rain in their ears was drowned out by the pleasant full moonlight in their minds, and it was so pale and powerless. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Inside the room guarding the Chinese gate, Dunn Smith listened quietly and calmly to the 3 people's narration. He then took the Antigonus notebook from Leonard and said to Philip Lawrence, "Your performance and achievements have surpassed my expectations. I don't even know how to express my appreciation for you. All of this will be recorded as your achievements. As for what you want to exchange your merits for, it depends entirely on your own wishes. You can think about it carefully." As he spoke, he opened the diary and began to read it. Captain, will everything be okay?" Philip blinked, feeling a little unbelievable about the situation in front of him. In his eyes, the abilities brought by the 3 potions, Insomniac, Midnight Poet and Nightmare, are most likely to have no way to resist contamination. Will there be problems if he just reads them directly? Dunn took a quick look and then closed his notebook. No problem. He didn't say whether there was nothing wrong with the notes, or with just flipping through them, or both. First, store this notebook inside the Chinese gate and wait for Backland's personnel to arrive in Tingen. After Dunn finished his instructions, he looked at Philip, who was soaked by the rain, and squinted slightly, as if unintentionally saying, "Lawrence, although this is just an ordinary commission, it undoubtedly involves the mission of our night watchman. So we will reimburse you for all your losses during this process." So good, Philip, who had not expected this at all, suddenly felt much happier and felt less tired. After all, the black vest had no effect at all, and the formal suit only needed a slight wash after being washed by the rain. It would be even better if it could be discounted. While Philip was thinking this, Dunn sent Fry, the corpse collector, and Luo Yao Lighting, the sleepless man, who had just returned to the company after handling the theft case, to deal with the follow-up. As the pale-skinned man and the indifferent woman walked out of the room, Leonard shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Alas, it's a pity that our commission hasn't been completed yet, and it seems that a Beyonder is involved." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. It had indeed been quite busy lately. Dunn pinched his brows, his expression unchanged. After letting Klein and Leonard recount the situation in detail, he said, "I understand. You should go and rest first. Let's go to the Dragon Bar in the afternoon." After this matter came to an end, Philip returned to the upper floor with Leonard, who looked calm, and Klein, who was frowning and still thinking about something. After seeing the so-called bard walk straight into the recreation room for the official members of the Nighthawks, he calmly placed his hand on Klein's shoulder to pull him out of his thoughts. "Phil Lawrence, what's wrong?" Klein, who had almost called out the wrong name, quickly reacted and asked in a very quiet voice. However, Philip did not speak, but pointed to the clerical staff office, pulled him in, and gently closed the door. After listening outside the door for a few seconds and making sure there was nothing wrong, Philip spoke. Klein, do you have money now? What, brother, are you awake? Thinking about how he had saved up some clean wallets to maintain Benson and Melissa's happy life, he pursed his lips, trying not to sound too bitter. Not much. Okay, then write an IOU. Philip anticipated this and continued to talk to himself. Then, he reacted and looked at Klein. He said carefully, for £100, I can sell you an extremely important piece of knowledge. Is that acceptable? We are from the same hometown, and we have to make money. He has no philanthropic tendencies. The law of immortality of the Beyonder characteristic was information that was almost unknown among wild low-sequence Beyonders. Leonard's previous performance and previous experiences also gave him a general understanding of the Nighthawks situation. I'm afraid that, like the acting method, it is also confidential among the officials and few people know about it. £100 is considered very kind. Important knowledge, £100. Klein frowned, feeling conflicted. However, thinking of Philip's previous attitude towards him, he nodded. I'll pay you back. Don't worry, I won't charge you any interest, and you can use Russell's diary instead. At least 4 pages. Philip smiled and said, £5 apiece. Then he leaned his head close to Klein's ear, covered his ear with his hand, and whispered in a very cryptic voice, the law of indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics. Beyonder characteristics cannot be destroyed or reduced. They can only be transferred from one carrier to another. Klein muttered to himself, then opened his eyes wide, as if he had figured something out. To give you an example, the substance that leaked out of that clown's body after his death, that is, the Beyonder who didn't lose control, is equivalent to the main ingredient of this sequence of potions. After Philip finished speaking, he patted the other person's shoulder and continued in the other person's dazed expression, have you figured it out? If you have figured it out, let's continue. There are still things to discuss. Chapter 37. Subsequent progress. Go on, what are you going to discuss? Klein asked quickly. Philip looked at the office door and always felt like an ignorant kid on a summer night, staying up late in his room playing with his phone, worried that his parents would break in and find him. He pulled Klein along and then sat down on 2 adjacent office chairs in the room. Klein, using the acting method, how long will it take you to completely digest the potion? Hearing Philip's question, Klein froze. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. The progress is indeed fast, but I'm afraid it won't be until next month at the earliest. And that's based on extremely good luck. After saying this, his expression suddenly became somewhat intriguing, and he asked uncertainly. Philip, what do you want to change? What are you thinking about? Philip rolled his eyes, sat cross-legged, clenched his fist with one hand, supported his chin and said helplessly, even if we change it, it's useless. We can only replace the main ingredients. Without the formula, we don't know what the auxiliary materials are needed. Unless you are willing to take some risks. Besides, do you have money to buy it from me? No, no. The short question left Klein speechless, as he was about to say something. But after digesting Philip's words, he blurted out, what do you mean by taking a risk? Simple. Do you still remember the blue blood ball that the clown exploded? Yet. Klein nodded. Philip turned his head and looked at him, his sapphire eyes showing a hint of smile. Just swallow that thing, and you will be able to advance. The reason auxiliary materials can only be auxiliary is because their function is only to reduce the risk of taking potions. If you directly take Beyonder properties, it will only be slightly more dangerous than the potion. It all depends on whether you are willing to try it. Klein frowned and asked seriously, how big is the risk? Seeing that Klein really had this inclination, Philip raised his brows slightly. If you believe you're the protagonist in those stories, then you can take it without worry. If not, it's only 20% to 30% more difficult than taking a potion. After saying that, he continued, but, haven't you forgotten the key point? The secret order can't just send that tuxedo clown to find the notes. We can use this as a starting point. You mean? Klein's eyelids twitched, and he had guessed the other person's thoughts from his words and actions. Wait until you learn the spiritual ritual. Philip waved his hand, turned to the typewriter, and expertly began the work that had delayed him for nearly the entire morning, ending the subject. At noon, Philip, who had been called out of the office by Roseanne, came to the reception hall and sat on the sofa with Klein and another middle-aged man named Brett to enjoy today's lunch. Of course, there is no chef, no kitchen, only a stove for boiling water. Fortunately, the nearby Oldville restaurant has reached a long-term cooperation with this place. Every day at 10:30, a waiter will come to ask how many lunches need to be prepared today, and then they will be delivered at 12:30. They called it office food. Although the portions were a bit tight, it contained meat, vegetables, and bread, and tasted good, not monotonous. Moreover, the price was only 7p to 10p, which was well within their affordability on their £3 weekly salary. Philip never ordered anything too expensive each time. Instead, he and Klein chose the 7p price. After all, this was enough to fill them up. He spread butter on the half-pound of oatmeal bread in his hand, then opened his mouth and gently bit it with his teeth, but his eyes were still almost lifeless, as if he was using this short time to think about something. Klein noticed Philip's expression and couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with Philip? Is he thinking about the afternoon case or the Antigonus notes? He silently took a small bite of bread and chewed it slowly, but he was thinking about the notes in his heart. There is no doubt that this notebook is amazing. The coincidences surrounding it are enough to generate a third-rate script that is almost produced on an assembly line on Earth. Whether it was a member of the secret society reselling it to an ordinary person like Welch, or Philip taking on a commission, when he was stuck in obtaining the notes, it happened that he used divination to bring Leonard to the rescue. He didn't believe that it was all luck. Who sold the notes to Welch? Why did the predecessor Klein Moretti unconsciously give the notes to Riel Bieber, and what is the other party's identity? What secrets does the Hodgkins Mountains have? Klein, who had originally relaxed after finding the notes, reviewed these events again. The questions he had drawn made him frown involuntarily, feeling that things were not truly over yet. After lunch, Leonard temporarily replaced Dunn's duty as guard at Chinese Gate, while Dunn took Klein to the Dragon Bar in the dock area to search for more clues. The morning's rainstorm had stopped, and the bright sunshine shone on the still wet land. The two men got off the rented carriage, looked towards the Dragon Bar, and simultaneously reached out to lower the brims of their hats. "Remember to stay calm later." Dunn turned his head and reminded Klein. Klein nodded and followed the other party forward, but he was wondering what he would encounter next. However, after pushing the door open, he truly understood what the captain meant. The deafening roar of shouting, the air almost as hot as a sauna, and the thick smell of alcohol locked in the bar. Klein was nearly forced out of the house by this invisible force. Fortunately, Dunn walked in front of him, slightly blocking the view, allowing him to take a deep breath. "Follow me." Dunn didn't react and said calmly. He led Klein around the heated boxing ring and into the billiard room. Under the complicated gazes of the two people inside, he walked directly through the secret door and continued forward. On the way, Dunn also took the initiative to explain this is Tingen City's underground trading market for extraordinary items. Many occult enthusiasts come here through certain channels, and there are many extraordinary people involved. If it weren't for the special circumstances, Old Neil would have brought you here later. I'll explain this to Old Neil when we get back. It's time for you to get some information about Beyonders and secret organizations. Don't always be told to read historical documents by Old Neil." Klein nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "Captain, if the members of the secret order knew we had the notes, would they try to send someone to retrieve them?" He wanted to ask whether the plan proposed by Philip was feasible. If not, then there would be no hope for his progress after the fortune-teller path. Dream divination probably won't work either, as the information I get isn't enough, but it's still worth a try. Chapter 38. Sealed Artifact. Upon hearing this, Dunn's deep grey eyes flickered slightly, and he replied calmly, "The possibility isn't great, but it's not impossible." So that's it. Klein didn't know whether to be thankful or regretful. After all, if this was the case, there wouldn't be another busy day like this in the future. However, the next potion formula through the fortune-teller path was nowhere to be found. "Maybe I can ask Philip to entrust it to the Tarot Club." "Well, it seems that it can only be entrusted to Mr. the Hanged Man, but the other party's sequence is obviously not very high. I don't know if it can be collected." "Never mind, there's still time." As the conversation between the two ended, they completely entered the underground trading market, which was about the same size as a tiered classroom in a school on Earth. The people coming and going and the stalls brought back his past memories. Suddenly, Klein's gaze swept across a corner, and a thin man with scarlet eyes caught his attention. There were only a few items on the other party's stall, but Klein had no way to compare them with any of the extraordinary materials he had previously learned about, which was enough to show how unpopular these items were. As for the customers coming and going, some were intimidated by the stall owner's aura and hesitated, while others left immediately after asking about the price with a strong reaction. Klein frowned and glanced at the silent figure beside him, shrouded in a black robe. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said to Dunn, "Captain, there seems to be something wrong with those two." Dunn Smith didn't answer. Instead, he pulled him to a secluded corner where they wouldn't notice him. Then he murmured, "I seem to have seen some of these materials before. Klein, try divination now to determine the danger of those two." Because of his studies these days, Klein had developed the habit of carrying a pen and parchment with him. Using Dunn's cover, he quickly wrote the divination statement on the parchment, "Those two are dangerous." He then took out the yellow crystal ball pendant from his left wrist cuff, hovered it 2 centimeters above the parchment, and silently recited the divination words. "Those two are dangerous. Those two are dangerous." After silently reciting this 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. The amplitude and speed were extremely terrifying. It could even be said to be the most serious answer he had obtained in recent times. His pupils shrank slightly, and he turned to look at Dunn, his tone full of unconcealed worry. "Captain, the danger is great, really great." In order to prevent the other party from misjudging the strength of both sides and having the idea of seeking death themselves, Klein had to emphasize it and once again divined a new sentence structure to prove that the two people were extraordinary people. Considering Dunn's severe divination results, the two opponents were very likely to be Sequence 7 Beyonders, and the possibility of Sequence 6 was not ruled out. Dunn's deep eyes remained unchanged. He looked down at Klein, patted his shoulder, then reached into his pocket, pulled out his pipe, and handed it to him. "Here, take this. Later, return to Blackthorn Security Company and call Midnight Poet Zigataran, who should have returned from his patrol. Also call Lawrence and have him verify my guess. Then, go to Leonard and request a sealed artifact, 2 to 105. A level 2 sealed artifact, but you're here?" Klein asked in surprise as he took the pipe. "The situation is urgent, and we should have been more cautious, but we're not completely sure. I'll be in charge of keeping an eye on them, and all you have to do is bring Zygia and Lawrence to provide support. Use your pipe to divine my location." Dunn withdrew his hand and put it in his pocket. He glanced into the distance and waved his hand, signaling Klein to act immediately. He murmured softly, "Hurry up. I have a bad feeling." The man in the black windbreaker was as serious as usual, but Klein, who had long since adapted to the situation, couldn't help but feel the pressure again. He nodded stiffly, then turned around and took a few steps, trying not to show any urgency, but his consciousness still involuntarily longed to get to the exit immediately. Will the divination results be wrong? 2 Sequence 7 Beyonders. Klein's hand kept groping for the pipe in his pocket, as if this could make him feel a little more at ease and allow him to focus on the road and avoid making a fool of himself from his scattered thoughts. He kept thinking, if the result was indeed like this, then the most likely origin of these two extraordinary people would be obvious. The Rose School. According to the incident mentioned by Philip in the Tarot Club, the Rose School's influence in the Kingdom of Lone is concentrated in Ahawa County, and several of them came to Tingen City. Unfortunately, there was no way to ask the captain right now. He could only quietly ask Philip later. Klein unconsciously quickened his pace and had already returned to the billiard room. The two people playing billiards with smiles on their faces didn't care about his departure. His originally tense heart relaxed a little. He held his breath again, broke through the invisible blockade of the bar's smell, came to the outside world, got on a rented carriage, and headed quickly towards the security company. The underground trading market of the Dragon Bar. After 2 days of fruitless sitting, Tyre propped up his chin with his hand. His crimson eyes were filled with resentment as he whispered, "Garbage, garbage, all of this is garbage." He was a Sequence 7 Beyonder, and now he was willing to go to this shabby place where the price of all the goods added up was not even as high as his own value. It was simply a waste of his life. "Idiot, get out of here, I'll do it." Jason, the zombie who was listening to his complaints, finally couldn't bear it anymore, walked up and pushed him aside, then sat down steadily next to the stall. Seeing this, Tyre's body relaxed slightly, but he snorted coldly on the surface. He pretended to be somewhat dissatisfied and sat nearby, watching the passers-by. His tone unconsciously calmed down. "How long until the full moon?" "Jason, with the exception of the lower half of his face, was completely hidden beneath a large, classical black robe. His lips moved slightly. According to the lunar calendar, there are still 20 days. 20 days. Tyr narrowed his eyes, his breathing became a little heavy, and his right hand tightly grasped his left wrist to cover the few black hairs that had just grown. After a long moment, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing his deep white teeth. Perhaps there's no need to wait for the full moon. I seem to have discovered something. Hearing this, Jason raised his head in confusion, half lifted his hood, revealing his cold, pale face. His icy gaze swept around, ultimately stopping at only a few places. Finally he had to ask, what? Tyr, however, began to gather up the extraordinary materials on his stall. You weren't paying attention just now, so you didn't notice, but someone has been watching us from earlier. Ha, how stupid. At least follow the flow of people. Jason's cold eyes swept over him again after hearing this, narrowing slightly for more than 10 seconds, him. Chapter 39. If you don't work hard, your life will be hard. Boom, the door of Blackthorn Security Company was pushed open. In the reception hall, Luo Shan, who was originally sipping tea or coffee, couldn't help but tremble, and the liquid in the cup swayed and almost spilled out of the cup. But she ignored it for the time being. She looked at the hurried Klein and quickly asked, Klein, what's wrong? Where's the captain? Something happened. Klein lowered his hat and explained, then walked into the inner room. He then said to Roxanne, who was following behind him, Roxanne, are Ms. Zijia and Lawrence here? Luo Shan nodded, yes. I'll go find Leonard, you bring them with you. Klein didn't stop. He walked briskly into the innermost room on the left and continued down the spiral staircase. The sound of his feet on the stairs was much more hurried than usual, and he almost missed the last few steps. But at this moment, this was not a big deal. He crossed the intersection and went straight ahead. The journey that was supposed to take only a few dozen seconds seemed exceptionally long at this moment, and the fear of accidents in his heart grew like a disease. So much so that when Klein walked into the room next to Chanise's door, the expression on his face caused Leonard, who had been indifferent, to retract his faint smile and ask seriously, what happened? Klein took 2 deep breaths, then sorted out his memories and organized his words. He then said, we encountered 2 people in the underground trading market. The divination results indicate that they are extremely dangerous. They are likely 2 Sequence 7 Beyonders. Sequence 7. Leonard frowned, his fingers clasped together in the chair involuntarily tightening. What did the captain say? The captain is tracking those 2 people there. I will take Miss Zijia, Lawrence, and sealed artifact 2 to 105. I will use the pipe to divine his location and go to provide support. 2 to 105 invoked the emergency clause. Leonard's expression was somewhat complicated. He explained as calmly as possible, Klein, I don't have sufficient authority. I don't know the information about that level sealed artifact. Damn, yes, Klein's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled the information Dunn had given him about the sealed artifact. The level 2 sealed artifact was undoubtedly something only the Nighthawks captain could understand, but Dunn hadn't mentioned it at the time. What was he thinking? He forgot. After Leonard finished speaking, Philip and Zyga Tian, the last official member that the Nighthawks could call upon, also came to the room under the leadership of Roshan. Zyga is a woman in her 30s. Although she looks ordinary, her pure white hair and calm and peaceful temperament still make people admire her. After listening to Klein's retelling, the midnight poet also frowned. Well, it seems the situation is indeed not optimistic. The captain has used 2 to 105 before, but he didn't tell me the effects, only the side effects. That is, you can't be exposed to it for more than half an hour. It's stealing your life all the time, even with things like gloves and clothes blocking it. If you stay out of it for more than half an hour, the side effects will become apparent and will affect the outside world. The contact cannot exceed half an hour, which means that you can rotate to avoid this effect. Klein finally felt relieved. If Captain Dunn, because he forgot to tell him the information about the sealed artifact, caused his team to hesitate and get into trouble, he would be at a loss as to what to do. After Klein gave his assurances and Leonard and Zijia checked the pipe and used psychic vision to find nothing unusual, the 2 midnight poets walked into the Chinese gate, leaving behind the 2 civilian staff members. In the silence of the room, Klein and the somewhat puzzled Philip stared at each other for several seconds. He pursed his lips, leaned over to Philip, and whispered, what's going on? Lawrence, have you seen it? He roughly described the appearance of the Beyonder in the underground market, but who would have thought that the other person's pupils would shrink after hearing it, and he would be stunned on the spot. Werewolf tear. Philip's eyes trembled as if his own thoughts were trembling. He placed his hand on Klein's shoulder, took 2 deep breaths to calm himself, and asked, "What are they doing there?" Philip's eyes had never been so excited before. His fingers were still tense, and he looked a little scared. Klein collected his thoughts and thought for a moment before saying, "I've hardly ever seen people selling extraordinary materials at street stalls." He described the appearance of the material from memory. However, Philip seemed to have lost the air in the air. After sighing, he put on an expression of despair and said with a wry smile, "I think I know the specific reason. Yeah, I'll tell you later." Seeing the other person so listless, Klein didn't know what to say to comfort him. He patted Philip's shoulder and asked as if to confirm, "Are they members of the Rose School?" Philip said nothing, just nodded. He finally figured it out. "It's not that I'm working hard, it's that I have a hard life." The Rose School went to great lengths to come to Ahawa County, most likely for him. The reason was not difficult to guess. Either they discovered the secret of his resurrection, or they discovered his shadow world. The latter possibility is very high. After all, if he is just a member of the Temperance faction who has returned from the dead, there is no need to do this. At most, they can send the werewolf tear to track him down, capture him, study him, and then kill him. The room remained silent for 2 minutes until Leonard pushed open the door and re-entered the room. At the door, Zijia was holding a thick and rigid blood vessel in his hand. Leonard sat down on the chair, his eyes swept over the 3 people in front of him, and then he sighed, "Everyone, be careful on the road. Go early and come back early, and be in good condition." Zyga nodded slightly and put the blood vessel in his hand into his pocket. Klein pursed his lips and shifted his gaze to the vein. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed unreliable. Can we really win by relying on this thing, along with the midnight poet, the prisoner, and a fortune-teller like me who can barely fight head-on? He tried his best to avoid such negative emotions from growing in his heart, but after turning his head to look at Philip, whose expression had become calm, he couldn't help but admire the other's inner strength. After leaving the Blackthorn security company, Klein comforted Roxanne for a few words, and then the few of them walked straight to the 4-wheeled carriage waiting nearby. "This is the carriage of the Blackthorn security company." The person in charge of driving was Cesar Francis, a civilian who had just returned from purchasing supplies. He was usually only responsible for applying for and purchasing supplies, but at critical moments, he could also take on the responsibility of a coachman. After Klein sat down, he ignored the bumps in the carriage and placed his cane on his pipe. He adjusted it a few times with his hands to make it stand upright. Then he entered a semi-meditative state and began to divine Captain Dunsmith's location. Chapter 40. Daily. In the carriage, Klein was concentrating on divination. Philip took advantage of this moment of leisure to mention to Zijia, "Ms. Zijia, I just learned the appearance of one of the other party from Klein, and I realized that I know him." "Do you know him?" Zijia's expression remained calm, even a little cold. She tucked her long white hair behind her head and asked, "How much do you know about him?" "Tyler, Sequence 7 of the Rose School of Thought, werewolf." Philip reviewed the memories in his mind, involuntarily leaning forward and folding his arms. He folded his arms around himself, without holding back, and shared everything he knew. He masters some dark magic and possesses powerful self-healing abilities. His speed and strength are also terrifying. His claws and teeth are comparable to extraordinary weapons and are even inherently poisonous. Furthermore, he can sacrifice his sanity in exchange for physical enhancements. After listening to Philip's words, there was no sound in the car for more than 10 seconds. The carriage continued to shake. This midnight poet, who had been a Beyonder for who knows how many years, showed no fear. Instead, he spoke calmly, "Then we must prepare for the worst. The remaining Beyonder is very likely also a Sequence 7, and we can't rule out higher possibilities." After saying this, she looked at the 2 young men sitting across from her, who were probably in their early 20s at most, and said softly, "I'll have Cesar seek help from the mandated punishers when we get to the scene later. You 2 should try to avoid putting yourselves in danger." Philip came out of his vague realization, looked at the lady in front of him, forced a smile, and said as calmly as possible, "I will. No one doesn't cherish their own life, but I will also help you as much as possible." Zyga nodded and said nothing more. Outside Tingen, the whirring sound of the steam train came from far away and could be vaguely heard. The mountains in the distance and the two people standing in front made Dunsmith, who was hiding in the dark, narrow his eyes slightly. It's almost time to come out. Tyr tilted his head, twisted his ear with his fingers, and stared at the dense forest not far away. He said excitedly, if it weren't for the need to avoid attracting the Beyonder teams from the three major churches, we would have dealt with you right then and there. Jason, who had remained silent throughout, was the first to lose his patience at this moment. White frost appeared on the solace of his feet and gradually spread to the surroundings. As the air temperature dropped, beautiful and dreamy snowflakes slowly danced. A few seconds later, Jason had an ice ball in his hand that was emitting cold air. However, in this white cold air, there was a daunting dark green smell mixed in. The next moment, he gripped the ice ball tightly, aimed it in a certain direction in the dense forest, and threw it out. Boom! 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 A stream of white light flashed by, accompanied by the sound of trees breaking. Everything around began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, the figure of Dunsmith appeared in front of the two men. At this moment, he had taken off his damaged black windbreaker. His originally calm temperament became more capable with the embellishment of black vest and white shirt. The depth in his grey eyes buried all his emotions so that others would not know. Who are you? Seeing the man in front of him who looked to be at least 30 years old, Tell instinctively didn't think that the other party would be the prisoner he was looking for, but he still asked without giving up. Captain of the Nighthawks, Dunsmith. Dun took off his top hat and flicked it to the side. The half-high silk top hat fell on his windbreaker. Night Watchman. Tyr's brow twitched uncontrollably, his eyes gradually filled with ferocity and crimson. Jason, who had thought he was about to be freed, clenched his fists again, and dark spots began to appear on his pale face. Dun pinched his wrists, then saw the two men staring at him fiercely. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. Then he opened them again, his eyes sharp, and slowly raised his hand. As he began to move, Jason and Tyr's eyelids suddenly became heavy, but in just a few breaths, they regained consciousness and felt disdain for Dun's actions. Humph! Tyr snorted coldly, his face full of mockery. Is this the ability of the Sleepless Path Nightmare? It looks pretty good, if your opponents are those other trash in Tingen City. Jason brushed past Tyr, and a few faint black spots appeared on his face, making him look a little ferocious. We're not interested in this shabby place. Just tell me, is there a prisoner here? Prisoner Dun frowned slightly. Before he could react to what the other party said, 2 gunshots broke the current situation, followed by shouts from not far away, Captain. Klein brought Philip and Zygia here, and behind them, a woman in a black robe stared at Dun with sparkling green eyes. Although he was fine, the emotion in her eyes gradually subsided. Captain, I've brought 2 to 105. Klein came to Dun's side and looked at Jason and Tyr cautiously, still holding the thick blood vessel in his hand. Captain, you didn't tell me how to use it before. Dun paused for 2 seconds as he prepared to take sealed artifact 2 to 105. Finally, he simply responded, sorry, I was. He quickly stopped talking and took the sealed object. His eyes shifted, seemingly avoiding the black-robed woman's gaze. He looked down at Philip and handed him 2 to 105. Lawrence, you will use the vascular thief. Vascular thief. Philip took the vein and spoke with doubt. Just when he wanted to ask further about the specific effects, Jason rushed over. With every step the other party took, white frost condensed on the ground, as if to freeze everything. The speed also gradually increased in this short period of time, producing a violent sound of breaking wind. Dun's pupils reflected this scene, but he showed no panic. Instead, he said calmly, Daly, please. The next moment, several rocks the size of footballs flew out from the dense forest and accurately hit Jason's head as he was rushing towards here. The force generated by the collision only made him fall backwards. I'm curious. The woman in a black robe, blue eyeshadow and blush pursed her lips, looked at Dunsmith beside her, and chuckled softly, if I hadn't come, what would you have done now? It's daytime now. Chapter 41, Blood Vessel Thief. 20 minutes ago. They've left the city. Zyga whispered as he watched the carriage slowly drive out of the bridge across the Hoy River. Then we should seek help from the Mechanical Heart team later. Klein and Philip looked at each other. Neither of them knew how to respond in this situation, so they could only nod. However, Zijia, who was absent-mindedly looking out the window, suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something extremely shocking, and shouted excitedly, "Zizel, turn around and catch up with that carriage." Without asking the reason, Cesar turned the horse around and ran towards the two-wheeled carriage that had just passed by. After more than 10 seconds, the carriage in front apparently noticed this and quickly stopped. A gorgeous woman in a black robe walked out of it and looked at Zijia, who jumped out of the carriage. There was doubt in her beautiful eyes. "You are Zijia, what's wrong?" Zigatiang looked at the young lady in front of him, who was only in her 20s at most, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He then quickly explained the situation and expressed his hope that the other party would lend a helping hand. However, just as she finished her greeting and began to wait for a reply, she found that her hand had been held by the lady, who walked back quickly and pulled her back into the Blackthorn Security Company's own carriage. Upon seeing the newcomer, Klein, who had been confused at first, said excitedly, "Ms. Daly, you're in Tingen." "Ms. Daly?" Philip blinked as he sat beside her, and quickly found some information about her from his memory. Although most of it was from Luo Shan, it was enough for him to have a basic understanding of her. Daly Simone, a psychic of Sequence 7 on the Corpse Collector pathway, is suspected of having a mutual crush on Dun, but the current progress is worrying. Yet. Daly nodded absent-mindedly, then said, "We'll talk about other things later. Keep driving and have the driver get ready. I need to make the carriage go as fast as possible." The carriage continued to move forward, and Ms. Daly, who was sitting next to Zhijiatian, tapped her thigh with her index finger gently and rhythmically. The people in the carriage keenly noticed that the sound outside the window was obviously different from before. After staring out the window for a few seconds, Daly stopped and explained, "I cast a spell on this carriage. For a short period of time, its speed will no longer be hindered by the wind." She then swept her gaze over the crowd and continued, "Now, tell me everything you know. Shift your focus to the present moment." Hearing Daly's question, Dun's calm eyes wavered a little, but his tone remained calm. "Well, without you, it would be dangerous and troublesome. They are both very strong, so be careful. Can I understand this as concern?" Daly's lips curled up in a beautiful arc, but she didn't seem to expect an answer. She quickly adjusted her state and looked forward seriously. Dun then quickly explained the function of the vascular thief. The person wearing it has the opportunity to steal a certain extraordinary ability of other targets within a certain range. They can use it for 10 minutes, but the target will need a whole day to recover the ability. The more you understand the target, the greater the chance of success in using this seal to steal abilities. "That's it, got it." Philip took the blood vessel thief and glanced at Tyr and Jason before him. His heartbeat barely paused for a moment, but when he realized Tyr hadn't recognized him at all, he quickly calmed down. It looked like there was no problem for the time being. He injected spiritual energy into the vein in his hand, ignoring the Sequence 7 werewolf Tyr and shifting his gaze to the pale man next to him with several black spots of decay. "This person, as expected, is a zombie. Sequence 6 of Prisoner's Path. They really think highly of me. No, to be precise, they think highly of the shadow world." Philip recalled the information his parents, who were mid-sequence extraordinary people, had explained to him, and combined with the combat power on the field, he suddenly felt a headache. There was no doubt that the addition of Daly, a Sequence 7 psychic, eased the tightrope walking situation. There was also hope for support from the Mechanical Heart team soon, but sometimes you just can't win, and you really can't win. He gritted his teeth secretly, fearing that the opportunity would be lost in anxiety, and afraid that his decision would make the battle situation, which was already prone to collapse, completely lose the chance of winning. At this moment, a big hand covered his shoulder and patted him twice. Dun said calmly, "Lawrence, trust your own judgment and proceed with confidence. Don't let the potential negative consequences of a decision put you under pressure and prevent you from exerting your full potential." Boom! 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 Klein pulled out his revolver and fired 3 demon-hunting bullets at Tyr, who was about to charge. The bullets penetrated his body, leaving a shallow but innumerable bloody bullet hole. However, the other party didn't care at all. Black hair grew all over his body, and his scarlet eyes flashed. Tyr's white nails gradually turned black and began to lengthen, becoming so sharp that it made people feel cold inside. As it continued to approach, Zigatiang took out 2 silver pieces the size of a baby's palm from his pocket, whispered "Night," and threw them directly at him. 2 dark red flames burned, and even though they seemed a little weak in the daylight, the combination of the two produced a slight explosion sound, rippling out calm and soft hypnotic ripples. At this time, Daily Simone's expression gradually became serious. She gradually used various attacks such as rock, fire, and ice to bombard the opponent's only weakness seen by the eye of death, the head. However, the results were not satisfactory. The tension on the court had already flared up, and there was no room for idle chat. Dunn withdrew his hand from Philip's shoulder and added, "We are teammates. There's no need to feel pressured. Believe in yourself. You just have to do what you can do and leave it to us to fill in the rest." He then closed his eyes and used his power. At the same time, Zigatiang, who had used the sleeping spell, also began to chant a sleeping song, preparing to play a supporting role as much as possible. Encouraged by Captain Dunn, Philip also clenched the blood vessel thief in his hand, wrapped it around his left wrist, and faced the biggest threat on the field, the zombie tear. He opened his 5 fingers and then suddenly closed them. His wrist rotated half a circle and his face turned pale in an instant. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to withdraw his hand, only then realizing that his fair skin had been replaced by an abnormally pale color. At this moment, Jason suddenly found that he had lost the powerful defense that he was proud of. Before he could react, 2 rocks hit his face, causing him to fall backwards again. Chapter 42. Chase and Escape. Good job, little cutie. Seeing this, Daly did not hesitate to praise him and said excitedly. However, the speechless title still made Philip, who was immersed in phantom pain, feel a little overwhelmed. He shook his head, ignored it, and looked at Jason, whose face was black not far away. He secretly admired the excellence of his idea. After all, the biggest threat posed by the 2 opponents was precisely the terrifying defense of the zombies. Not only can it withstand bullets and even artillery shells like steel, but as long as the brain is not shattered, even if other parts of the body are breached, it will not be fatal. It is not afraid of drowning or fire, and can ignore many magic spells. Moreover, if the opponent uses the extreme speed that is enough to rival the steam train and the powerful force, he will have to think carefully. After all, he no longer has the corresponding physical strength to back him up. Philip thought so, and feeling his almost brand new body, he ran forward without hesitation and crashed directly into Jason's body. Jason gritted his teeth, ready to use his extraordinary strength to fight back, but the fatigue accumulated in his mind was suddenly ignited, and his eyelids, which were already struggling to stay open, closed uncontrollably. Just when the sense of crisis forced him to keep his eyes open, his sight suddenly changed and moved upwards. The azure sky and pure white clouds appeared in his eyes, followed by a heavy punch. Feeling the severe pain on his face, Jason's eyes became even redder. He clenched his fists and wanted to fight back, but 2 thick tree roots suddenly burst out from the soil, wrapped around his neck, and tightly bound and squeezed it. No matter how angry Jason was, it was of no use in the short term. He could only endure the heavy blow on the forehead, and then used both hands to try to tear the branch apart. Seeing that the situation on the field was generally stable, Klein did not rush to help. He gently and carefully led Dunn, who had entered a nightmare state, out of the danger zone. He did not stop until they were 20 meters away and walked back on his own. It's not that he didn't want to stay away, but the weapon in his hand at the moment was not a rifle but a pistol. The shooting practice a few days ago made him clearly realize that if the distance reached more than 10 meters, shooting would be very difficult, let alone more than 20 meters. Boom! 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 Klein fired the bullets from his pistol like crazy, hoping to inflict as much damage as possible while Werewolf Tear's triple slumber was still in full effect. Several bullets penetrated Tear's body, and soon there were several bleeding bullet holes on his body. Along with his heavy breathing, the dark red blood flowed out. However, Klein frowned tightly, because in his sight the flesh and blood near Tear's wound began to grow at a slow speed that was clearly visible to the naked eye. Self-healing ability. A protracted war was needed. Klein felt the ample supply of bullets in his pocket, then put his 5 fingers together, took out 6 bullets, and loaded them into his revolver. After doing all this, he raised his gun, held his breath, aimed at the enemy's vital parts, took a deep breath, and slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! Amidst the splattering of blood, the werewolf Tear began to roar ferociously and crazily. Black hair had begun to grow on his body. Blood gushed out of his blinded right eye, but it was quickly and violently covered. Hit! Klein opened his eyes wide, but before he could rejoice, the monster, now covered in black hair, rushed towards him. The ground continued to vibrate under the power of its anger. Oh no! Klein made a quick decision and wanted to run back and push Dunn away to avoid this attack. Compared to being disturbed in the nightmare state, if this attack hit the opponent, the danger factor would be even greater. However, before he could act, Midnight Poet Zijia had already stopped chanting and stepped forward. Regardless of the risk of being contaminated by the poisonous claws, he knocked Tyre down and made him retreat to the side. Ms. Zijia. Zygatian reached out his hand to stop Klein's worried cry, then stared at the monster in front of him seriously, pulled out his special revolver, and prepared to fire. However, the roar of werewolf Tyr gradually weakened, and his scarlet eyes hidden under the tough black hair met the gaze of Jason, who had finally torn apart the tree roots and kicked Philip away not far away. The two nodded to each other imperceptibly, then each looked behind them, took a step, and began to run away swiftly and without hesitation. Klein hastily fired 2 shots, but missed. When he tried to take aim again, the opponent had already left his range, leaving only the dark figure gradually moving away. When the nighthawks had already gained the upper hand in the battle, 2 troublesome enemies fled separately, and what to do next became a problem for several people again. If they let even one of them go, the consequences would be self-evident. Tingen would be in great danger. Sequence 6 or 7 Beyonders would be enough to defeat them one by one, and it would easily cause a large number of casualties. Captain, you and Ms. Daily catch up with him, and leave the remaining man to the 3 of us. At the critical moment, Philip, whose mind was open because of the fierce battle, pointed in the direction of Jason's escape and spoke first. He took out the pipe he had brought with him in the carriage from his pocket and continued to explain, but there's no need to risk pressing too hard. Just don't lose him. The Mechanical Hearts rescue team will be arriving in the direction that Werewolf Tyr fled. We'll work together to take care of him and then come help you. Dunn looked at Philip for several seconds, then looked at the enemy in the distance who was about to lose his sight. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's use this method, but you also need to pay attention to safety." After making the decision, the Nighthawks team split into 2 and chased in different directions. Damn, damn, damn. Tyr squeezed out angry words from between his teeth. The roar of the steam train was getting closer and closer to his ears, but he didn't relax at all. As Tyr regained his sanity, the black hair on his body gradually disappeared, revealing his hideous, pale face. Thanks to his powerful recovery ability, the bleeding from most of his wounds has stopped successfully, but those horrific wounds and bloodstains on his clothes still exist, and his injured right eye is still shedding tears of blood. Boom! A dull sound rang out from a tree several meters away. Tyr frowned, noticing 3 people chasing him closely. Noticing there was no sequence 7, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Then he bared his teeth, pretending to be distracted by the gunshot wound in his right leg, and his speed, which was already slightly slow, slowed down slightly, causing the distance between the 2 sides to continue to shrink. Seeing this, Zhijiatian frowned and fired a few shots tentatively. After finding that the other party was always able to avoid it narrowly, and after delaying for a few more moments, he said with certainty, "Be careful, he did it on purpose." Chapter 43. The End. Klein, whose breathing had already become disordered, had just breathed a sigh of relief when, upon hearing Zijia's words, he secretly cried out, "Help! I can't run any longer, and the fortune teller hasn't strengthened his body much." Philip, who had been paying close attention to the situation, noticed Klein's condition and gave him some guidance on adjusting his breathing. He then comforted him, "Hold on a little longer. If his goal is to find the right moment to turn around and finish us off, that time should be up soon. After all, if we run to Tingen, he won't be sure if we've called for backup. Hopefully, I'm so tired. It feels like running 1,000 meters on the playground, with no end in sight." Klein listened to Philip's words, adjusted his breathing, and then asked reluctantly, "What if I can't win?" Philip stared straight ahead. After a few seconds of silence, he said calmly, "Then you will be responsible for meeting up with the Mechanical Heart team. Ms. Zijia will also look for an opportunity to escape. I will be responsible for covering the rear at the critical moment." "Wait, that's not right?" Klein was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth to say something, but Zygatian, who was running in front of him, had already stopped. He had no choice but to stop as well and look at Tyr, whose way forward was blocked by the Hoi River not far away. On the other side of the river, you can vaguely see ships moored or sailing, as well as the bustling scene of people coming and going in the dock area and port. Zajia turned his head, his black eyes swept over the two of them, took the blood vessel thief from Philip, wrapped it around his right wrist, and then opened his mouth to order. I will deprive this guy of his self-healing ability later. What I need to do next is to weaken and kill him as much as possible while ensuring my own safety. Philip and Klein nodded, both raising their pistols simultaneously. The latter reached into his pocket with his other hand, seemingly groping for something. As Zyga deprived Tyre of her self-healing ability, her face suddenly turned pale. The other party took this opportunity, spread out his 5 fingers, revealing his thick black fingertips, and rushed towards them. Even though his current physical condition is not optimistic, that damn nightmare is no longer there to disrupt things. He is now extremely clear-headed, without the hypnotic mumbling in his head. Excitement flashed in Tyr's eyes. He was certain that as long as he could use his poisonous claws or teeth to deal with any one of the 3 people in front of him, everything that followed would go extremely smoothly. He no longer wanted to care about any subsequent consequences. Without a doubt, there was only one thing on his mind: revenge, revenge, revenge. He wanted to make these guys in front of him feel 100 times or 1,000 times the pain he had experienced before. However, Dark Night! Klein shouted softly as he took out 2 sleeping charms from his pocket and threw them at Tyr's body, which was rapidly approaching. Under Tyr's shocked expression, the ripples caused by the talisman explosion made his eyelids close uncontrollably. The sprinting movement also stopped at this moment. He knelt on his knees and was about to fall forward. Taking advantage of this critical moment, the 3 of them took out their most direct and effective means of attack, revolvers, without any hesitation. Along with the sound of gunfire, demon-hunting bullets continued to penetrate Tyr's body. Having lost his self-healing ability, he felt the severe pain of bullets continuously entering his body. He could only roar with anger and unwillingness, then retreated straight back and jumped into the Hoy River. Zajia led the 2 to the riverside. Looking at the dark red color appearing on the water surface, he sighed and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. Without the ability to heal itself, the amount of bleeding from those wounds is enough to be fatal." She turned around, but was surprised to find that the only person in her sight was Klein, who was staring in amazement. Then, a clear sound came from behind her. Puff! The splashing water drowned out Zajia and Klein's anxious cries. At this moment, the Hoy River flowed peacefully, just as it had for countless moments before, carrying the dark red bloodstains and the objects in the water far away. The next morning, in the reception hall of Blackthorn Security Company, Philip sneezed, unable to hide the tiredness on his face. He took the hot water that Luo Shan kindly handed over, felt the warmth in his palm, and shuddered subconsciously. So, that's it. He turned his head to look at the body he had carried back to Tingen after walking for most of the night, bowed slightly to Dunn who was standing in front of him, and said apologetically, "Captain, I'm sorry, I acted without authorization, but I have to confirm that he is dead." Dunn's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. He simply sat down quietly on the small sofa to the left of the coffee table and asked casually, "So, what's the reason?" "I once survived his pursuit, when everyone else was killed." Philip lowered his head and his voice gradually became inaudible. Upon hearing this, Dunn Smith was silent for more than 10 seconds. He then pulled out his pipe, which had clearly been carefully cleaned, from his pocket, put it to his nose and sniffed it gently. He then stood up and said, "We had already drafted a telegram regarding this matter and should have sent it to the cathedral last night. However, due to the numerous follow-up matters that needed to be handled, we decided to postpone it until this morning. Now it looks like you've caught up." Philip nodded slightly, took a sip of the hot water in the cup, and thought of what Dunn had said before: he would take responsibility for his entry and exit to Tingen, and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. "Captain, thank you." Dunn was silent for 2 seconds, then turned his head, skipping over the topic. He continued, "For the next period of time, each of you must remain vigilant. The spirit of that Sequence 6 zombie has been manipulated, so we still don't understand the Rose School's purpose." "No spiritual communication?" Philip, who had already made some plans, blinked and suddenly felt a little confused. The moment he felt relieved, he suppressed it immediately. "Do they have any accomplices?" Dunn paused for a moment, then thought for a moment before saying, "Strictly speaking, there aren't any right now. That dangerous Sequence 5 target has already gone to Backland. The special team there will be in charge, but we also need to be on guard." "Sequence 5. Hearing this, Philip nodded, feeling a little bitter in his heart. However, during the time when his body was relaxed, his brain gradually became drowsy, as if he could fall asleep as long as he fell back. Seeing Philip covering his head, done, although a beyonder of the sleepless path, didn't mean he didn't know the reason. He immediately raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Lawrence, you can rest today. Don't be embarrassed." "Well, okay." Philip nodded without trying to be stubborn, stood up reluctantly, took a deep breath, and then returned to normal and walked towards the door. "Wait, tomorrow is Monday. I have vacation too. The captain won't forget." Chapter 44. Promotion. Close the door and come to the outside world. The morning breeze blew across his cheeks. Philip stood by the roadside for 2 minutes and finally waited for a horse-drawn carriage that was slowly driving towards him, waiting to pick up work somewhere unknown. After paying the 6p fare, he leaned back in his seat and, taking advantage of the fading scenery outside the window, roughly estimated the speed of the carriage. After thinking about it, he stopped urging the carriage to hurry up. At the same time, Philip's hand reached into his pocket, stroking something. His expression became extremely calm, his eyes narrowed slightly, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. No. 6 Narcissus Street. Philip opened the door with the key and walked into the house, only to find Admisal sitting quietly on the sofa with his eyes wrapped in white cloth. He was a little excited when he heard the sound of the door opening, but hesitated and did not move forward. "It's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Admisal's body visibly relaxed. His 2 hands hung in front of his chest and moved rhythmically, as if he was trying to organize words with his open mouth. But after a few seconds, he reluctantly said, "I'm glad you're okay." Seeing Admisal's haggard face and tired eyes, Philip felt emotional and subconsciously avoided looking at him. He just said silently, "If I disappear like this, you can live here and don't have to worry about rent, at least for a long time." As he said this, he handed the other person 2 pounds of bread he had bought from the nearby Iron Cross Street. Admisal took it and prepared to leave as usual, wandering around outside as Philip requested. But the moment he reached the door, the latter suddenly asked, "Are you willing to leave Tingen?" Admisal withdrew his hand from the door handle, turned around, and said without any hesitation, "Mr. Slytherin, I will go wherever you need me to go." "Is that so?" Philip tilted his head slightly, pinching his chin with his index finger and thumb, without commenting on the answer. "Go back to the room and sleep. You don't have to go out today. Of course, you can also go buy some delicious food." After saying that, he had no intention of wasting time. As if he had something important to do, he walked upstairs and entered his room in a strange manner. "Who?" Philip lay on the bed, his eyelashes trembling, as if he was resisting the invasion of sleepiness, and in his hand, there was a small iron box that was tightly closed and made into a spiritual wall. He propped himself up with some difficulty, opened the iron box, looked at the black-green fangs inside, and narrowed his sapphire eyes slightly. This is the extraordinary characteristic of werewolf. After Tyre jumped into the river yesterday, Philip followed suit, not only to confirm Tyre's death, but also to obtain this extraordinary characteristic to prepare for future promotions. Because he was getting ready to leave. The Rose School's target was most likely his shadow world. Continuing to stay in Tingen would only put the city and everyone at the Blackthorn Security Company in danger. Therefore, advancing to Sequence 7, withdrawing funds, and fleeing were imperative. After this failure, I don't know when the Rose School will take action next. If something like this happens again, and it's impossible to do anything, I'll use it as bait to lure the enemy away. After waking up and adjusting to his current state, he would leave and become a madman, then figure out how to digest it. However, the auxiliary materials for the werewolf potion were hard to come by in underground shopping malls, so he could only consult a tarot club or find a suitable excuse to apply. Philip's expression was serious, and he wanted to continue thinking, but his body, after a long-lost moment of relaxation, uncontrollably wanted to fall backwards. Knowing that he couldn't come up with anything else in this state, he could only sigh one last time, close his eyes, rest his head on the pillow, and breathe calmly and slowly. 6 hours of tranquility passed in a flash, and the midday sunlight shone onto the bed through the window with no lace screen drawn. As time passed, a ray of sunlight gradually projected onto his face. Philip subconsciously raised his palm to block the sunlight, then yawned, and after stretching a few times on the bed, he reached out and took out the small iron box that was making him feel uncomfortable in the quilt. He got out of bed and hid the small iron box under the bed. He then took out the iron cigarette box containing the extraordinary characteristics of the madman and other auxiliary materials without spiritual power. Time to mix the potion. Of course, Philip's family didn't have the chemical vessels that Blackthorn Security Company had, but using beyonder characteristics to replace the main ingredients could directly avoid the single issue of quantity control in the preparation of low-sequence potions. So, a pot in the kitchen is enough as a substitute. 10 minutes later. The boiling black liquid kept bubbling, and scattered drops of liquid fell on his body, making him feel hot and uncomfortable, but when he looked over, there was no trace, as if what had just happened was just an illusion. Philip was not surprised by this as he had the memory of a successful mix before. He scooped out all the liquid from the soup pot and poured it into the cup of water next to him. He picked up the cup carefully, ignoring the burning sensation in his palm, and drank the madness potion in one gulp without hesitation. Bang dang, the silver cup fell to the ground. But Philip no longer cared about this. The fiery potion poured down the throat, and the manic feeling of heat gradually surged along the heart-wrenching chest and abdomen to the surroundings, gathering together at a certain point and rushing into the mind. This was no longer a challenge for Philip, who had already recalled the full moon curse. He suppressed the crazy thoughts in his mind and waited for possible movements in the shadow world. However, the hazy feeling from last time did not appear. The whole process of taking the potion went extremely smoothly. He had gradually adapted to the effects of the potion and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Feeling that the manic power that had originally been vented and weakened was gradually converging and becoming stable, Philip did not dare to have any thoughts of stopping. He was ready to minimize the possible risks and continued to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, when he realized that the effect of meditation was beginning to fade, Philip finally opened his eyes and looked at his pale red skin. It was as if his brain, drowsy from being exposed to the scorching sun, had roughly figured out his current situation, the residual effects of the potion. But it was no longer dangerous or fatal. On the contrary, perhaps in just a few minutes, these effects would disappear, symbolizing his complete advancement to a sequence 8 beyonder on the prisoner path, a madman. There is not much difference compared to sequence 9. In addition to physical fitness that completely surpasses the level of ordinary people, the only ability gained is to sacrifice reason and burst out desires in order to obtain all-round attribute improvements. If used properly, there are no disadvantages except for a short period of unclear mind. Even during this period, there is considerable resistance to extraordinary abilities that affect the mind or spirit. Chapter 45. Spell. But this is not enough, far from enough. Compared to the almost qualitatively different ability of Sequence 7 Werewolf, Philip, now a Sequence 8, is still pitifully weak. Faced with the covetousness of the Rose School, he is almost doomed to die without the help of the nighthawks. Philip was torn. He didn't dare to take the risk of his secret being exposed to the night watchers, nor did he dare to leave like that and face unknown risks without any room for maneuver. But his conscience condemned him. In fact, he took the initiative to return to the security company instead of preparing to escape directly because he subconsciously wanted to stop worrying and frightened and calmly face the result of being sent to the temple by the night watchman for disposal. Unfortunately, reality often likes to play jokes. In the past, perhaps this matter could have been suppressed in his heart, but at this moment, whether it was due to the residual effects of the potion or something else, Philip suddenly felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart, and all kinds of negative emotions began to grow. Boom! As the loud sound of the silver water cup under his feet being deformed by being stepped on reached his ears, he opened his eyes wide, regained his composure, and breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't think about it anymore. I had to digest the potion quickly, advance to sequence 7, and escape from Tingen. If I encountered a critical situation, I would try not to separate myself from others. That's it. Philip looked at his hands again and found that the abnormal light red on his skin had faded. He quickly made lunch with the leftover ingredients from yesterday, then tidied up his messy clothes, picked up his silver inlaid cane and walked out. He had no idea about how to digest the madman potion. If he only understood it superficially and slowly figured it out, he basically couldn't do anything related to these two words, otherwise he would most likely be considered out of control or crazy. It's just that the prisoners, lunatics, and werewolves are involved. This role-playing method is deliberately targeting people who are on the prisoner path. It's too difficult for him to find the key to digestion from the name of the potion. But at this moment there was no way out after all. Philip curled his lips and did not complain anymore. He waited for a tram at the station on the street. After paying 4 pence for the fare, he took it directly to the Dragon Bar in the dock area. Although I don't have much hope for the occult market in a small city like Tingen, if it's just for auxiliary materials, there's still a chance and I can't give up just like that. Because if you issue this kind of commission to the hanged man at the Tarot Club, no matter whether the other party accepts it or not, your information will most likely be deduced by the other party. After all, if an extraordinary person cannot even purchase such simple materials on his own and needs to entrust others with them in secret gatherings, then his current situation is obvious. Either they are being hunted or they are in an endangered situation. Combined with the information about the Rose School that Philip had previously proactively proposed, with a little imagination, one can come to the conclusion that the most likely answer is that he is a member of the Temperance faction in Ohawa County. As for asking Captain Dunn for an exchange, that was even more risky. Who knew what his every action would make this magical man, who was both forgetful and reliable, think of? He already had some stress reaction in this regard. I was afraid that when the time came, the other party would look at me with deep eyes and say in a calm tone, "That's right, after all, I need to mix the potion, so it's reasonable to request these materials." Then the night watchman pushed the door open, handcuffed him, and sent him to jail to sober up. While Philip's mind was wandering, thinking about associations and plans for the future, the carriage had unknowingly arrived at the station and stopped not far from the Dragon Bar. He got out of the car and walked to the bar entrance with ease. Ignoring the burly man standing guard, who frowned thoughtfully, he pushed open the wooden door and walked into the bustling and lively bar. The boxing ring in the center was empty, presumably because it wasn't time for a match yet. So, the dozens of patrons sitting around were just sitting together, chatting freely about various topics and occasionally clinking their glasses and taking a long swig. Philip walked to the billiard room with ease, but stopped at the door. Looking at the familiar figure inside, he called out uncertainly, "Mr. Neil Lawrence." The old figure froze for a moment, then turned around, his frown softening as he laughed heartily, "Sure enough, I heard right. It's you. Good afternoon." "Well, good afternoon." Philip nodded and responded. His gaze lingered on the other person's expression, which had gradually returned to normal. Suspicion suddenly rose in his heart, but he pretended not to notice and asked, "Excuse me, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I came to buy some extraordinary materials for making talismans. You know, I used too much yesterday and now there is no reserve left." Old Neil explained. Then he changed the subject, "What about you?" After a short while, Philip, who already had a plan in mind, did not hesitate at all. He rubbed his hair and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm here to buy the relevant materials. After all, if I didn't have that yesterday, I'd probably just be a decoration. So I also want to try making some talismans to protect myself." "Well, that's a good idea." Old Neil nodded approvingly and pulled Philip into the secret door in front. Then, as if he had thought of something, he tilted his head and said, "Have you ever tried to make a talisman? If you don't master the skills, it's difficult to succeed, and you'll waste a lot of materials." He was not surprised that Philip brought up the topic of making talismans. He didn't know whether he had heard it from Dunn or Leonard, or whether he had guessed or come up with some reasonable explanation on his own. Yet, Philip nodded and said, "I have successfully made spiritual talismans before, but the success rate is not high, and I am not sure if the relevant materials are here. Then you can come with me to buy more of the materials I mentioned. After we go back, I can teach you how to make a few talismans mastered by the nighthawks. They can be very useful in critical moments." Faced with old Neil's kind invitation, Philip hesitated for a few moments, then unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth and replied sincerely and earnestly, "Well, thank you. No matter what, it is good to learn some useful knowledge without danger in this dangerous and mysterious world. Moreover, with old Neil's cover, even if the subsequent nighthawks know that he is here today, they will not pay attention to anything. If he came across the auxiliary materials he needed for the werewolf potion, he could buy them on the pretext that he needed to make a certain talisman he knew. After all, no matter what the other party did, it was impossible for him to force him to make it in front of them. At worst, you can just lose some shame and fool the old man. After all, there are always more solutions than problems." Chapter 46. The God's Response. As night fell, Philip, who had already parted ways with old Neil, returned home with the materials he had bought and the food from Iron Cross Street, ready to start carving the talisman in his memory after dinner. On the dining table, the lunch that Philip had left for Roselle had disappeared, and the door of the bedroom on the second floor closest to the stairs was tightly closed. He went to the kitchen and started cooking, while reading a book and reviewing the relevant information about making talismans in his mind. Roselle in the bedroom also walked out directly after hearing the noise. These days he has adapted to living in this house with his eyes closed and wrapped in a cloth. It can even be said that as long as Philip asks, he can close his eyes and handle any housework in the room, which is completely equivalent to a menial servant. It seemed that the tarot meeting would be held tomorrow, and he didn't know if Mr. the Hanged Man had any good news. Philip swallowed a piece of white radish, hesitated for a moment, and still did not take the initiative to mention it to the other party, so as to avoid long-term expectations. That definitely wouldn't be a pleasant feeling. After dinner, Philip was about to go back to his room, but then he seemed to think of something, turned around and said to Roselle, who was bending over to clean the table, "No matter what noise you hear later, don't pay attention to it." He was unsure what would happen if he prayed to the gods for power to create a spell. Even if it was a low-level spell that did not require the assistance of ritual magic, as long as the great being he was praying to had malicious intentions, it would teach him a lesson. Philip returned to his room, took out 4 silver pieces from his pocket, opened the bedside table, took out a silver knife, set up the spiritual wall in the room, and began to carve. Low-level spells were actually not difficult, nor were they overly dangerous. In essence, they simply involved using a container that could hold something to pray for strength from higher beings, and then maintaining that strength through the use of spells and symbolic symbols. Even ritual magic is not necessary. In this case, even if you act like a traitor, such as a follower of the goddess of night making a talisman of the eternal sun, it won't be a big problem. After all, if the gods even care about such things, they must be too busy. Even so, Philip did not let down his guard. He focused all his attention on the knife and silver sheet in his hand. Spiritual energy steadily gushed out from the tip of the knife, carving a string of spells on the surface of the silver sheet, the bound god. This refers to the deity believed in by the Rose School's temperance department, the bound god. As for the other party's name, no one remembers it. Philip's parents once told him that since some time ago, the status of the bound god has become different from that of other gods. Even the honorific name should be avoided from being silently recited in the heart, as it would come at a very painful price. As time went by, even the members of the temperance movement no longer remembered his name. Well, it also has something to do with the fact that people are almost being killed. Philip was also cautious about this, and he didn't even want to take risks at first, but now he had to seek hope as much as possible, hope that could help him escape from his current precarious situation and survive safely. If he were to encounter a Sequence 5 from the Indulgent faction, or any other mid-sequence expert, the only person who could possibly save him would be Mr. Fool, to whom he hadn't even spoken his name, and to whom he couldn't even ask for help. The risk was too great. And he didn't dare to completely trust the other party. According to the philosophies of both the Abstinence faction and the Indulgence faction, the former's faith in the bound god and the latter's faith in the Mother Tree of Desire are not necessarily hostile, but their relationship is likely to be anything but friendly. You can try to gain control. Even if there is a genuine problem, the consequences of this minor trick, which doesn't even involve ritual magic, are certainly not fatal. At the very least, you can hold out until Monday to seek the fool's help. As the carving of symbols and spells was about to be completed, Philip closed his eyes, exhaled, and then opened his eyes again. His spiritual power gushed out and projected onto the tip of the silver knife, making the final stroke. At the moment when his spiritual connection was revealed, Philip suddenly felt a strange and unfathomable mysterious power emerging in the room. The familiar feeling deep in his memory made him want to relax, but this power changed drastically in an instant. Resentment, madness, anger. These mixed negative emotions, mixed with a tremendous and terrifying force, swept out from the burst silver metal, penetrated into his forehead, and attacked his mind without reservation. Philip's breathing stopped, his eyelids gradually closed, and he didn't even realize that the silver knife in his hand fell and hit his knee. He fell straight back. At the end of the boundless shadow, it seemed as if a pair of invisible giant hands were desperately reaching out to the almost negligible embers, trying to touch something, trying to obtain something, but in the end it was in vain. Angry and crazy mutterings were heard. In the scorched area illuminated by the embers, Philip stopped struggling and forced himself to stand up. The wounds on his palms, which he had pinched with his nails to suppress his mental agitation, were bleeding. He raised his head and silently looked at the undercurrent in the distance that was gradually subsiding. Suddenly, he smiled with some relief, a slight and bright smile, but not a real smile. After only a few seconds, Philip stopped his fake and forced smile. He opened his palm and looked down at the wound on his palm. Then he took a deep breath, opened his bright sapphire eyes, and stared at the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he taunted, "Fuck you, is this all you have? No matter who you are, I'm telling you, if you have the guts, then come and show yourself at my doorstep right now, or I'll curse you every time I see you until I'm completely dead." Philip completely let out the emotions that had been accumulating in his heart. After shouting without any regard for the consequences, his expression froze and he stood calmly in place, ready to accept the situation that followed. However, after more than 20 seconds, there was no more movement at the end of the endless shadow. Seeing this, he let out a breath, turned around, and immersed himself in the flames behind him, which seemed a little unstable again in the darkness, and left this place. As the warmth brushed across his cheek, bringing a moment of relief to his soul, the young man in the room propped himself up from the floor and saw the spiritual knife in front of him and the broken silver pieces. Philip's eyes flickered as he sat there staring for more than 10 seconds. Finally, he suppressed all his emotions and just kicked the fragments into a mess, making them slide everywhere. He grabbed the mattress with both hands, rolled over and lay on it, stretching towards the ceiling. The whole process was unusually calm. Then he muttered to himself with an expressionless face, "It's really, damn it. Wait, that's not right." Philip, who was still immersed in unspeakable emotions, frowned and asked in a puzzled voice, "How come you digested so much of the potion all of a sudden?" Chapter 47. The Third Tarot Club. The sudden good news made him adjust his mentality immediately. He sat up and began to think carefully, and then confirmed his guess. There was no doubt that the madman potion he had just taken was being digested. What does this mean? I just couldn't help cursing a few times in the shadow world. Perhaps, everyday restraint is for a critical moment of explosion. The doctrine of the temperance school, is this the complete or partial code of conduct for playing madman? The digestion process, which had already gradually stopped, was obviously moving forward again. Philip silently wrote down this rule, then sorted out his mood, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The next day, at 2:59 p.m. Philip, who had nothing to do, sat on the sofa and thought about the rules for half an hour. A dazzling crimson appeared in front of his eyes, which quickly immersed him and brought him to the Tarot Club. The familiar Mr. Hanged Man, the familiar Miss Justice, and the familiar Mr. Fool. Philip listened quietly to Miss Justice's greeting and responded, then turned his head to look at Alger beside him, waiting for the answer he had already expected. "There hasn't been any progress." Alger's answer was simple and straightforward. Philip nodded upon hearing this, ending the polite exchange. He turned his head to look forward again, but keenly noticed that the bright stars on the back of the chair where Justice Audrey was sitting formed a symbol in mysticism. The symbol represents the dragon. What does that mean? Because Justice became a beyonder, this space has some reaction to it. That should be the case, otherwise it's hard to explain. Philip touched his chin and quickly came up with a reasonable guess. Wait, if that's the case, he turned his head and looked behind him. Sure enough, on the back of the chair he had made, he found his own occult symbol. An arm, already beginning to undergo a transformation, had sharp claws and was firmly bound by several bandages. On either side of the arm, sharp spikes representing punishment were about to pierce, the pain causing palpitations even in the thought. Is this my symbol? Philip reviewed it in his mind and found that he had no impression of it, so he could only assume so for the time being. Then he turned his head and faced the gaze of the hanged man directly, exchanging glances with him. Behind the other person is the symbol of storm. Damn it, why is it that something is wrong with me? Philip's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously began to have a headache. After all, he really didn't want to experience any more accidents these days, even if it was just a little bit. Because this often leads to extremely dangerous things. Although he has overcome them, it does not mean that he can always do so. So Philip simply gave up thinking. Klein the Fool sat there quietly the entire time, but in reality, he had already read through the symbols of the three members. After confirming that everyone had finished reading, he tapped the table lightly with his fingers to draw their attention back. He looked at Audrey, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled, "Congratulations, Miss Justice, you are now a beyonder." Audrey was stunned for a moment, but then quickly reacted, expressing her approval of this matter. She sincerely thanked the fool and the hanged man for allowing her to enter the realm of beyonders. After finishing this topic, Klein glanced at Philip subtly, lowered his eyes slightly to hide his speechless thoughts, then immediately looked away and said with a smile. I don't know if you have found Russell's diary. Haha, if it is really difficult, it's actually no problem. I don't mind waiting until next time. Although he said that it was okay if they didn't find it, it sounded completely different to the ears of the three people present. If they failed to play a role in this aspect of showing themselves, their position in the Tarot Club in the future would undoubtedly become embarrassing. I found 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary and memorized their contents. Alger pondered for a moment, and seeing that no one else spoke first, he took the lead. I have a page. Audrey said calmly, as if she had no other thoughts. After both of them finished their answers, Philip finally made up his mind. I found 2 pages of Russell's diary. What a find! Philip, how dare you say that? Klein grumbled inwardly, while simultaneously releasing all his resentment and praising with a smile as sincere as possible. Very good. It would be even better if Philip could use the ready-made pages from Blackthorn Security Company. Although he said so, he couldn't really jump up and say to the other person that your diaries are not good. I have read them, right? Klein could only force himself to ignore this extremely helpless situation and avoid making any unnecessary movements that would allow Miss Justice, the newly formed audience, to notice anything. Philip, Audrey, and Alger quickly copied the contents of Russell's diary from their memories onto the yellow-brown parchment on the table and handed it to Klein the fool. Seeing the diary Philip had given him placed on top, Klein didn't let his movements sound strange. He glanced over it and read through the contents again. If I intentionally control my reading speed, it might backfire or even cause abnormal behavior. On average, it's okay to read a little faster. I have dream divination to recall my past. Klein had already turned the page while thinking this. The 3 pages of the diary kept by the Nighthawks were only copies, but they were undoubtedly almost identical to the original. However, the ones submitted by Audrey and Alger contained typos and omissions. But he had seen everything on the internet before and had been tortured by asterisks for a long time, so this little difficulty was no problem for him. One Piece, The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, The Nameless Island, marrying Miss Matilda's true love, and becoming a universalist, so he remastered the knowledge he learned on Earth overall. It's of no use. Except for that nameless little island, people are concerned. I'll wait until the next tarot meeting and bring over another diary page. Combined with these 3 pages, I can repay Philip's debt. Unfortunately, I still have £80 to pay. After making his decision, Klein put the diaries aside and apologized softly. I hope this didn't keep you waiting too long. A hint of envy flashed in Audrey's eyes, but it quickly faded away. She smiled calmly and said, Of course not. That's understandable. I look forward to the day when I can exchange the contents of Russell's diary with you. Of course, I wish you'd bring more diaries. Klein was pondering this when he suddenly thought of Philip, who was also sitting there. He narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly began to worry whether this guy would secretly intercept his beard. Probably not. Chapter 48. Assumption. As he thought about this, his mood was inevitably complicated. He could only use this to make his words seem vague and unpredictable. He smiled softly and said, This will come at a price. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the silent Alger and Philip, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But then he heard Audrey ask with a somewhat awkward tone. Excuse me, if an ordinary animal drinks a sequence 9 potion, what will happen? Ah? Philip, who was still debating whether to show off, blinked his eyes. At this moment, he even didn't trust his language skills. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say to the rich woman in front of him who could spend more than £600 on ordinary animals to drink potions. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? The other 2 men at the Tarot Club obviously didn't expect to encounter such a sudden incident in such a serious gathering, and they just stood there in a daze without saying anything. Seeing this scene, Philip, who had experienced many ups and downs, quickly reacted. He pinched his chin, and after integrating and summarizing the information about the potion in his mind, he spoke. Actually, there's not much difference between them and humans. It's just that due to their intelligence, animals can't quickly master meditation after taking the drug, so the probability of losing control and dying is much higher. But as long as it can hold on, it can be called a beyonder. No, that's not the case. It's an extraordinary creature, without any hidden dangers. Assuming the potion it accidentally ingested was audience, it might even have some benefits, such as making it smarter. Audrey, who had been silently relieved by Philip's answer, suddenly paused. Her tone was more relaxed than before, mixed with some other emotions. No, it's just what if. I'm just curious about what would happen if this happened. If a normal person could really think of this and bring it up at such a secret gathering, that would be really weird. Who would believe it? Philip touched his chin and didn't comment on it. The long bronze table fell into silence. After a moment's thought, Alger shook his head and said, I don't have any questions. Philip certainly had many questions he wanted answered, but he couldn't raise them in such an occasion, which only meant that he had no questions to ask. After seeing the inquiry session concluded, Klein, who was sitting in the main seat, decided to try out the method he had come up with early in the morning. I have something I need your cooperation with. After noticing through his psychic vision that several people were inevitably nervous and afraid, he spoke out to comfort them, then said. It's inevitable that you'll find yourself in an inappropriate place when you're about to start a party. In that case, you'll always need to ask for leave, won't you? Audrey was the first to relax after hearing this, and Philip, who already had some guesses about this, asked further, what do you need us to do? There is no doubt that matters like asking for leave need to be conveyed to the organizer of the party, Mr. Fool, who is most likely a god. This means that he needs to at least tell his name. In this way, asking for help from them in the future will become feasible, or at least a hope. Klein had no way of knowing that Philip was about to put him in trouble again. He described the ritual magic he had obtained through the improved Lucky Change ritual to everyone, and also taught Audrey, who was still a novice in mysticism, how to build a spiritual environment. White bread, finiport noodles, paella, and dulce pie. Philip tried his best not to let any other thoughts come to his mind, but even so, he still felt that the things required for this ceremony were a bit plain and simple. It was as careless as the ancient monsters who, when in doubt, would demand the sacrifice of young boys and girls. However, the subsequent steps were quite formal, which quickly shifted his attention to them. He was increasingly looking forward to hearing the honorific name of the fool. Mr. Fool, what is the corresponding spell? As soon as these words were spoken, Audrey looked towards the main seat with great interest. Alger, who had been taking notes with a dark red pen on the long table, also stopped and looked at the great being that remained shrouded in a mysterious grey mist from beginning to end. Klein's fingers gently stroked the bronze table, his tone calm and composed, as he slowly spoke in Hermetic, a fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious master above the grey fog. You are the yellow and black king of good luck. Three-part honorific name. Alger and Audrey's hearts were filled with turmoil. If this honorific title truly referred to each other, then there was no doubt that the fool must be a being capable of rivaling the seven righteous gods and overlooking the world. However, Philip's attention was not here at all. He tried his best to use his brain to recall every word of Mr. Fool. After confirming that he had heard correctly, he muttered to himself with some uncertainty in his heart. It seems that I can do it too. Not to mention that he doesn't belong to this era, he himself doesn't even belong to this world. The space above the grey fog referred to in the second sentence of this name is undoubtedly this space, and the shadow world he can enter must be a similar place. If you reconsider it, it seems to really work. But this was undoubtedly not the time to test this. Philip suppressed his inner excitement and listened quietly to the final stage of the ceremony. After setting a deadline of Wednesday and requiring the three of them to complete the ceremony on their own before then, Klein leaned back in his chair, gestured for an invitation, and began chatting. Audrey explained that the plan proposed by Alger and Klein had been approved by many members of Parliament. If implemented quickly, it would only take half a year to implement this plan, thus changing the current situation in the Lone Kingdom. Alger didn't seem to care about this. He just responded indifferently, then looked at the fool in the main seat, organized his words, and asked respectfully, hoping to learn from him the reason why so many secret organizations had emerged. Some ancient power is reviving. The concise answer left Alger unsure of what he was thinking, and he stopped talking. Philip hadn't originally planned to ask anything, because in his current situation at the Tarot Club, apart from Mr. Fool, the other two people would definitely not be able to help him. But in order to avoid appearing unsociable or even a bit abnormal by not saying anything, he carefully checked his mind and spoke carefully. Excuse me, is there any way for a beyonder to change their appearance? Philip looked towards the fool in the high seat, but he just smiled and remained silent. He only tilted his head slightly and glanced at Alger, the hanged man. The latter straightened up immediately, placed his arms on the long bronze table, frowned and thought for a moment, then said with some reservation, "Well, as far as I know, this ability exists, but I've never personally witnessed many people having it. After all, this ability is terrifying in most situations and difficult to detect. If my speculation is correct, it's likely an ability possessed by a mid-sequence beyonder, somewhere between sequence 7, sequence 6, and sequence 5. Yes, but it's mid-series." Philip dismissed his unrealistic thoughts, nodded slightly, and said in the direction of Alger and Klein, "Thank you very much." Chapter 49. Honorable Name. As his consciousness returned to reality, Philip finally got up from the sofa and walked to his room. He took out the basic materials of mysticism from the pile of miscellaneous items and prepared to immediately implement the method he had come up with at the tarot meeting. Pray to yourself. This idea was actually very sudden and also carried risks, but this short life that had traveled through another world had now become such a mess. It didn't matter what happened. At worst, my life would end up in this broken place. Moreover, it is not impossible, but it is very difficult. Philip set up the spiritual wall, then pinched his chin, pondered in silence, and silently thought about the answer in his heart. The prefix "not belonging to this world" is not feasible, because it means actively seeking death, exposing the secret of time travel like streaking, and the risks brought about are absolutely unbearable for him. Philip also failed to master the shadow world. The owner of the whispering voice must have wanted to kill him, but was unable to do it for some reason, or was unable to do it temporarily. But the ember of fire that had shared weal and woe with him and saved him from danger many times was what Philip trusted most now. If the other party had wanted to harm him, they would have done so long ago. This was also the fundamental reason why he dared to design spells to seek power. Even so, designing the spell was still difficult. To avoid risk, he couldn't directly state that he was a time traveler, but in order to meet the 3 requirements, he had to include it. As for the shadow world, it is even more impossible to write directly about it, as this is likely to attract the attention of the 2 gods of the Rose School, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Bound God, making them directly aware of themselves and take certain actions. After half an hour, and after many redos and countless deletions and revisions, Philip, who had spent a lot of effort, finally came up with an answer that satisfied him. The suppressor of the dark side of the mind. A traveler trapped by the world. The last ray of light in a land shrouded in darkness. I pray for your help. I pray for your favor. I pray that you will grant me peace and tranquility of mind and body. Philip recited the words with some trepidation, and at the same time prayed silently in his heart that the spell he designed could really be directed at him, really have an effect, and get a response. The probability of the former going wrong was very small. The spell suppressor of the dark side of the mind represented his identity as a member of the Rose School of Temperance, suppressing endless desires and madness, and directly excluding most people. The second one, a traveler trapped in another world, is Philip's side description of his identity as a time traveler. After all, he did come from another world to visit, but he can't go back. After the description was almost 100% directed at himself, Philip added a third description of the shadow world and the remaining fire, which was irrelevant but barely appropriate, reducing the risk to the lowest possible level. As the chanting was finished, he felt a spiritual vibration, the ritual venue in front of him became erratic, and a strange wind suddenly blew in the room where the spiritual wall was set up. The next moment, an inexplicably oppressive throbbing surged in him, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. It was not until the familiar warmth brushed across his cheek that he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the ball of light in front of him. In the light curtain, there was the remaining fire of the shadow world. It was burning in the endless darkness. Even though it swayed occasionally, it was still strong and tenacious, with no signs of going out. At the moment the light curtain was about to disappear, a tiny wisp of flame, so tiny that it would be easily overlooked if it were not at night or if one did not observe carefully, sank into Philip's chest. He suddenly felt extremely relaxed, his eyes narrowed slightly, hiding his hazy trance, and his body fell backwards, lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, enjoying this moment of relaxation to the utmost. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly sat up, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There is still someone reliable, even though it's just me. Haha. Finally, there is some good news that can make him feel a little relieved these days. Next, he can try to use this spell to pray for strength and see if he can make some talismans. In the future, he can also try sacrificial ceremonies. After digesting yesterday's experience, Philip's condition has stabilized and he doesn't have to worry too much about spiritual depletion. He then took out the materials that he had sealed in the bedside table yesterday and prepared to carve a talisman for himself. In fact, at this moment, he even felt that everything was within Mr. Fool's expectations, because whether it was the symbolic symbols or the corresponding spells, the other party had reminded him of them. Is this the god? Philip muttered to himself silently, and even attributed his current situation to him. He believed that it was the existence of the fool that prevented the power of the mother tree of desire and the bound god from threatening him directly. In this case, we must hurry up. He lowered his head and, following his memory, used a chisel to carve his own symbol from the tarot club and the spell he had just come up with on the silver plate in his hand. Spirituality flows in like water. Philip's movements were calm and firm, a fundamental change from yesterday, as he no longer had to worry about his own safety. The worst result would simply be the failure of the spell, which was within an acceptable range. 2. Narcissus Street. Klein held the pages of Roselle's diary that he had written on his own and read them carefully several times. Finally, he tore them into pieces and burned them clean with flames. Only after seeing with his own eyes the white papers torn from the notebook completely turned into ashes did he breathe a sigh of relief, stretch himself, loosen up his aching cervical spine, and then stand up and walk out of the room. Come to think of it, is Philip unlucky for me? If the hanged man couldn't answer that question just now, then I can't continue to be the fool. Klein complained inwardly, while at the same time feeling somewhat relieved about the previous peaceful resolution. Speaking of which, why did he ask whether there were beyonders who could change their appearance? What was he doubting? Klein was somewhat concerned about this because he roughly guessed that Philip's identity was not simple, and he had a close connection with the Rose School. He might even know a lot of things. But now he had no reason to ask. After all, there were only 4 people in the tarot club. He was not the hanged man, nor was he justice. Apart from Temperance Philip himself, there was only the fool. But there's no need for that yet. Digesting the fortune teller potion is the most important thing right now, followed by the next potion formula. As Klein thought this, he pushed open the door of No. 2 Daffodil Street and came out. He was heading to the fortune teller's club. Chapter 50, Ember. As the symbolic symbols and spells were completely carved, the surrounding space was filled with a peaceful power. The golden flame that emerged from the fingertips followed the silver carving knife and went straight into the blank side of the silver sheet, turning into a pattern. A warm touch came from the palm of my hand. Philip stroked it as if it were a treasure, and took it to a place near the window. Then, in the warm sunlight, he could observe more clearly the talisman he made with his own power, the embers. This was the name he had just decided on. The function of the embroidered fire spell is also very simple. Reciting the spell embroidered fire to activate the spell can cleanse the body and mind and eliminate all negative emotions such as madness, anger, and resentment. Not only that, it can also effectively prevent pollution and loss of control, and can even suppress it to a certain extent. However, it is just suppression. It would be unreasonable if it could also alleviate it. It's a pity that just this one has consumed so much of my spiritual energy. If I make more, I may fall below the safety line. Philip sighed leisurely in his heart, put the remaining fire talisman in his pocket, and began to tidy up the room. There is no need to worry about his current mental state. He can make some residual fire talismans when he has time, so that he won't have to be too afraid when facing the full moon curse or other situations in the future. However, this thing cannot make up for his lack of combat ability. Facing the mid-sequence pursuit, those who deserve to die will die, and there will be no room for easing. Thinking of this, Philip looked at the sunset outside the window, walked out of the room without stopping, and went to buy the food needed for the ceremony that Mr. Fool mentioned. These could be bought in the restaurant. However, in order to prevent possible accidents, such as Mr. Fool's ritual being known to his hostile people or things, thus causing this unfortunate person to get into trouble again. So he planned to buy white bread and diced pie in the afternoon, and then change his clothes to have paella and pasta fuerte in the evening. Each item of food would be purchased from a different area, with an interval of 1 hour between them. The ceremony will be held around midnight. There is definitely no difference between day and night for these gods or beings close to gods. Under normal circumstances, they certainly do not need to sleep like humans. As long as the other party notices their message, they will respond. With this mood, when night fell and everything was quiet, Philip finally closed the windows to block out the crimson moonlight, lit candles, and held the ceremony in the faint light. As all the prerequisites were completed, a faint fragrance soon filled the room, and the candle light illuminated his face and his reverently clasped hands. A fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious master above the grey fog. You are the yellow and black king of good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your favor. I pray that you will let me have a good dream. Philip's words were soft and pious. His tightly closed eyelids trembled slightly because of a sudden gust of wind. Deep in his consciousness, a crimson star was emitting light and constantly moving. Late at night, the peaceful oval within the pure white sheets suddenly moved. It twisted left and right, then a hand reached out, resting feebly on the pillow, its fingers clasped together with a hint of reluctance. Klein desperately wanted to lock himself in the warmth of the quilt, to return to sleep, to wash away all the fatigue and exhaustion, and begin a fresh day tomorrow. However, the layers of invisible whispers kept playing in his mind, and when he finally sat up listlessly, his heart filled with irritability, confusion, and was about to turn his head to think, the whispers stopped again. Faced with this situation, Klein hardened. The fist is hard. As the throbbing pain in his brain subsided, he suddenly noticed something on the back of his right hand. In the deep darkness, he seemed to be able to vaguely see that these were the 4 black dots that symbolized the luck-changing ritual. Is a member of the Tarot Club currently trying out the ritual magic I'm giving him? Klein had some guesses in his mind, but his depression did not diminish. He immediately threw off the quilt and got out of bed. After walking 4 counterclockwise steps along with the spell of the luck-changing ritual, he returned to the grey fog space amid the same roars, mutters, and painful madness. Klein sat at the head seat at the old, mottled bronze table. Among the numerous crimson stars, he spotted the one closest to him and spread his spirituality towards it. As the spirit came into contact with the stars, a peaceful young man's voice resounded in his mind, followed by an image of a black-haired boy clasping his hands and praying devoutly in a ritual. Philip. Why is it you again? We have to go to work tomorrow. Why are you staying up all night instead of sleeping? Why are you dragging me along? Klein was now both relieved and resentful. He was glad that he had the administrative authority and could directly kick out the guy who disturbed his sleep, but he also hated that this guy was his fellow villager and a friend who helped him. The thought quickly dissipated as soon as it arose. Never mind. At least it proves that this spell can really be directed at me. Klein folded his hands and rested his chin on them, sighing helplessly. When he wanted to respond, he saw his pajamas. Well, tomorrow. This was definitely not because he was dissatisfied with Philip's angry behavior of waking him up, but if he changed into formal clothes and came back here to respond to this guy who disturbed his sleep, and then went back to change into pajamas to sleep. He was afraid that he would really get sick from anger. In the room, Philip stopped praying, his blue eyes couldn't stop looking around, but he never waited for any response, so he had to remove the spiritual wall and start tidying up the room. Expected. Mr. Fool's current condition is probably not very good, so he can't even respond to prayers. I just hope that when I ask for help from him in the future, his followers can save my life. It's difficult, life and death are determined by fate. Emperor Roselle is indeed a man of great insight. He should curse this world and say fuck it. Philip suddenly agreed with the words of this senior time traveler, but he still couldn't accept the guy's deeds that could be described as lewd. As a modern person who traveled through time, this senior forgot his values, and what he learned in the moral and legal courses too quickly. Moreover, judging from the records of his life, this state of lust was quite long-lasting. Like a goblin who has been holding it in for several lifetimes. While thinking this, Philip changed into his pajamas, tidied up the entire ceremony venue, and restored the room to its original state before blowing out the 2 candles, lying down on the bed, and falling asleep. It's not that he doesn't want to continue staying up late and working hard, but the digestion of the potion cannot be forced, and making talismans can easily overconsume his spiritual energy. If he appears to be in a worrying state tomorrow, it will arouse suspicion. Chapter 51. Sleeping Spell. I see. In the morning, the sound of response rang in his ears, which made Philip, who was still getting dressed and preparing to wash up, stunned for a moment. Then he immediately completed the current action, clasped his hands together, and responded devoutly. It seems that the ceremony was a success. Unfortunately, it was only half successful, with a delay of several hours. If something critical had happened, the daylily would have been digested into the ground by the time the fool received the information. Philip dressed thoroughly, walked out of the house, came to the main street of Daffodil Street, and took a public carriage to Blackthorn Security Company as usual. Even though it was already dawn, the streets, which were still bustling with activity, somehow attracted his attention today. Every familiar vendor, every worker and poor person who had to pass by somewhere at this time, was compared with his memory. Philip narrowed his eyes slightly, then quickly retracted his gaze, resting his palms on his knees, his fingertips raised and tapped again, over and over again. After a long silence, he opened his mouth slightly, and it was unclear whether he spoke in a nearly inaudible voice or silently recited in his heart. "Well, Klein, you're right. I kind of want to go back too. Anyone who wants to come to this crappy place can come." 10 minutes later, Philip got off the carriage and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. After greeting Roshan, he went straight to the civil servant office to start his work today. As he gradually got into the state, the complicated lists and documents were printed out at an objective speed. Amidst the steady knocking sounds, the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Good morning, Klein." Philip, who was sitting at the typewriter, greeted his colleague and fellow villager as usual. However, the weariness that could not be concealed on the other's face made him raise an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?" "No, it's nothing. I'm fine." Klein yawned, not meeting Philip's gaze. After hesitating for a few seconds, he found a new topic. "Come to think of it, who gave you the courage to risk your life that day?" "Well, it's not so bad." Philip pinched his chin and nodded slightly, explaining to Dunn what he had explained to him. He raised the corners of his mouth calmly, smiled with a complicated expression, and said in a relaxed manner, "At least the result is good, relax." Is the result good? Klein carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence, and then thought of the Beyonder's indestructible law that the other party had mentioned earlier. He was shocked and thought of the most crucial thing. Philip was a sequence 9 of the prisoner path, and Tyr was a sequence 7 werewolf. Everyone thought Tyr's Beyonder was washed away by the river and never found, but it was actually taken by Philip, who wanted to conceal it from the nighthawks and advance secretly. It was just because of time constraints and the obstruction of sequence 8 madmen in the middle that no one thought of this. Yes, how would he solve it? Klein, who had originally harbored resentment towards Philip for waking him up last night, became uneasy because of this sudden news. He even felt the urge to ask his fellow villager what he was thinking. Philip seemed to have noticed this, and his 10 fingers resumed their movements, tapping lightly on the typewriter, processing the things that needed to be printed these days, without saying anything more to him. Seeing this, Klein was about to turn and leave, but he spotted Captain Dunn Smith coming up the stairs, holding a document with a portrait attached. "Klein?" Dunn asked, unsure why. After confirming, he approached the door and led him into the civilian office, saying, "Klein. It's just right. You two should take a look at this internal wanted poster. A dangerous individual suspected to be a sequence 8 Beyonder has arrived in Tingen. He is the perpetrator of the Clover tragedy, and his current whereabouts are unknown." The perpetrator of the Clover tragedy, on the ship, Philip recalled what was published in the newspaper and, combining it with his extraordinary knowledge, quickly asked, "Is this guy the instigator?" "It's very likely." Dunn didn't deny it. He said seriously, "A wanted order will be issued soon. If you encounter him later, don't act rashly. Otherwise, his abilities will be too great to handle alone in such a crowded area." Although Philip and Klein tacitly focused their attention on the amount on the wanted poster, they were also well aware of their own weak natures, so naturally they had no intention of seeking death. After saying this, Dunn left to deal with something unknown. These days, the people from the Blackthorn Security Company no longer wanted to be as free as on other days, and the members of the Nighthawks team were basically nowhere to be seen. Even Leonard's appearance frequency and time in the entertainment room have been greatly reduced. Klein saw Dunn completely gone, then looked at the silent corridor again. After pursing his lips and hesitating for a moment, he sighed, closed the door, and walked out. Soon, Philip was the only one left in the room typing alone. The sound of typing continued. His nimble fingers occasionally paused for a moment, but soon moved again in rhythm. In the afternoon, after finishing his work, Philip came to the armory. Seeing old Neil in a classic black robe, he bowed slightly and said sincerely, "Mr. Old Neil, today I am here to learn how to make talismans." "Why are you suddenly so reserved again?" Old Neil said with a smile. He waved his hand and asked Philip to come to him. Then he pointed to the silver carving knife and silver sheet on the table and said, since you have the basics for making talismans, I would like to first see what specific skills you have mastered. As you know, making talismans involves very advanced areas of mysticism. I can even say that there aren't many decent talismans or amulets in the underground market of the Dragon Bar. Philip just silently picked up the silver sheet and the carving knife, expressing his confidence with his actions. Old Neil nodded when he saw this, and began to explain to him the production of a low-level common spell in the realm of the goddess of night, the sleeping spell. Philip easily and successfully solved all the problems related to spells, symbols, and formats. He only relied on Old Neil's reminder when it came to the so-called corresponding spiritual numbers and related magic symbols of the goddess of night. As the rectangular silver sheet was carved, a cool feeling emanated from it. Using spiritual vision to check, it was found that the wrinkles on it had now all become a whole, emitting a tranquil and peaceful black color. Well done, Lawrence! Old Neil praised excitedly when he saw the talisman was finished. It only took me a little longer than it did back then. However, Philip looked at him, the complexity and entanglement in his eyes flashed away, and he curled the corners of his mouth. This is thanks to your guidance. Chapter 52. Blood Moon. Finally, encouraged by Old Neil, Philip accepted the sleeping spell made by himself. The only price he paid was that he had to come twice more in his spare time to practice his talent in this area. After all, even if an old and frail secret peeper can make talismans, the effects are often unsatisfactory because of his lack of ability. However, the night watchmen do not have a high demand for this, so there is no problem. But it is still very useful to have a few of them. Because of the talisman making, there was not much time left in today's 2-hour mysticism course, and Old Neil did not teach anything else. After browsing the information held by the night watchman for a while, Philip also got up and left here to welcome his last time before getting off work. 6. Narcissus Street. After roughly estimating the spiritual energy consumption of making the sleeping spell, Philip was somewhat surprised to find that it was far lower than his expectations. Even if he made 3 more, there would be no problem. Indeed, while the spirituality of Beyonders from the prisoner path is far inferior to that of those from the monster path, it's still quite high. It seems that the creation of Ember consumes too much spirituality, so I need to be more careful in the future. But that doesn't mean we won't do it now. Philip immediately set up the spiritual wall, took out the materials piled up in the bedside table, and then, holding the carving knife and silver sheet, he continued to make embers based on his experience yesterday. According to the lunar calendar, there are still 17 days until the full moon night, when Philip will suffer the corresponding curse. Even though he has experienced it many times in his memory, he still dare not be careless because he has experienced countless accidents. You can definitely never have too much of this kind of thing. While Philip was thinking this, he had already successfully carved out his own symbol, an alien hand that was about to be tightly wrapped in bandages and pierced by 2 punishment nails. As the carving continued, night gradually fell, and the crimson moonlight shone into the room through the window. Even though it was not pure white, it gave people a sense of brightness and tranquility. The golden flame was very conspicuous but weak, slightly illuminating the house, and then quickly disappeared into the silver sheet, bringing a gentle touch to the palm of the hand. Whew! Philip closed his eyes and exhaled lightly. When he turned his head to look at the red moon hanging high outside the window, his pupils suddenly contracted. Although the shock and fear in his eyes were fleeting, his quietly clenched hands still exposed his inner injustice. I saw the outline of the red moon rapidly filling up, becoming plump and complete, and turning into a strange red full moon, blood moon. This erratic, rare phenomenon only occurs a few times a year. However, it is more dangerous and unpredictable than a full moon, causing negative emotions to surge and erupt, and can enhance the power of the underworld and the spirit world. At the moment when the blood-red full moon was completely complete, Philip clenched the talisman in his hand and struggled on the ground in some pain. He tried his best to endure the pain that felt like boiling water surging in his body. He unconsciously opened his tightly clenched mouth, but he was unable to even roar. Only the slight collision sounds caused by his rolling body filled the whole room. Philip's thoughts seemed to be evaporated, but the sound of the flame igniting resounded in his mind, suppressing the pain in his body and no longer increasing with the increasingly bright red moonlight. But the curse still exists. As long as the blood moon is still hanging high in the sky, the pain faced by all the extraordinary people of the prisoner path control faction will not be relieved, but will continue throughout the long night. Sweat gradually flowed down from his forehead, and his body, which had just washed, became sticky, dripping onto the ground, covering up the almost silent groan. Indeed, something was wrong, and it was going to be much harder. Philip gritted his teeth and closed his eyes harder, not letting the sweat flow into the gaps, but instead dripping onto the floor after gathering to a certain level. Philip was in great torment with his brain mixed with drowsiness and turmoil, the whispers in his ears that seemed like hallucinations but also reality, his body soaked in sweat, and the pain that lingered like a tide. He curled up on the ground, tightly clutching the ember talisman in his right hand. He slowly rubbed his elbow to confirm the position of his pocket and began to recite with difficulty, "A fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black, the one who controls good luck." After uttering the last syllable, feeling slightly relieved, Philip forced a smile, a bitter, self-deprecating one, and began to assess his own limits, persevering as best he could. That evening, as Klein prepared for bed, he heard the cascading whispers and suddenly looked over at the next room with a strange expression. He wondered inwardly, who is this now? Haven't we already prayed? He put on his tuxedo and walked 4 steps backwards until he reached the top of the grey fog. He sat in the first seat and looked around, finally moving his gaze to the closest crimson star, which represented temperance. Philip Klein instinctively felt helpless and even resisted, but in order to confirm whether the other party needed help, he extended his spiritual power and established a connection with him. But after seeing the other party's situation, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and with the help of the blurry scene, he saw the blood-red moonlight pouring down from the window. He also recalled the information about the extraordinary people in the prisoner path. Full moon curse. Philip had actually become a sequence 8. That wasn't surprising. Klein understood this and, after observing for several seconds and confirming there was no other danger, he immediately pulled him into the grey fog space. In a daze, Philip found himself in a certain place, and the influence of the curse disappeared, leaving only the phantom pain that had not yet completely dissipated. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the figure in the first seat. He was a little surprised. "Mr. Fool. Yes, it's me." Klein suppressed his emotions and responded as calmly as possible. Then, he twisted his chin with his left index finger and thumb, smiled, and asked softly, "Full moon curse?" Philip nodded and replied with a full sense of apology, "I'm sorry to bother you. This blood moon came very suddenly and something was very wrong, so I didn't have the confidence to hold on my own. You can't do it, and neither can I. The full moon curse lasts a whole night, and my spiritual power is simply not enough." Klein sighed inwardly, but he didn't want to just ignore it, so he could only think of a solution, which seemed a bit futile. Philip, seeing the silent fool, seemed to understand something and hurriedly explained, "No, I'm already very grateful for just a moment. You can just take me back later. I've already adapted. I know your current condition is not optimistic. Please rest assured, I have other solutions." When did I become pessimistic, and, other ways, Klein subconsciously wanted to ask, but realized that this would directly contradict his enigmatic image. So he could only back down, curling his lips and saying calmly, "Well, don't force it. It's just a small matter. You can call me again at the critical moment." Backland, East District. In a one-bedroom house, a middle-aged man with a pale face who looked to be in his 40s looked at the ceremony in front of him and said in ancient Hermetic language with a serious expression, I call in my name a spirit that roams the upper realms, a strange creature that worships blood, and a messenger unique to Jason Voorhees." Woo, the roar of wind swept out, but subsided in an instant. The summoning ritual that had gathered all the elements and had no mistakes now lost its response. Even if Steve tried again after being silent for more than 10 seconds, it was of no avail. His lips moved, but he didn't speak. Just stood there in silence for a long time. Failed. Chapter 53. Running away with a bucket. The scarlet blood moon disappeared without a trace, and a dim light filtered into the room, waking Philip, who had fallen into a coma, slowly. He took a few deep breaths and struggled to stand up despite his aching body. It's morning. The sleepiness that had accumulated all night came over Philip, and he opened his mouth, ready to yawn. At the same time, he subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to cover it, but a sudden sharp pain in his arm forced him to stop thinking about it. He could only sit on the edge of the bed and rest for as long as possible. "It's really terrible. Philip could swear that this was definitely not a normal full moon curse. This was a map cannon fired by the god who was thinking about his shadow world, and he was going to kill him. Without Mr. Fool giving him a break and the Ember Charm, Philip felt that the chances of him being able to hold on safely until now were less than 50%, and his condition would definitely be very bad. At least he would forget about being able to stand up. As for the fact that the digestion progress of the Madman potion increased again because of enduring the full moon curse, this was also considered an attempt in the Rose School. As long as it could be endured for another 5 or 6 times, maybe it could be digested directly. Life may not be enough. He moved his wrist tentatively, and when he found that there was no severe pain, he slowly reached into his pocket and took out the remaining fire talisman that he had made at the beginning but had saved and not used last night. In the reception hall of Blackthorn Security Company, Philip pushed the door open with some difficulty, only to see Roxanne sitting on the sofa with a strange look on her face. She was not looking towards the inner room and had not noticed his arrival at all. "Roxanne, what's wrong?" The sudden question startled the girl. She stood up in a panic. After seeing the good-looking man, she patted her chest and said in a low voice without even complaining, "I don't know. I mean, it seems like something big has happened." The captain's expression was very serious today. He called away all the regular members of the team, including Ms. Zyga, who was on leave, and went to the room next to Chinese's door to discuss something. Such a big battle, Philip blinked twice, his heart was filled with ripples, but he was so tired that his body had no strength to make the corresponding expression or even movement. He looked like Fry's corpse collector. He was still a civil servant at the moment, so although he was eager to know the answer, it was obviously unreasonable to go there directly, so he sorted out his thoughts and reopened the office door. However, Captain Dunn led the official members of the Nighthawks and Klein forward. After seeing Philip, he simply exchanged a brief greeting and said, "Klein, you will be responsible for explaining this to Lawrence." Watching several people walk out of the security company's door in vaguely fully armed form, Philip silently looked at Klein, as if listening attentively. Anyway, don't get excited after hearing this." Klein pondered for several seconds before saying this and explaining. Ms. Daly learned from the remaining spirit of that zombie that there was actually another person besides him. He was temporarily traveling to Backland due to certain matters, but now he's here. Sequence 5 Beyonder, Wrathful Spirit. However, the intense reaction he expected did not come. Philip listened silently, touching his chin silently, with no one knowing what was hidden in his lifeless eyes. After a moment, he nodded. "No, this is too calm, isn't it?" Klein frowned and waved his hand in front of the other person's face. He even activated his clairvoyance and looked him over carefully. This action finally made Philip's face show some expression. He sighed helplessly and continued, "Well, I think I know. So what should we do now? Wait for Backland's troops?" "No, there's no need to wait." Klein shook his head. "2 teams of elite Beyonders have already followed that guy here. We'll notify Tingen's other 2 teams later. The captain said that if we unite, it won't be difficult to eliminate a sequence 5. These words were like sweet spring water, dripping into Philip's heart, and making him, who had already decided to be the bait, reawaken his hope of life. Pick up the bucket and run away, and go somewhere else. Even though this is irresponsible, in the long run, this is the second most responsible option. Well, the most responsible option is actually to surrender directly and accept the arrangements of the Church of the Goddess of Evernight, but he is not considering it at this moment. Klein, who was relaying Dunn's request, saw Philip suddenly become somewhat alert. A flash of doubt flashed through his mind. He thought about it carefully, but could not find the reason. He could only assume it was the most obvious aspect. Philip suppressed his restlessness and carefully wrote down the Nighthawks' responses. However, he found that under the current circumstances, he was extremely lucky not to have officially joined the team. Because they are civilian staff, they only need to cancel their vacations during this period and carry common protective gear such as flare guns and weapons. Unlike regular members, they do not have heavy tasks and there is a clear requirement that they can only travel in a team of 3 to ensure emergency situations. Can't wait any longer. Today, Philip walked into the clerk's office, his hands resting on the Axon 1346 typewriter that he was already familiar with. His usually calm and steady heart was inevitably a little anxious at this moment. The talisman I promised old Neil to make the future safety of the Nighthawks. Can he leave successfully as he wishes? Also, there was something wrong with the state of old Neil and Captain Dunn. He didn't know why he had that feeling about the former when they first met, while the latter gradually became obvious after the other party flipped through the notebook. As the typing error occurred, Philip stopped what he was doing and looked at the opinion he had just typed. He lowered his eyes slightly, pulled up the corners of his mouth, and smiled with relief and helplessness. Oh, maybe if a curly-haired baboon slaps me twice, my brain will actually work better. If you keep thinking about others like this, you won't even know how you died. Wait until you're safe. In the evening, Philip was sitting on the sofa when he heard the sound of the door opening. He turned his head and saw that it was Adam Esau who was walking towards the sofa with his eyes closed and 2 paper bags in his hands. "Here's what you wanted, sir." Philip took the paper bag and didn't rush to examine it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the monster in front of him that he had taken in. After a moment's silence, under the illumination of the gas flame, he finally spoke. "You can follow me out of Tingen. You can also choose to stay here and rent somewhere else. I will leave you enough money so that you can choose to escape later or accept me when I come to your house and need your sacrifice." Admithil stood there, still bowing slightly as before, his tone calm but firm. "Mr. Slytherin, wherever you go, I will go. You have done me a favor that I can never repay. If it does not burden you, I am willing to stay by your side and handle anything you need me to do." Seeing this, Philip spread his hands, took the 2 paper bags and walked up the stairs, while saying to Admithil behind him, "Go back to bed and get up early tomorrow." Chapter 54. Backland. Early in the morning, in front of the gate of No. 2 Narcissus Street. Philip held the letter in his hand, feeling a little uneasy. He could only take deep breaths continuously in order to take this irreversible step. However, at this moment, the door in front of them was opened by a man with short brown hair who was about 30 years old. He looked at the stranger outside the door with some confusion and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" Lawrence Slytherin." Philip looked at the man in front of him and roughly guessed his identity. He was Klein's older brother, Benson Moretti. Like Captain Dunn, he was also facing the same hairline problem and often talked about curly-haired baboons. He was a reliable and interesting man. "So, it's you." Benson extended his hand, shook it, and said with a kind smile, "I hope you can take good care of Klein in the future. After all, he is my only brother." Philip lowered his head slightly, curling the corners of his mouth, trying to make his words sound a little funny. "Of course, actually, I came here today to ask you for a favor. Please give this letter to him in the evening." "Night." Benson retracted his smile, took the envelope, and raised an eyebrow, not hiding his confusion. "If it's something important, Klein is at the company right now. You can give it to him directly there." Philip didn't answer the other party's question, but bowed slightly and said, "You know, some things are often difficult to say in person. Anyway, I'll leave it to you." "Okay." Benson's raised brows softened. He examined the envelope with a hard object stuck in it and said seriously, "I'll put it back in the room and give it to him when I get back tonight." Bang! As the door in front of him was closed again, Philip closed his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, lowered the brim of his hat with his hand, and took a public carriage to the hotel where he stayed when he first arrived in Tingen. Under the boss's scrutiny, he walked straight to the 2nd floor without stopping. After making sure that no one else was watching him, he almost silently opened the door of the room he had rented for one solely yesterday, walked in quietly, and locked the door. More than 10 minutes later, just as the boss was about to use the key to open the door and remind the guests staying in the night room to leave, Philip came out again, completely dressed in a new outfit. Under the thin and loose white shirt, black loose pants and brown boots, he finally got rid of the discomfort of being bound by the so-called swallowtail formal suit for more than 10 days, and felt like he was on Earth again. At the same time, if someone else looked at Philip's face, they would probably only be able to see through his messy white short hair, the brown peaked cap that was pulled very low with its brim, and the white gauze mask. There were a few small scars of varying lengths on either side of his face between those sapphire eyes, but other than that, there were no other visible features. The hotel owner's gaze stayed on Philip for a moment, and more on the suitcase he was carrying. Then he took the key, confirmed that there was nothing lost in the corresponding room, and let the other party leave without looking back. "Who?" Philip breathed a sigh of relief, and after thinking carefully in his heart, he took off his baseball cap and put it in the suitcase to avoid making himself look too suspicious and causing passers-by to call the police directly. As for Roselle, it would be too troublesome for the two of them to travel together, and it would also easily lead to unnecessary risks, so even though the other party had expressed his position, Philip still let him take the ship and go alone, taking time to adapt to life on his own. Once we get to Backland, if conditions permit, I'll try to sell the property left by Philip's parents. Otherwise, the little money I have won't be much use. Philip muttered to himself, reaching out to stop a passing horse-drawn carriage. That's right, back to the capital of Mandu, Backland. Faced with the Rose School's covetousness, Philip felt that only in such a place would those indulgent people dare not act so brazenly, because after the situation got out of hand, no one knew who would come to settle it, and there was a high probability that a half-human, half-god high-sequence powerhouse would appear. Moreover, he is no longer an ordinary person. After digesting the potion and becoming a werewolf as quickly as possible, and equipping himself with 2 useful extraordinary items, he will have room to maneuver. Facing the driver's gaze, Philip calmly paid 8 pence, then adjusted his voice slightly and said sparingly, "Steam train station. Noon, no. 6 Narcissus Street." Dunn's deep grey eyes scanned the room, lingering for an unknown amount of time. Klein then pushed open the unlocked door and walked in with mixed feelings. "Captain, I asked Melissa and Mrs. Shaw next door, and they both said they didn't notice anything unusual here this morning." At this time, footsteps were heard from the second floor. Old Neil held his lower back with one hand and the stair railing with the other as he slowly walked down. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed, "I thought Lawrence was a good kid, but now it seems that's not the case. He ran away." "Don't jump to conclusions." Dunn Smith took out his pipe from his pocket, looked down at it for more than 10 seconds, and then said, "But we need to find out the reason for Lawrence's disappearance, his current whereabouts, and whether there has been any violation of confidentiality clauses. But for now." He put the pipe back into his pocket, closed his eyes, raised his hand and rubbed the bridge of his nose. His brows seemed to wrinkle slightly for a few seconds, and then returned to normal after a while. "Let's hand it over to the police for now. If necessary, we can issue a wanted warrant under the name of suspected dangerous elements. We still have a lot to do." At the same time, Backland. Philip couldn't help but control his breathing when he walked out of the steam train station, and declined the warm welcome given by this big city in terms of smell. Then he carried his suitcase and walked on the cement avenue among the crowded people. Compared to his surroundings, his clothes were not conspicuous, so with the sharp perception of the criminal skills brought by the prisoner, there were only a few men in tuxedos and someone following him quietly nearby. "Excluding the money I gave to Admisol, I only have £800 on me now. I don't know how long it will last. Those 2 properties must be sold, but the risks cannot be ignored," Philip said to himself, and then decided to find a hotel to stay in. "Don't be too anxious." Even though Thiel once failed to recognize him because he just changed his wig, the Rose School seems to be able to only find his general location, and the actual situation they can grasp is worrying. As for the danger of divination detection, forget it. Even if there is a good result, Philip would not dare to do it. As a layman, he has no room to fight back when facing the anti-divination of the extraordinary level. He can only be cheated. Chapter 55. Brave Bar. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Philip rented a long-term apartment in the Hillston area. After placing his suitcase next to the bed, he took out the Backland Daily and the Backland Morning Post he had bought nearby and read them. As for the former, he wanted to see the recent situation in Backland to avoid being in danger without knowing it. As for the latter, Ernst Trading Company is purchasing goods. Philip raised his eyebrows slightly, flipping through the newspaper with a complicated expression. After confirming that it was July 7th, which was yesterday, Tuesday, he put the newspaper down, touched his chin and muttered, "I didn't expect that Mr. Wisdom Eyes Beyonder gathering was still going on. It's a shame I've taken the risk of finding a new one. I'll go check it out tonight." Before his original incarnation became a Beyonder, he had accidentally participated in this gathering at the Brave Bar in Backland. Although the level was not high, the secrecy and security were guaranteed. Philip had only gone there a few times in the beginning, hoping to find extraordinary items that could help him escape being tracked. However, since there were no results and he was almost found, he never went there again. If he found any useful extraordinary items there, he would buy them. Anyway, he only needed to set aside about £100 to maintain his daily life for a long time. While thinking about this, Philip was not idle. He took out the materials from the suitcase and started to make embers. Since that person can create a blood moon and fire a map cannon, we cannot rule out the possibility of such a situation happening again in the future. As for tonight, this possibility cannot be ruled out, but the 7 righteous gods will not let the evil god play like this no matter what. To be on the safe side, Philip decided to make the ember fire spell again. Even if he was really unlucky enough to encounter a blood moon, the spell would be effective long enough for him to return home safely. At night, in the Backland bridge area, Philip looked towards the Brave bar not far away, breathing the not-so-clean air, trying to calm himself down from the high expense of 2 soldi and 6 pence for renting a carriage, and walked straight towards it. Under the scrutiny of the nearly 2-meter-tall burly man next to him, he pushed open the black wooden door and heard the clinking of glasses and cheers coming from inside. The heat wave that came from the room even made him subconsciously think of the Dragon Bar in Tingen City. Half and half. Philip leaned halfway against the bar, put 5 copper pennies on it, and said lightly, "Don't worry about the halfpenny. I'll give it to Casper." These words made the bartender pause as he was about to collect the money. He looked at Philip without any concealment for a few seconds, and then continued his actions, placing a wooden cup filled with wine in front of him. "Billiard room number 3. Philip got the answer and nodded slightly. He picked up the wooden cup and took 2 sips with some curiosity. His expression suddenly became a little strange. "This is still wine, the grape flavor is too light." Fortunately, he had turned around and walked into the billiard room at this time, so the bartender did not notice anything unusual. He followed the sign to the outside of billiard room No. 3 and saw the lame old man in his 50s in his memory. Caspers. Hearing this, the old man with a red rosacea and a huge scar on the right side of his face met Philip's gaze, then frowned, as if to confirm, "Do you know me? You can't remember everyone." Philip curled up the corners of his mouth, smiled lightly and shrugged, but he was secretly relieved in his heart, because this meant that his disguise was not rubbish that could be easily exposed by an observant and experienced person. This is enough to deal with people. He then skipped the topic and went straight to, "If I need an ID and the corresponding full-category weapons license, how much will it cost?" Casper stared at Philip intently for several seconds before reluctantly looking away. "I'm not omnipotent. Approval for a full-scale weapons permit isn't something you can get just by having money. You need a high-quality, strong identity. If you only need to provide a fake ID, it'll cost you £12. As long as you don't commit any crimes that would cause the authorities to verify your information, you shouldn't have any problems in your daily life. It's just that there won't be any problems in daily life." Philip repeated this sentence silently, and asked unwillingly, "Well, is it true?" Casper snorted. "If you can afford it, I can try to fix it." He didn't say too much, because identity documents that could withstand comparison and inspection by the police department undoubtedly needed to have filing and registration records. However, his main business for many years was as an arms dealer, and many of the connections he had acquired were of no use. "Okay, we can talk about it later." Philip nodded, then looked towards the kitchen of the bar and said in a low voice, "Is there any problem with today's party?" Caspers noticed his movements and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes, but it quickly faded and turned into calmness. He shook his head and said, "No." After getting the answer, Philip took an iron mask that could cover the upper half of his face from the other party for free. Relying on the route he remembered, he took a somewhat unfamiliar detour to a dark room. According to the price information in the newspaper as a code, he knocked on the door with the corresponding strength and interval, and soon the door opened. Philip took the hooded robe handed to him by the man who was also wearing an iron mask and put it on. Then he and the man walked through the dark living room and came to the living room on the first floor. Under the dim candlelight, you can see 12 people sitting on the sofa and chairs respectively. They are still in a silent atmosphere, and it is obvious that the formal event has not yet begun. After finding a chair in the corner and sitting down, I waited for a few minutes before the old man on the sofa nodded. All the other members also changed their sitting posture slightly and became serious. A man sitting on the edge of the sofa immediately raised his hand. He sounded to be in his 20s and said in a somewhat strange tone, "I want to sell an extraordinary item." Although his face couldn't be seen clearly due to the darkness, it was clear from his slight turn that everyone present was focused on him. The man swallowed, organized his words, and took out a silver ring from his pocket. He said, "I haven't named it yet, but I've asked my companions to divine its abilities. This ring repels women, so only men can wear it. Once worn, it possesses 2 powers, each of which can take effect 3 times a day. Then, pointing to the moderately sized diamond on the ring, he said, as long as you drop a drop of your own blood on it at a critical moment, it will replace the mirror that reflects your own image within a 20-meter range, diverting all damage suffered at that moment. A small mirror will work, but you have to make sure the injured part is reflected in the mirror, otherwise it won't be successful. Another effect is that as long as you drop your own tears, you can remain invisible for the next 5 minutes. Well, it's just simple invisibility, but below the mid-sequence, no one except the monster path can detect it. You can reserve it, for example, by dripping blood or tears into it in advance, and then you can directly use the corresponding ability within the next half hour. After the man finished speaking, the dozen or so people at the party did not respond immediately, and several men were thinking seriously.